Sheena Ren, a fourth-year student, cannot hide the thought of how deeply his passion for fantasy has taken hold of him. Swords, magic, mythical creatures, this whole world surrounds him, so he honestly admits. For years he has lived immersed in fantasy books and games, often staying awake for days just to dissolve into those realms. Sheena Ren lets out a victorious cry as soon as he reaches the end of the game. A congratulatory message for the clean time flashes on the screen. His face shinish can hardly believe that this might be the fastest completion in the world. Despite the pressure of the imminent job search, one thing warms him. He carved out a single day off and fully immersed himself in the new release, putting his affairs aside for later. Sheena Vren recalls the details of the recently acquired adventure. Eye of the Legend of the Seven Heroes is a globally popular fantasy RPG that follows a predictable pattern. Students and descendants of heroes fight to prevent the resurrection of the Demon Lord. But Vren notes, this installment had a story unlike any that had come before. The narrative darkens sharply. Sheena Vren recounts how Harrow's friend betrayed everyone by killing a saint. This act plunged the kingdom into chaos, and the Emperor ordered the hero to track down and subdue his own companion, leaving many mysteries unresolved until the next installment. Sheena Ren scrolls through the pages of online forums and sees. Other players are also making theories about who could have been the true inspirer of those tragic events. Suddenly, his game screen flickers with a flash of ecstasy message, a proposal to start a special story with the skill, summoning the demonic sword. Confused, Ren wonders if such a thing even existed in the original game. And clenching his curiosity, presses yes to see what happens next. As soon as Shinrin confirms his choice to start the special story, his body betrays him, falls, and convulsively tries to understand why he suddenly cannot move an inch of strength, remaining confused and defenseless. Shinrin finds himself in a new reality as a baby. An elderly caretaker watches over him, observing closely. The young master is filled with a strange, incredibly powerful energy. Nearby, a woman also nods, but she is clearly visible. She is frightened by the mysterious glow surrounding the child. Despite being unable to explain it, she looks at him warmly and wishes for him to grow up healthy. Both Sheena Vren are bathing in a wooden tub. He suddenly feels his own physical limitations overwhelm him. He cannot see clearly and cannot move his limbs as he wants. Helplessly, he tries to make sense of this oddity, wondering if he is stuck in a dream or if this strange new world is his true reality. While memories of the game's final prompt flash in his mind, Sheena Ren tries to digest the impossible reality of his situation. He doubts whether this is just another typical fantasy trope and ultimately reaches a shocking conclusion. He has truly become a resident of the game world. While Sheena Vren is still trembling from the shock after the soul transfer, his mother Noya and their escort Luca discuss his future. Noya admits she has already chosen a name and officially named him Len Ashton. When Sheena Vren struggles in shock from his own transformation, he is overwhelmed by a memory of the dark fate of who he became. A game flickers in his mind, the legend of seven heroes and that shameful inspirer who betrayed the protagonist CL and led to the fall of the saint. Ari, he thinks, has no connection to this rotten figure. But as soon as the mind assembles the puzzle, it becomes clear. Now he is trapped in the role of the main antagonist of the entire story. While Sheena Vren struggles with his new identity, a terrifying vision of what he has become looms over him. He stands in the middle of the battlefield, battling himself to accept why he was drawn into the role of the main smart one who betrays the hero's end. It is then that he notices the arrival of a dark, inevitable shock. Time passed and Shinrin became a young boy. He plunged into training with all his might. In the forest, he relentlessly swings his sword, determined to hone his skills, although a dark fate looms over his future, approaching step by step. Sheena Ren tries to perform a jumping attack during sword training, but the adult fencer effortlessly deflects his strike and throws him to the ground. Ren lies on the grass, gasping for breath and massaging his bruises, while the instructor sternly cuts in. Jumping in vain is like leaving yourself open to a counterattack. After an exhausting training session, Sheena Ren lies face up on the grass, completely drained. Sarin, his instructor, looks down and smiles. He praises the execution and notes that his movements far exceed the level of an ordinary 7-year-old. The scene shifts to a calm spring landscape and he reflects on how swiftly time passes, realizing more than 7 years have passed since the day he was first transported to this world. The plot broadens, showing a quiet, nameless village, squeezed within the borders of the Lyamel Empire, a powerful military state on the continent of Elfin. Sheena Ren looks back on the early days of his reincarnation and admits, at first he sincerely denied his new reality even as a baby. But over time, the daily care from Noah helped him come to terms. Watching Noah gently care for him, Ren understands, even the most stubborn soul will eventually yield to reality, being Sheena Ren. While Noah gently puts him to sleep, Shinrin recalls the secret he has kept from his parents since rebirth. He focuses on the bracelet on his wrist and activates the status window. Looking at the stats and skills, Shinrin realizes that he is identified as Lena Ashton, the eldest son of the Ashton family, and that he has a unique ability to summon demonic swords. Shinrin continues to scrutinize his status screen. He sees skills, but the basic attributes physical strength and magical power remain hidden. The lack of transparency strangely fits the reality, like in that game he once played. He contemplates his unique skill to summon the demon's sword, something he never encountered in the original game, and recalls the hidden skill system. He thinks that during the second playthrough, players could farm to combine existing skills. For example, merging Swordsman and Magicianto to forge powerful original classes like Magic Swordsman. Shinrin reflects on the nature of his power, defining it as a unique skill, a rare talent meant only for the chosen. He channels all his energy into concentration to manifest this gift, and realizes his current limit allows him to summon only a small demonic sword made of wood. Looking at the tiny blade, he feels both curiosity and a bit of disappointment because of its size. Shina Ren carefully studies how exactly his ability to summon the demonic sword works. He understands a simple thing. If he repeatedly summons and uses the wooden demonic sword, his mastery grows, and with it, abilities of a more complex level open up. Moreover, he notices, under certain conditions, the variety of demonic swords can be expanded, and the next unlock will be the manifestation of a demonic sword made of metal. Due to the destructive potential of magic, the player selects several spells to avoid risking and testing these powers in his own room. Shinrin cautiously weighs the risks of his unique ability. When he summons the demon's sword, it drains his internal magical power. He knows for sure if the energy runs out, exhausting headaches up to loss of consciousness may begin. To prevent this, he decides to train daily and expand his magical reserves. But as soon as his father's voice echoes, Ren flinches at the call and instantly dispels the sword, hiding his secret. Barely avoiding exposure from his father Dane, Shina Ren contemplates the full weight of his situation. He understands. The fact that he possesses such a unique power confirms this world is firmly tied to the game he once played. And now he decides not to let himself be dragged into the dark fate awaiting him. As he grows up, Ren devotedly undertakes learning this world under the guidance of his mother, Noah, simultaneously pushing his limits to train magical power and master the demonic sword, and whenever the chance arises, he summons it. Several years passed and Shina Ren grew into a 7-year-old boy. Returning home after hunting, his father Dane suggests, let Ren finally start learning fencing. Ren gladly agrees and they head to an open field. Dane admits he has never taught anyone before. He says he is simply passing on the same method his own father once trained him with, then invites Ren to attack him with all the strength he can muster. When the training session begins, Shina Ren takes a position against her father Dane. Pretending to act according to the usual order, Vren discreetly activates his demon sword of the wood element to gain an advantage. He decided to test his abilities while maintaining cover. Dane praises Shinar's technique and urges to continue training until Ren is completely exhausted. He nods to his father's command, but inside still wonders what physical potential his body currently has. And the reality of 7 years hits him like lightning. Ren gasps for air and cannot maintain that insane pace even for half an hour. Exhausted after the first sparring, Dane comments on the performance and Shina Vren gasps for breath and is instructed to return home while recovering and regaining strength. While Vren rests, he notices his skill with the demon wooden sword has grown. Convinced of this, he plunges into a daily schedule that is relentless, training in the morning and exhausting weapon drills in the afternoon under his father's supervision. Shinaren stops and thinks about the limited possibilities of his resources. He understands the demon stone that his father Dane gave him does not cause any reaction during the training of his demon sword, so to progress further he will have to hunt monsters himself and obtain the necessary demon stones. Pride falls, the path will not be as simple as the game mechanics he once knew. And now he is forced to take his training and development much more seriously. Time keeps ticking forward and another month passes in the life of Shina Ren. Everything remains calm in the family, but Ren stays devoted to the exhausting Regigman training. He is seen in the field again. He breathes heavily as he works on focused swordplay with his father Dane, stubbornly striving to improve his skills no matter the physical burden. While the training continues, Dane notices that Shina Ren's movements have improved compared to when they first started, but in a moment he sees something else. During sparring, Ren still loses balance too easily. Dane advises him to focus most of his strength in the waist. Ren tries to adjust and is immediately whipped into flight, landing heavily on the ground. Shina Ren lies on the grass, gasping for air, and stubbornness pushes him to try to get up again. Looking at the state of his son Dane, Shagov stops the training session, acknowledges Ren's relentless efforts but warns, do not overexert yourself to the point of injury. When Dane leaves, Shina, barely breathing, asks Ren to rest before dinner. After intense training, Shina Ren lies exhausted in the grass and checks the window of his status. There is the technique of summoning the demonic sword, level 1, 88 out of 100 mastery points. His progress is slow but steady, The daily routine is tough, but the gamer's experience makes leveling up enjoyable, not just exhausting. Flames crackle in the fireplace and Sheena Vren returns home. His hands reveal the cost of daily exhausting training. Noi carefully examines the blisters and worries that the intensity of practice with Dane might be too much for him, but despite the pain, Vren holds firm. He tells his mother that he is fine and that he truly enjoys learning more about the art of the sword. Noah carefully rubs the medicine into her scraped hands, and she acknowledges the Ashton family's duty to stand guard. When Shinorin asks if she hates swords, she replies, "It is not hatred but fear that haunts her." She recalls how his father dreamed of swords since childhood, grew into a brave warrior, fought monsters, and saved her more than on Siso. Shinorin is left to ponder the burden that fear brings. Here Noah looks at Sheena Vren with a grim expression and admits, her fear arises from the thought that her husband's courage may one day turn into his own demise. She says that hunting monsters feeds their family and village, but the daily risky danger he takes upon himself remains a deep personal torment for her. Sensing tension, Dane intervenes to calm his family. He tells Noah not to worry, confidently asserts that he is strong and now more cautious than before to avoid falling to the monsters. Noticing his wife's anxiety, he gently adds that the most important thing for him is his family's happiness, hoping this will dispel her fears. When night falls on the earth, Sheena Vren lies in bed and does not sleep, lost in thoughts. The silence around makes him ponder what family is, and he recalls the past. His parents divorced when he was still young, and he moved to live with his mother. In bed, his thoughts again reach out to the faint connection with his mother in a past life. He remembers how their conversations became rarer with age until the moment came when she stopped coming home altogether. Despite all the alienation and silent hardships she might have endured, Ren acknowledges gratitude for the chance she gave him to enter university. The quiet contemplation of his former life melts away as soon as Sheena Ren focuses on physical training. He goes into an exhausting sparring session with Soren, breathing heavily after each burst. When the sun begins to set, Soren decides to stop the session for today and says they will continue tomorrow. Completely exhausted, Sheena Ren falls to the ground and gasps for air. Sheena Ren finds satisfaction in his present life, helping with household chores and studying, which sharply contrasts with the loneliness of his past. Yet his calm routine balances dedication to strength. He pushes himself through grueling physical training under the watchful eye of the determined one to complete the exercise 7 despite exhaustion. Conquered only by his stubbornness, Sheena Vren does not stop even when his body reaches its limit, grinding his teeth through the pain, trying to stay on his feet and eventually falls onto the grass. Seeing his student's condition, Soren approaches him and decides to end the training for today. Shinaren breathes heavily after the exhausting training Gan suddenly freezes. His face twists in shock. He feels a strange change within himself. Soren notices his hesitation and asks if he is injured, but Shinaren quickly brushes it off, saying everything is fine, yet he is clearly confused. His body feels unexpectedly light. Without hesitation, he returns to training, gripping his sword and re-entering the routine. Clenching fatigue between his teeth, Sheena Vren forces himself to give his all. Sensations sharpen, movements become strangely light and he suddenly, powerfully lunges into a swift strike, testing the limits of his evolutionary physical capabilities. Feeling his body lighter than ever, Sheena Vren tears forward and accelerates so sharply that it challenges his former limitations. This sudden burst of speed catches Soren off guard. The instructor remains stunned by the unexpected display of skill. Shinaren remains stunned by his own sudden flash of agility, while Soren stands frozen, watching the incredible speed and strength his student has just shown. Regaining composure after the shock, Soren calls for another round, ordering Shinaren to continue the attack without faltering for a moment. Shinaren, stubbornly holding onto this newly acquired level of feeling, responds with a cry of agreement and prepares to strike again. As the training intensifies further, Sheena rushes into attack and awakens new power in every step, making strike after strike against Soren. He growls with tension as he realizes his speed and arm strength have sharply increased. He is stunned and at the same time focused because he felt a sudden change in his own state. The intensity of the training reaches its limit as Sheena Vren bursts forward with stunning force. His strike hits with such fury that Soren's wooden training sword shatters into pieces from the very impact. Soren is overwhelmed with complete shock. He cannot comprehend how this young boy suddenly mastered such incredible power. Soren freezes in disbelief. His eyes widen as he realizes the true nature of the boy's sudden surge of strength. He whispers to himself, wondering if this is really the potential of Sheena Ren. Meanwhile, Sheena Ren remains focused and tense, pressing the attack with such speed that Soren finds it difficult to understand what exactly is happening right before his eyes. Soren, completely stunned by the sudden surge of power in the boy, tosses Sheena Ren high into the air, smiling broadly, and exclaims that he never expected to find a skill bearer in him. Sheena Ren tilts his head, noticeably confused and bewildered by the unexpected words. Somewhere in the distance, Noah notices the scene and calling out worriedly asks what happened, while Soren excitedly prepares to share the news with her. Soren is still thrilled, holding Shinaren high above as he theorizes. The boy's sudden burst of power is a result of some skill leveling up during their intense training. Unknowingly, Shinaren's instructor confirms this truth within himself, noticing a system message. His physical ability, which increased by a minor skill, has been successfully activated. Soren is boiling with excitement and says, Shinaren is too talented to remain in their small village, it's time for him to go to the capital and become a knight. Dane and Noah consider whether to take him to the town church to have his skill officially verified, but they are stopped by the cost. As soon as he senses the conversation heading in the direction he wants to avoid, Shinaren instantly interrupts, devalues the very importance of the name of his skill, and cuts off by saying no official verification is needed. Shinaren wears a cheerful yet disdainful mask and tells his parents that he has never heard of a rare skill like summoning a demonic sword, so asking about such things is too much trouble. Dane and Noah watch cautiously. His indifference to his own ability to be strange and such an uncharacteristic reaction for a child won't leave their minds. Shinaren deflects the pressure and continues steering the conversation where he wants it to be, painting a picture of a peaceful future as if he will remain in the village. He explains to Dane that by hunting monsters together, they can raise prosperity and make the village flourish. Then he reveals the real reason. It is more important for him to inherit his father's place in the village than to chase fame and glory as a knight. In the heat of battle, Shinaren fights side by side with Dane's father against a pack of monsters. He tries to calm Dane, saying he will manage and protect him if the situation suddenly becomes critical. Meanwhile, Noah simply watches. Her face fills with anxiety because she sees her own son's combat skill and cannot hide that her heart tightens. Shinaren looks back on the last 7 years and feels true happiness, the very thing he never had in his former life. He attributes this change to his parents Dane and Noah. Inside, he finally finds peace. He is no longer the same and unconditionally accepts his new existence as Ren. Shinaren looks at his parents with a gentle smile and voices his deepest wish, that all three of them simply live a long and happy life together. Unable to contain his excitement, Dane and Noah pull him into warm, emotional embraces. Dane tenderly calls him brat while he tries to hold back tears. Deeply moved by the same warmth from his parents, Shinaren absorbs his determination. He equates this life to a second playthrough of a game he once mastered. Now the main thing is to protect the happiness he found with Noah and Dane. Glancing at their modest home, he vows to rewrite the course of history and prevent the future despair that once awaited him. Shinaren reflects on the fragility of his current happiness and realizes the peaceful life he cherishes is doomed to destruction. In the original game narrative, he steals determination for himself, swearing that his life will not follow the same tragic path, the path of the character he once played, and that he will actively work to rewrite the future. When Shinaren contemplates his path to change the future, his thoughts again turn to Ari. He knows, according to the original game plot, she still leads him to Gerond. She is the one who must kill him. From this grim realization, it becomes even clearer who he is already doomed to be and from the dark role he tries to escape. When Shinaren considers his mission to rewrite the narrative, he clearly envisions the inevitable confrontation with Ari. He firmly resolves to go against the changing future and against the senseless fate the game imposed on him. He strives to carve out a new path for himself. Despite the heavy burden of knowledge about the tragic path ahead, Shinaren finds himself in a moment of pure, simple happiness. Sitting on the grass with his parents Dane and Noah, he is shielded from the approaching storm of his fate. For now, the future remains a distant sound and the family enjoys quiet time together, unaware that the gears of fate have already begun to turn. The narrative moves to the northern city of Closel, within the Liamal Empire. In the middle of a quiet garden, a young girl with light hair sits alone on a bench. Her presence is shrouded in mystery, and it is from this that the story begins to unfold. In the garden of the northern city, Closel Ari stands among the aftermath of training, her partners lie fallen on the ground. Her servant surveys the scene, and meanwhile a man named Vyaz approaches in full armor. Ari is unimpressed by the previous skirmishes. She notices his equipment and immediately asks, sensing that something bad is happening within the territory. In the garden, Ari reproaches Vyaz for his armor. Vyaz explains that his master ordered him to patrol the northwest part of the territory, then admits the mission is to kill the beast, and that a particularly stubborn one has appeared, which greatly worries Ari. Shinaren walks along a quiet path carrying a basket of vegetables. He stops and looks at his wrist, pondering how 3 years have already passed since the moment he first leveled up in this world. Nearby, peaceful rural life continues. Sheep graze, farmers work in the fields, and they do not know about the hidden power he has been developing. Shinaren reviews her status window and sees the technique of summoning the demonic sword hit the target level 2. This suggests new requirements for level 3, but she feels stuck. Since spending 3 years to reach her current skill, the path to the next milestone at 1500 seems like a long and exhausting road ahead. Sheena Red plunges into thoughts about the truth of his training. He cannot always keep focus on the sword because he has duties in the fields and preparations for winter. He understands, short sessions give very little skill improvement, and this level of strength is already enough to maintain his quiet, peaceful life in the village. Continuing his morning, he encounters Baba Rig. She warmly greets him and says he started the day early. While Sheena Vren talks with Grandma Rig, he remembers how his father dreams of him becoming a great knight in the capital. Vren modestly brushes it off and insists he has no desire to leave their peaceful village. But their conversation is suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a squad of armored knights rushing straight toward them. Vren immediately recognizes them as Lord Baron's men, and frightened Grandma Rig pushes him, saying they must return home immediately. The armor-clad knight commander steps forward and addresses the peasants, delivering an official apology for their sudden intrusion. Sheena Vren, unexpectedly encountering Lord Baron's people, tries to hide her nervousness while questioning the commander about the true purpose of their visit to his quiet village. When the Knights of Lord Baron arrive, Sheena Wren watches them with both curiosity and anxiety at once. In her mind, the feudal order of the land surfaces. Her father serves as a protector under the command of the Baron. The shine of armor glistens, and the sudden appearance of these people makes Sheena Wren think that everything might be connected to the news about the beast that caused havoc nearby. He seeks to uncover the truth and find out what really happened. The armored knight reveals a grim truth. Several villages have already fallen victim to a swift beast animal. Explaining why they need a vigilance team for hunting, he implies the threat is so serious that an official subjugation unit had to be created, and Sheena Vren is stunned by this. Vyaz clarifies the threat level. The guild classifies beasts from S to G. He says the monster currently terrorizing the district is a Drank, a monster equivalent to an early boss. It can be easily defeated and effortlessly crushed, destroying 5 mid-level knights at once. Hearing this, Sheena, Ren, and Dane freeze, realizing how deadly dangerous the situation is. Vyaz observes Dane. It is visible how he is shaking. Why would a beast of such a high rank appear on their territory if he usually only encounters Frank? Vyaz explains. They are currently dealing with an anomaly, but the logistics are harsh. They will have to search too large an area. Reinforcements from Lord City will wait 20 days, and Dane freezes at such a term. Hearing that the squad has been waiting a long time for reinforcements, Vyaz expresses regret and assures Dane. In the meantime, they will strengthen forest patrols. Feeling how exhausted the people are, Shinaren suggests taking a break in the village. When the knights agree, Shinaren remains deep in thought, trying with all his might to identify the beast from memories of the game. Meanwhile, one of the knights notices him and asks if Shinaren is the son of Sir Roy. While the knights take care of the horses and give themselves a moment of rest, Dane nudges Shinaren on how to properly greet their leader. Shinaren is noticeably impressed. He understands that the man before him is the highest-ranking knight in the entire territory and is already preparing to introduce himself. The mounted knights prepare to depart from the village. Their horses trot away, and the residents watch the squad with their eyes. In the departing line, the captain and subordinates exchange observations about Shinaren, noting his young age and the amazing discovery that he is a bearer of skill. The captain estimates the boy's potential and admits he would like to test his fencing, but the circumstances are too urgent now. While the village prepares for the nearest threat, Dane tries to lighten the mood. He asks Shinaren not to worry and confidently states that he once hunted a torn beast himself. Shinaren remains cautious and asks to be shown the beasts they were warned about to verify the words. Nearby, Luca watches the family and silently hopes that Shinaren will remain safe until the danger passes. Shinaren noticeably freezes as he processes Dane's words about hunting a drink beast alone and recalls his father's hidden power even though he himself has no skills. As soon as the conversation shifts to another topic, Dane gets down to business, proudly showing the successful catch of hunted prey and declaring that they intend to increase their hunting efforts soon. Dane explains, the local wild boars are the main food source for the dangerous beast that currently terrorizes these places. Sheena, along with Ren, immediately picks up Dane's logic. If the boars are cleared out, the territory will become less attractive to the predator. Dane confirms the assumption and says they will hunt the beast by tracking its feces and footprints along the animal trails to keep the village safe. Sheena Ren contemplates the situation as the air thickens with tension. Truly taking the night warning seriously, Dane shifted his schedule. Now he goes into the forest during the day and continues hunting until sunset stubbornly to clear the path and protect their home. Sheena Ren asks her father Dane about his recent fatigue while they are together in the bath. She says it is time for him to help with hunting, but Dane resists and insists on waiting until the threat from the dangerous beast passes. He also apologizes because he cannot join Ren for sword training since he and Noah are fully occupied processing the latest catch of hunted boars. There is simply no time for anything else. When they rise in the wooden tub, Dane thanks Sheena Ren for helping with Noah, acknowledging the extra work the family took on. Shinaren looks at his father and silently reflects on the valuable, quiet fate they have shared for over 10 years and his desperate desire not to let it all fall apart. Noticing that his father is starting to drift, Sheena Ren calls him and Dane shudders and wakes up. Days pass and the tension only grows. The night of the 10th day has already passed and Dane still has not returned from the forest. Sheena Ren, feeling anxious about the late hour, visits Noah. He is still busy with household chores and calls him with concern. Sheena Ren remains steadfast. She wants to find her father, Dane, and refuses to wait behind while it is dark and dangerous. Noah tries to hold her back, but seeing this determination, Sheena realizes she needs to go with him to check on Dane. As they are about to leave, Noah confesses. He harbors hidden anxiety, constantly fearing that one day Dane might be seriously injured in the forest. Filled with determination to find Dane, Sheena Ren and Noah step into the pitch-black night. Sheena Ren notes that this is his first time going outside after darkness. It's hard to see anything in this twilight. Noah stays alert and warns, "Watch your step." As soon as they approach the forest, Noah draws his attention to a couple of lights in the distance. These are torches standing on the bridge at the entrance to the forest. Standing before the bridge spanning the dark river, Noah warns Sheena Vren, "Below is a mountain current, no rushing allowed." Sheena Vren accepts his concern and his eyes slowly adjust to the darkness. Noah says, "They can only advance up to the bridge itself. Beyond that, the territory is teeming with dangerous beasts." In the torchlight, Noah and Shinaren finally notice a figure leaning against a large tree in the darkness of the forest. Recognizing Dane, Noah rushed to call him in despair, but when they got closer, both Noah and Shinaren were overwhelmed with relief. He is alive, he is safe. As soon as they reached the forest, Noah ordered Shinaren to stay behind, and she herself dashed to Dane. He was sitting under a tree and silent. Shinaren barely followed her and increasingly worried himself. Why was his father here in such danger? When they were already close, Noah sprang to Dane in desperation to check if he was injured. All right, Dane sits motionless in the dark forest, his body bruised and bloody. It seems he suffered a terrible injury. Now, leaning on the forest ground, he remains exhausted and powerless. Sheena Ren freezes in absolute shock when she sees the terrible condition of her father. Dane collapses weakly, gasping for air, covered in blood. His life hangs by a thread. Overwhelmed by what she saw, Sheena Ren screams in despair, realizing they have reached a truly hopeless situation. Shinoran and Noah rush headlong to Dane. Their faces are full of panic as they see his extremely severe condition. Noah, exhausted, calls and begs him to stay conscious, while Shinoran stands nearby, stunned by the realization. They have fallen into a truly desperate situation. Just as the situation with Dane reaches a critical point, a huge, fierce predator emerges from the darkness and attacks. Sheena Ren is forced to act instantly. In shock, she shouts as the creature lunges forward, baring its jaws wide open. In a life-and-death struggle, Sheena Vren presses the blade, holding back the gaping jaws of Rumi Rumi. She hears it croak in pain and tension, and nearby Noah screams his name in fear, witnessing the brutal attack unfold with his own eyes. Sheena fights fiercely to keep the rummiest jaws from her throat, shouting to Noah to run. Noah does not retreat. He brandishes his weapon and demands the monster release her son. But hope for escape fades as two more Rummius appear in the dark forest. Now they are completely outnumbered. From all sides, deadly Rumis close in on him, and Sheena Vren suddenly feels a surge of strength. He realizes that the physical ability from up small had at least some effect, so he decisively pushes away the monster that was pinning him to the ground. With a mad scream, he creates distance for himself, but the danger is not over. Other Rumis continue to circle around, and nearby Noah trembles in fear. Sheena growls hoarsely from the effort, holding a defensive stance and pushing back the colossal force of Rumi Best. The fight does not let up. Ren is fully focused on withstanding the continuous pressure of the creature. Enhanced physical abilities allow Sheena Vren to swing and strike the Rumi beast with her blade. The beast lets out a painful cry. It is thrown back. Vren freezes in disbelief. One strike was enough to wound the monster, but the fight is not over. Other Rumi beasts continue to press. Without losing momentum after the previous successful attack, Sheena Vren delivers another decisive blow. The large beast is thrown back. Its body convulses from the force of the hit, while Vren maintains a defensive stance ready to face the remaining threats. Sheena Ren watches as the creature's guards bustle and rush forward, realizing that the training and skills he acquired are finally paying off. With a sword in hand and heavy breathing, he gathers the courage to face the threats, while Noah stands nearby stunned, watching the power of her son that has just been revealed. The war quiets down, the forest battle recedes, and the frame shifts to a peaceful landscape. Inside, Luca is focused on work, carefully holding tools and laying out ingredients, pausing for a moment to wipe his forehead and exhale a tired, relieved sigh. In the room, Grandma Rig calms Noah. Danny's condition has finally stabilized. Noah sincerely thanks Herno. He finally breathes out because he feels safe. Nearby, Sienna Rin watches over his father. A whirlwind of doubts rages in her mind. She cannot believe that those monsters defeated him so easily and feels that a deeper secret lies behind that event. Sheena Ren looks at her unconscious father, Dane, and concludes that he was wounded by a specific powerful monster. He wonders if the creature is still hiding in the forest, while the scene shows a military unit. Reinforcements will not arrive for another 10 days, making the danger even more acute. Sheena Ren is filled with the thought of how the monster will invade the village and fears for Noah and the other residents. He decides to protect them and looks for any action he can take, his gaze constantly sliding toward the bridge leading into the forest. Sheena Ren finds a young boar from the previous day and exhales with relief. It was not dragged away by other monsters, but she immediately understands the remains must be taken away as soon as possible to avoid attracting a dangerous wanted monster he is hunting. As soon as Sheena Ren approaches, a strange energy flows from the corpse, and from the shock he sees the remains being drawn into his bracelet. Confused and alert, Sheena Ren stares at the artifact, not understanding what power it has just awakened. Sheena Ren checks the condition of his bracelet and confirms. The skill levels increased after he absorbed the magic stone from the pig. She concludes that the bracelet only works when he personally defeats monsters did not have such a limitation in childhood. Realizing this, he returns home and heads to Noah, determined to discuss the situation with her. Shinran looks at Noah with a heavy, serious gaze and says that from tomorrow he will take on his father's duty to protect the village. He admits it is dangerous but still insists if he is a member of the Ashton family, then it is his responsibility. Noah suddenly freezes, shock and anxiety on his face. He is still a child no matter how strong he has already become. Shinran, like a stone, looks at Noah and explains. When his father is wounded, he remains the only person in the village capable of standing against the monster's threat. He understands that such a request is unbearable for his mother, but begs Noah to allow him to take on the defense until reinforcements finally arrive. The night drags on with Noah. He watches over the wounded Dane and does not close his eyes. When morning comes, Noah finally has to give in. He allows Shinran to go into the forest but sets a firm condition, to return before the sun sets. Maternal sighs and hesitations delay time, but Shinran still enters the thicket, ready to take responsibility for protecting the village. Before Shinran manages to move, Ren steps back. Noi gives a final stern warning. Stay away from the depths of the forest, and if you stray from the path, use Surugi Rock as a landmark. Ren nods, but his thoughts are already drifting to his former life as a gamer. He wants to try natural magic with the small attribute of his demonic wooden sword, remembering that in the original game, a formidable boss with natural magic once appeared in this very area. Shinran is suddenly distracted when a wild boar suddenly jumps out of the bushes and rushes forward. The initial shock passes and he realizes, here is the perfect chance to practice his skills. The sword trembles in his hands, but he cannot figure out how to activate the magic until he starts calling commands for tree sprouts and ivy to rise from the ground. When Sheena Vren shouts the command, magical ivy bursts from the ground of the forest, tightly wrapping around the wild boar and securely immobilizing the beast. Sheena Vren freezes in surprise. The newly assigned natural magic really binds the wild boar in a thicket of vines. He admits the spell is simple to use, though it consumes mana. He almost considers finishing it with one strike, but conscience prevails. He stands before the struggling and breaking animal and cannot bring himself to cause it more pain. Seizing the chance to hone his skill, Sheena Vren continues to use wild boars as moving targets for his natural magic. By the end of the first day, he manages to capture 12 boars and drags them back to the village using his magical vines. Lucas and the other villagers watch impressed as Sheena Vren demonstrates his newly acquired incredible ability. Sheena Vren continues to refine his natural sorcery. With each day, his dedication only grows until he breaks for hunting according to his usual schedule. After the first success on the second day, he manages to catch another 12 wild boars. On the third day, he does not slow down. He drags his latest catch back to the village, and Luca observes, seeing how Sheena Vren's skill rapidly strengthens. Day after day, Sheena Vren does not cease his relentless practice in the forest. On the fifth day, he becomes increasingly effective at hunting wild boars thanks to natural magic, and at the same time successfully avoids a dangerous monster he recognizes from the game. Checking his status, he sees that his demonic wooden sword is already approaching level 2. While progress keeps pace, he is filled with impatient anticipation. He is confident that very soon he will be able to unlock the demonic metal sword. Returning from training, Sheena Ren enters his home, but instead of the usual silence in the room, there is a different one, anxious, tense to the limit. He sees Noi and Grandma Rig, both are extremely worried about someone's health. He is urged to go outside, and then Ren realizes Dane, his father, is in critical condition. This moment seems to paralyze him with shock, and despair bursts inside. He has no answers. Noah reveals to Sheena Vren the grim truth. Even with their stock of precious healing herbs, Dane's health has sharply deteriorated since dusk. He is barely holding on to life. Sheena Vren, stunned by the news, reacts with shock and confusion. In despair, she asks why this happened. Noah honestly admits he does not know, and neither does she. Grandma Rig clutches a single leaf in her hands and with a grim face tells Noi that the supply of healing herbs is running out. Noi wearily covers his face with his hands and sobs. He realizes by evening, everything they have left will be used up. Sheena Ren watches the scene live, not taking his eyes off. Shock widens them to the limit as he finally understands how critical his father's condition is. In a desperate attempt to save Dane, Grandma Rig urges Noi, take a specific formula box from her house, maybe her husband knows more. Sheena Vren, seeing how badly his father is getting worse, intervenes immediately. Noi, exhausted and pleading, asks if he can help with anything else, then finally clarifies exactly where the herd-growing habitat is located to find a way to stabilize his father's condition. Grandma Rig continues preparing medicine but at the same time tells Shinaran a harsh truth. The needed herbs no longer grow in this area. After that severe winter disaster, they disappeared many years ago. At this news, Shinaran noticeably trembles. He cannot control the hopelessness. When he points to what is left, hoping for salvation, Grandma Rig gently but firmly asks him to go outside so she can focus on caring for the patient. Left alone in the corridor, Sheena Vren focuses on Rondo Grass, a familiar healing item from his ancient gaming experience. He cannot accept the idea that it has truly been eradicated, so he decides to set out on a search himself, fully aware that once night falls, the dangers in the forest will sharply increase. Determined to change his father's fate, Shinaran rushes through the dark, treacherous forest. He knows, if he does nothing, Dane will surely perish, and then there is only to tear forward without hesitation. Sheena ran cross-country through the dense, dark forest, breathing heavily, stubbornly brushing off the eerie sounds of nocturnal creatures, driven by fierce denial of his father's death. He continues moving forward with unbreakable determination. Despite exhaustion to the limit and the treacherous road ahead, Sheena Ren does not allow himself to stop. He squeezes everything out of himself, making his way through the rocky off-road with one desperate goal: to get Rondo Grass and save his father. Sheena Vren carefully examines the foot of the cliff, confirming the suspicion. The Rondo Grass no longer grows there. Unwilling to give up, he raises his gaze to the towering, treacherous peak. Confident he will find the grass, he takes out the source and prepares to use his natural magic to climb the steep wall, pressing himself deeper into the dangerous night. Exhausted from the climb, Shinnerin drags himself to the summit. His eyes widen in disbelief as soon as he notices a whole bunch of plants glowing in the moonlight. This is exactly what he was hunting for: Rondo Grass. Filled with relief, he realizes his desperate bet to save his father has finally paid off. Sheena shudders and looks at the wild patch of Rondo Grass and sees the plant has not died out as he once feared. Relief washes over him and he understands this is enough to save his father, Dane. But just as he begins to gather herbs, his attention is drawn to a pile of bones nearby. He recognizes them as the remains of little boars and suddenly anxiety grips him. Why are these remains at all on the high and lonely peak? Sheena Ren was stunned with shock while he examined the remains. His attention was drawn not only to the boar bones but also to strange, mysterious ornaments scattered in the grass. Understanding suddenly clicked. Something unnatural had happened here. And a cold feeling of fear spread down his spine, knew that whatever left this behind was far more dangerous than the game he had expected. As Shayna Vren just senses something is wrong, a pack of aggressive, boring nags suddenly leaps at him from the shadows. Startled by the ambush, he shouts in surprise and quickly grabs his blade. He must break through the pack to survive and secure the Rondo Grass. Sheena Vren holds her position, but increasing confusion overwhelms him as he sees badgers fleeing in panic. He realizes they are not coming at him but desperately trying to escape something else. A cold shiver running down his spine as he watches a gigantic beast with huge sharp fangs emerge from the shadows, confirming that a much greater enemy had been hiding at the top all along. While Shinnon was running down the stairs in shock, the true identity of the predator suddenly revealed itself from the mountain. As soon as he realized that the monster he had been hunting was right in front of him, Shinnon tightly gripped his sword and prepared for a deadly confrontation. Tension thickens as the creature finally reveals itself. Rumi is a mighty beast. Sheenaran, whom he hunted, stands on the rocky summit. Her dark, menacing features and several tails swaying in the air make her immovable. She looms over the peak, ready to burst into battle. Rumi reveals the true likeness. This is Chief Wolven, a mighty drank-unique monster. His sharp gaze and predatory aura rise above the mountain peak, and from this it becomes clear. The struggle for survival has already reached its limit. The Chief Wolf stands on Rocky Peak. Howl tears through the night. He is called a dangerous, intoxicating, unique monster guarding rare treasures. Beneath him, Sheenaran breaks through the dark, overgrown forest, breathing heavily but staying fully alert. He knows the target is already near. The fight flares instantly as Chief Wolven tears forward in a lightning attack. Shinaren retreats into defense and barely manages to react to the beast's movements. Boldly stumbling back, he grimly admits, the monster has the advantage in speed, so the clash is much more dangerous than he thought. As the fight intensifies, Sheena Vren immediately understands, before him is no ordinary predator. Chief Wolven reveals his true terrible nature, manifesting wind magic, and Vren is completely bewildered. A powerful gust of wind strikes him with full force, throwing him back and exposing the insurmountable chasm between their abilities, while he struggles to defend himself against such a formidable enemy. So Shiena Vren lies on the ground and tries with all his might to recover after the blow of Chief Wolven's wind magic. He quickly runs through the monster's unique traits in his mind and realizes Chief Wolven can steal his equipment. Rising to his feet, gasping convulsively and clutching his sword, he immediately realizes how serious everything is. This is an enemy far beyond his current capabilities. He should flee, but the beast will not let go. In despair, he must urgently devise a plan to survive this clash. Gasping, Sheena Shren admits, his current nature magic is too weak to finish the fight. He decides to find a moment to strike Wolven in the stomach. Suddenly his eyes widen, he notices a wound on the beast's leg and wonders if this is the turning chance he has been desperately seeking. While Sheena Ren looks at Chief Wolven, he is suddenly struck by a suspicion. He recalls how Dane fought the beast in a clash and now understands, the monster does not attack the village because Dane wounded it. This important thought clarifies for Ren the state of the beast and that his father is still alive. The fight, while Sheena Rin stands to the death against the dangerous Chief Wolven, the image of his father surfaces in his mind lying after his own battle. Realizing that his father fulfilled his knightly duty, Rin finds the strength to push fear deeper and not look back. He does not retreat. He clenches his fist and moves toward the beast despite the mad odds. When Chief Wolven raises a fierce whirlwind attack, Shin instantly tenses like a string and prepares to strike. He forces himself not to panic, desperately searching for the perfect moment to release nature magic and turn the tide of the battle. Sheena Vren manages to weave thick vines that wrap around Chief Wolven, forcing him to stop. The monster roars deafeningly and thrashes in wild resistance to the magical bonds, while Vren remains focused, stubborn to tame the beast even for a moment to seize the advantage. When Chief Wolven is reliably caught by his own vines, Sheenarin wastes no time. He bursts upward into the air, weapon raised high, going for a strike while the beast is momentarily immobilized and unable to respond. After the chief wolf is bound by his own natural magic, Sheena Vren wastes no moment. He rushes forward at full speed, the weapon poised to strike the wound on the monster's leg to end this threat once and for all. Sheena Rin lunged forward with all her might, but her strike turned into a disaster. The magic sword of wood suddenly cracked and shattered into pieces at the moment of impact. Stunned by the breakage, Rin froze, and the shards flew in the air while Chief Wolven roared painfully, still bound by vines. Panic overwhelms Sheena Ren as soon as he realizes the magic sword is destroyed. He frantically and futilely tries to summon the weapon again, but each attempt consumes a colossal amount of mana. While Chief Wolven struggles to break free from the bonds of nature, Ren comes to a terrible thought. His attempt to fix the broken sword might be exactly what drains his strength, leaving him defenseless for the beast's next move. Everything explodes with a sharp escalation. Chief Wolven suddenly lunges forward, his gigantic figure erasing Sheena Ren's position, and in a moment Ren barely recovers from the surge of the beast's power. Ren only curses his own misfortune and barely manages to dodge the blow. Mana is already at a dangerously low level. Chief Wolven's counterattack hits so hard that Shenoran is torn from his place and thrown into the air. His body crashes with a dull thud into a tree trunk. He falls to the ground, wheezing, convulsively gasping for air and coughing from pain as his strength rapidly fades. The beast stands a few steps away, ready to finish him off immediately. Sheena Ren lies as if struck by a tree, breathing in ragged, convulsive gasps. Nearby looms the Chief Wolven about to strike. Ren clenches a healing herb in his hand and realizes the mana exhaustion is so severe that he could faint at any moment. In despair, he weighs his options. If he does not act now, he will not survive the beast's next attack. Pinned and desperate, Sheena Ren catches a moment in his mind of his wounded father Dane, and because of this, he hesitates. He realizes if he uses the healing herb right now, his father might be left without treatment, so he forces himself to restrain his hand. When the main opponent circles closer, Ren frantically searches his memory for another way to fight back and recalls the original reason why he was here in the first place. When Ashina Ren grips his weapon, he is seized by horror. It fails him. Chief Wolven, growling with a predatory intent, lunges forward and unleashes a mighty roar. His strength breaks Ren's defense, and he painfully flies back, rolling on the ground. Sheena breaks her way out, breaking into a run to keep Chief Wolven at bay. She shouts for the beast to stay put while he wheezes and struggles to breathe. She realizes his mana is completely depleted, and in this state he won't last long in the fight. Panic overwhelms her when she sees nearby the corpses of small boars, and then she wildly rushes there, seeking a last chance to grab a weapon or find a way to survive. Life Sheena Ren rushes sharply toward the carcasses of small boars, and thoughts pound in his head as he checks the interface of his system. He realizes, if he absorbs 3 more magic stones, he will finally unlock the demonic sword of metal. Despite exhaustion and the threat already looming from Chief Wolven, he throws everything at this desperate chance, hoping the new weapon will turn the tide of the battle. Having no mana to draw from, Sheena Ren relies on the magic sword of wood to turn the tide. The vines instantly snap, whipping forward, tightly wrapping around Chief Wolven's body and binding him in place. The beast breaks through the pain, whines, and struggles, trying to break free from the tightening grip growing with magic. With his back pressed against the wall, Sheena Ren does not give up. He directs his last strength to unlock the demon sword of metal, a powerful blade that sharpens with each level. When Chief Wolven lunged at him, Ren held his ground and is now ready to unleash the power of the new blade. Pressed back against the wall, Sheena Ren pours the last reserves of energy into the newly unlocked demon sword of metal. Chief Wolven, relentless and terrifying, descends on him from above with a heavy lunge, the clicking of jaws forcing Ren to hold his ground in a desperate final fight. Throwing the metal straight into the terrible, toothy jaws of lunging Chief Wolven, he hoped that the blade's strength would be enough to pierce the beast and guarantee his survival. With the last crumbs of strength, Shindrin drives the demon blade of metal deep into the Chief Wolven. The blade pierces the beast, and with one single, completely decisive strike, stops the fierce battle sharply, violently in an instant. With a last desperate burst of strength, Shin Vren drives the demonic metal sword deep into Chief Wolven. The beast lets out a painful scream as soon as the blade pierces it. It falls to the ground, toppled. Vren stands victorious. His madly determined attack has finally ended the deadly confrontation. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Shinrin freezes, staring intently at the blade in his hand. He is overcome with awe. The demon's sword of metal itself absorbs the magical stone from the remains of Chief Wolven, confirming its uniqueness and incredible power. Sheena Ren lies on the forest floor. His body is completely drained of energy the demon metal sword has just finished absorbing. There is no movement, but thoughts overwhelm him, parents Noah and Den. Suddenly, the silence is broken by the thunder of approaching horses. A squad of soldiers led by a captain bursts into the clearing. They were drawn by the beast's scream, that very last sound. The silence of the estate is shattered as knights from Closel arrive. The armored knight pounds on the door and shouts, demanding immediate attention, then immediately apologizes for such a sudden visit. Noah freezes in shock until the knights explain the urgency. They must immediately take the young Shinrin to his room. Dane enters the house carrying the wounded and unconscious Sienna Ren, and panic rises in Noah. The knights explain they found him in that very state, yet he still tightly clutched his bag despite the injury. When Noah opens the bag, he is paralyzed. Inside lies a piece of rondo grass. He immediately understands what he was protecting. Noah pulls the unconscious Shinren into desperate, tearful embraces. It is clear that his condition has thrown the boy off balance. Den stands nearby, silently watching as the emotional storm overwhelms him, with a grim expression on his face. Then the camera shifts to the exterior of their home. They stand frozen under the sky, quietly, as the weight of all the day's events settles on them. Tension rises as the knights confirm to Ari and the elderly aristocrat an impossible deed. Upon hearing that Sheena escaped, the boy all alone defeated the formidable Wolven leader. Those present freeze, unable to believe their own eyes, shocked and stunned. Time moves forward. 2 months pass. Ari is still deeply intrigued and distrustful of the rumors she replays over and over, the boy who single-handedly defeated the Drank Beast. She doubts whether such a talented one truly exists in her territory. Sheena Ren recalls his development and watches as new skills appear in his status window. He examines the bandit's magic sword. The sword he got from Chief Wolven turned out to be more of a finger plate than an ordinary sword. Sheena Ren is spotted in the forest, and Vyaz immediately begins scolding him for going out, even though he himself is not yet in the best condition. Vyaz reminds him he should have called for escort. Sheena Ren apologizes and thanks the knights for their quick response. It was they who helped him survive. Vyaz admits he is incredibly impressed by Sheena Ren's physical strength and says their hasty attempt to reach him was worth it. During the journey, Vyaz asks Shin about the bag he is carrying. Sheena Ren confirms. Inside are treasures left by Chief Wolven ahead, and says he wants to sell them to support the village but is worried about the tax situation. Vyaz explains, the raw materials are incredibly expensive. Ethi can be profitably sold at a premium price. Such a deal will give the village not only the tax relief he mentions, but also preserve its prosperity for decades. Left with Shin, Vyaz rejoices in this outcome for a long time. Returning home, Dane and Noah praise Shinrin for the incredible achievement victory over Chief Wolven. When asked what he wants as a reward, Shinrin modestly insists his success was only possible thanks to his father's help. But at the same time, he lingers his gaze on a radiant rare item from the loot, recognizes it as Salacia Pearl, and asks to keep it for himself. Sheena Rentz gets the bracelet he had his eye on and feels relieved. Now he can wear it openly, holding the item in his hands. Dane reaches out to stroke his son's head. His face a mix of paternal anxiety and deep admiration. Dane admits, although Rentz's actions were incredibly reckless and frightening, she handled it brilliantly, risking her life to keep everyone Safine, Noah, and Grandma Rig watch with pride. The world finally returned to the village. When the threat of the monster dissolves into memories, the inhabitants once again take up their quiet daily tasks. Shinoran closely watches everything, seeing the simple and harmonious life he earned through his deeds. As the village settles into a peaceful rhythm, Shinoran's attention is caught by a mysterious figure. Quietly sitting by the stone wall in the shade of a tree is a girl he has never seen before, and Shinoran watches intently from afar. Curiosity overwhelming him as he immediately notices she is clearly not a resident of this village. While Shinoran watches from afar, the mysterious girl turns to him. With a calm and confident face, Ari looks straight into his eyes and asks if he is really Len Ashtanan. The silence instantly shatters. Shinoran noticeably flinches. Thoughts race as he tries to recall where he might have already seen this girl. He cautiously confirms her name and his inner monologue reveals growing anxiety. Ari, maintaining a calm and mysterious appearance, accepts the answer, indicating that an important but long-forgotten meeting is beginning between them. Ari approaches Sheena Vren and, calmly extending the sword, quietly asks how the recovery is going. Vren is noticeably confused. He takes the blade and still wonders how she knows about his condition. Despite his confusion, Ari maintains a mysterious composure and declares that it is time to begin. Vren remains stunned by her sudden and strange demand. The atmosphere instantly tenses as Ari dashes forward with blinding speed. A focused gaze and she bursts into the distance, throwing her sword directly at Sheena Ren. The sharpness of her attack leaves no time for thought. Ren is forced to immediately engage in a dangerous confrontation. Ari unleashes a hail of rapid strikes and forces Shinran to react instinctively to avoid being hit. Stunned, Rin barely manages to parry her blade, exclaiming in confusion. His composure crumbles. The conversation turns into a clash, and it happens suddenly. Ari maintains a cheerful mood but intensely strains every movement, relentlessly wearing down Sheen Vren. Vren loses rhythmically, managing to catch the blows when it's already too late, and cannot understand why this training started so suddenly. Already seeing her incredible skill, he still thinks only about the danger right Noavan when Ari tries to calm him down and says the blades were dulled for safety. Vren is left with one question. Maybe this whole fight was part of her own plan from the very beginning. During this tense clash, Ari keeps a cool head and notes, the situation has gone awry. Deciding to stop everything before any real injuries occur, she prepares to end the sparring. Shayna Ren is completely bewildered by her sudden and decisive action, and a surprised cry bursts out as the training is forcibly cut short. The intense sparring session suddenly reaches its climax. Sheena Ren manages to pin Ari to the ground and effectively ends the fight with one swift move. He rises above her, declares victory, and Ari freezes in shock for a moment, breathing unevenly and trying to comprehend how everything turned around so abruptly. After an unexpected turn where Sheena Ren pinned Ari, he instantly jumps back, retreats embarrassedly, and apologizes for being too close. But Ari does not back down, demands to continue sparring, and does not admit defeat. Sheena Ren crouches in complete confusion until a group of horsemen appears on the horizon. They shout for the princess to stop, and the training abruptly ends for them. An extremely harsh break comes suddenly. A group of armed horsemen approaches, and silence immediately hangs in the air. One of the men, clearly confused, calls out to Ari as Vachisama and demands an explanation for her presence. Sheena Ren stands stunned by the appearance of the guard while Ari prepares to respond. Ari raises an official letter sealed with a coat of arms and solemnly explains. She has arrived as a representative of her father to deliver it to the Ashton family. She says how much respect her father has for the family's victory over Chief Wolven and what personal expectations he places on the future of Lena Ashton. Hearing this, Sheena Ren visibly flinches, cannot believe what is unfolding right before her eyes. Erin smiles gently and introduces herself to the Ashton family. She reveals her real name, Lyja Closel, and calls herself the Holy White. Calmly holding a sealed letter from her father, she does not lose her composed manner. The atmosphere instantly shatters the moment Irie loses consciousness. Ciel manages to catch her as she falls, and on his face is frozen disbelief. He suddenly feels the weight of the name she just uttered. Lyja Closel suddenly overwhelms him with her own true hand. In complete shock, he hears the echo of his own perception, her name resonating within him with strange power. Sheena Ren freezes in shock as the reality of what happened finally sinks in. Before him is the girl he was supposed to eliminate according to the plot of the Legend of the Seven Heroes, and the unexpected turn knocks him off his feet. He cannot understand why she is here, and it completely ruins the plans made to avoid the tragic fate. At Ashton Ari's house, she is resting while the whole family takes care of her. Sitting nearby is Sheena Ren. Thoughts are jumping. He is torn between confusion and fear. He cannot piece together how the very same girl he was doomed to kill in the game ended up in his own home, and now he is forced to consider how unpredictable the path of his life can become. While Sheena Ren processes the reality of Eris's presence, specific gameplay mechanics of the Legend of the Seven Heroes come to mind. He recalls her as Litsu Colossal the White Sanctifier, a heroine celebrated for her popularity and beauty, yet feared because she is impossible to love. In the original game, she does not join the protagonist's party, but possesses immense combat power only those who have leveled up significantly can handle her. Ari calmly explains to Shinaren that her visit was driven by the desire to personally witness the skill of the one who defeated Chief Wolven. She says their previous sparring was a test, and Shui was impressed by his strength and how he drew his sword without hesitation. Shinaren is puzzled by her straightforwardness. He suddenly realizes that her request for a match hides something much deeper and remains completely astonished. Shinit Ren looked at the map and realized his village was on a colossal border more than 10 days' ride from the city. He hoped that by staying in such a remote wilderness he would avoid encounters with the feudal lord's daughter, but in vain. Ari had taken the same path to find him and test his strength. While they sat together, Ari noticed his distraction and asked if everything was all right. Shinit Ren was embarrassed and quickly brushed it off, assuring that nothing was wrong. Shiena Ren tries to divert Eris from praise and states his victory over Chief Wolven is largely not a merit but the work previously done by his father. She rejects the supposed skill attributed to him by Eris and laughs at his modesty, insisting that his groundedness distinguishes him from the typical arrogant nobleman she has to deal with. And again, she firmly repeats her offer. Let him go to Colossal with her. For her, it is a way to continue their sparrings. Sheena Ren watches Ari. She sees her dedication to training and a clear, stubborn love for the sword. But despite all her persistence, he remains firm in his decision to stick to his remote village so as not to get involved in the dangerous plot of the game. And still, his attempts to keep distance go unnoticed. Ari looks at him intently and aptly notes that he has been avoiding her since they met, after which she directly asks, does he not love her? And Sheena Ren freezes at such bluntness. Caught off guard by Ares' direct question, Sheena Ren begins to tremble in his voice and waves it off, assuring that he simply loves the quiet life in the village. He says he cannot leave his father alone to protect the village from possible threats like Chief Wolven. Ares listens calmly. Her face seems unreadable as she sips tea, yet she still sticks to her position. Silently, she vows not to give up until she recruits him. Sheena Ren stands unwavering, gripping the sword tightly as he looks at the horizon. Despite the looming uncertainty of his doomed path, he holds on to a single goal: to win a peaceful future for himself and his village, far from the destructive history into which he was reborn. In the warmth of the family home, the evening continues. Sheena Ren dines with Dan and Noyo. As night falls over the village, he goes to the stable. Standing among the horses, he lets out a tired sigh, trying to piece together the pressure of his situation and Ari's stubborn presence. While Sheena Ren tries to clear her head in the stables, Ari suddenly appears ready to continue her pursuit. She brushes off his hesitation with a confident smile, grabs the sword, and announces that she has already received permission from his parents and wife. Shocked by her persistence and efficiency, Sheena Ren realizes she has already been outmaneuvered. Sheena Ren tries to avoid the confrontation. He leaves his sword on the ground, hoping to avoid conflict. But Ari does not back down for a moment, calmly saying she will simply live in the village longer if he refuses the spar. She asks why he so stubbornly rejects her and admits that he must have his reasons. Cornered by her unbreakable determination, Sheena Ren lets out a nervous laugh and finally picks up the sword. It's easier this way to agree to her request. Ari holds the sword and looks firmly, telling Sheena Ren if he wins their spar, he must agree to go with her to Colossal. As they take their stance in the yard, Sheena Ren asks what will happen if he wins. Ari smiles confidently. Then she will simply go back to the village, leaving Sheena Ren looking defeated and understanding that he is already deep in a low solo situation regardless of how the match ends. Without hesitation, Ari rushes forward with a shout, catching Sheena by surprise. He quickly raises his sword to block her sharp strike, and the duel immediately ignites with tension. The spar heats up as Ari rushes to fight Sheena Ren with unexpected speed. She loses rhythm. Ari manages to block the blow, although it seems she had an open path and risk shows his shock. Sheena Ren keeps a cool head and asks why she has this obsessive determination to defeat her as they continue exchanging blows. The sparring between Ari and Sheena Ren flares up as their blades clash. Ari openly states how much losing frustrates her. Even as Saintess of White, she will not allow herself to be defeated by an equal. Sheena Ren replies that her competitive spirit is already obvious, and the fight accelerates again. A high-class, risky display of skill in every strike. The sparring match reaches its peak as Ari leaps into the air and unleashes a hail of blows on Sheena Ren. Shay confidently states that her role as the Holy Queen of White gives her exceptional skill in both fencing and physical combat. But Sheena Ren does not lose tempo, dryly noting that her title has nothing to do with this fight. Ari does not retreat. She begins to channel her sacred magic, determined to prove her superiority and not allow humiliation to lose to someone her age. Her fiery competitive spirit pushes her even harder, and Ari is damn irritated by the stalemate hanging in place. She declares that she is finally taking everything seriously, launching a renewed, fierce attack on Sheena Ren, cutting off any pauses with a firm back and not intending to retreat only to win. In the heat of a fierce exchange, Sheena Ren suddenly covers a sudden surge of Eris and strength. Ren quickly realizes the channeling of sacred magic is about to begin to enhance the performance. She relies on her knowledge of game mechanics and recalls that sacred magic is a formidable combination of the healing properties of white magic and holy magic, capable of dispelling curses and undead, and at the same time a strong buff for allies. When the arrow rushes to the edge of fury, Irie soars into the air and with one sharp, powerful lunge delivers a swift sword strike. Nek Vren, barely managing to recover from her sudden jerk, is forced to defend against a barrage of attacks. Watching her movements, he realizes the holy art of the whites is a terrifying combination of magic and physical strength, and he hardly makes any mistakes. The intensity of the duel remains on edge as Shinnoran acknowledges Eris's impressive combat skill. When he asks why she did not unleash this power earlier, Eri replies that she is restrained by Weiss's strict rules. And understanding the situation, Shinnoran can no longer hesitate and prepares to fight fully, using all his abilities. With sword at the ready, Sheena Ren holds the same fervor. Their blades clash in a powerful strike, and the ringing sound precisely announces the start of a much more serious duel. The sparring reaches its peak as Sheena Ren parries and maneuvers measuredly against Eris's relentless assault. Analyzing the abilities of Santis of White, Ren realizes he will have to adapt to her swift movements. For a moment he frankly admits she's strong, and a memory flashes in his mind. As if her current power resembles a past events, he becomes focused and determined again not to fall behind. Matching her pace, Sheena swiftly moves and maneuvers past Eris's defense, stopping the blade right in front of him. Eris completely unexpectedly freezes in place as soon as he realizes she has outplayed him in this clash. When the sparring is about to cross the line, Eri performs a graceful rapid somersault to dodge Sheena Vren's strike. Bewildered by the force of the clash, she exhales a confused sound, while Vren keeps her gaze fixed and continues to press her. A moment the course of the battle shifts. Sheena tears through the distance in the turns and overtakes Ari. With a sharp move, he presses her against the grassy field, and she freezes suddenly unable to draw breath, looking up at him from below, then finally realizes she has been outsmarted. He looks from above, keeps focus, and as if drawing a line declares, "This is my victory." Beneath him, Ari lies on the ground stunned by the sudden end of their spar. Eris's eyes widen in disbelief as soon as she comprehends the result of the sparring match. The realization that Sheena Ren outplayed her leaves her completely stunned, still cannot grasp how quickly the duel turned against her. Ari noticeably trembles from the sparring result. Her eyes wide open, distrustfully shining again, she quietly whispers that she has not lost yet. She pulls herself together and prepares to hold her ground in the fight, while Sheena Ren watches her, surprised by her stubbornness. The tense atmosphere of the sparring is broken by the loud sound of applause. Luca steps forward with genuine admiration. He praises Sheena Ren for incredible combat skill, acknowledges his phenomenal talent, and emphasizes that defeating Ari and her sacred magic at such a young age is by no means a small feat. After that, Luca begins to reflect on Sheena. Yes, Lord Roy gave him training, but the boy himself clearly put in tremendous effort. And finally, Luca confirms his past success, the victory over Chief Wolven. Luca shifts his gaze to Ari and urges her to truly realize how powerful Sienna Rents is, especially after their intense clash. He says that when they return to the residence, Ari needs to channel this experience into even greater motivation. Ari, noticeably humiliated and thoughtful, quietly agrees. She acknowledges the reality of defeat and that she needs to become better. Aig reflects on the duel, apologizes for the sharp interference, and acknowledges the value of the experience. Sheenaran looks a bit embarrassed but still agrees. It was a great experience for him as well. Meanwhile, Luca decides to end the conversation, telling the others that he will rest a bit while they prepare to depart. After the sparring ends, Luca returns to Shinian and politely apologizes for Eris's earlier harshness, promising to convey Ashton kindness to Baron Shishrin. Luca modestly brushes off his own contribution but firmly gives it significance and shifts his gaze to Eris, who quietly sits in the background. Luca says, this clash was a vital lesson for her because she relaxed too much, relying on her own confidence. Fortunately, Lucas expresses regret and buys time so that Sheena Ren and Ari can continue sparring a bit longer. But he immediately rejects this idea. They need to leave the next morning. Lucas explains that Ari's presence in the village is part of an official mission from the Baron, aimed at settling the unrest caused by recent upheavals in the region. Sheena Ren listens intently as Lucas describes the duties Ari is currently performing. As Ninren immerses himself in thoughts about Eric's background, she's equally skilled in military craft and literary arts and also holds the highest grades at the Academy in the Legend of the Seven Heroes. He understands the ability at such an age to become a substitute feudal lord is truly impressive, yet at the same time she is a bit overwhelming and hard to comprehend. Ultimately, Ninren decides, deep down she is a simple and kind person. But when Xian of Ren watches Ari, his thoughts drift to darker prophecies of the plot, and he begins to wonder why those tragic consequences happened. Ari understands. In that original game about Eric's childhood, there was almost nothing, so their current early meeting became an unexpected deviation from the story he once knew. The sun rises over the quiet village, the beginning of a new day. In her room, Ari does not sleep, tossing from side to side all night. Finding no peace, she stares at the ceiling. One thought is stuck in her head: her determination not to give up on her affairs. While the morning preparations for departure continue, Ari sits at the table and carefully writes letters. She explains to Luca that she is writing a thank you letter to the Ashton family and an official invitation note for Sheena Ren to visit Colossal. In her opinion, the best way is to put everything on paper. Luca looks attentively at the text and, recognizing her thoughtful gesture, silently agrees. When Ari anxiously asks if she made a mistake in the letter, Luca carefully rereads it. He hesitates for a moment, then bluntly says the tone sounds like a love letter. Ari is embarrassed by his remark, and Luca further breaks everything down so much that the young saint is literally confused. Luca continues analyzing the letter. Ari composed it for Sheena Ren, reading a passage where the tension simply bold, you could hear it, deep passion. Ari embarrassedly tries to justify herself, insisting she only meant to praise the exceptional character of the boy, but Luca remains calm and nods. It sounds as if she, a girl in despair, fell in love with a lion. This shocks Ari completely. So Luca calmly continues reading further, each time emphasizing phrases that sound like a desperate romantic plea. Ari, completely embarrassed and red with shame, tries to fend off, saying she simply sincerely admires Sheena Ren's incredible skill with weapons and anyone would not refuse to spar again. Luca does not stop his criticism and tells Ari that her writing sounds like a provincial girl who fell in love with a hero. Ari is completely confused, and then when understanding dawns, admits the letter really resembles a love letter. Struggling with this realization, Luca advises in a steady tone, as soon as they leave the village, get rid of the letter. Ari is left wondering if her mistake is due to lack of experience in personal correspondence. The time of departure has come. After their memorable meeting with Shinaren, where they demonstrated impressive swordsmanship, Ari and Luca said goodbye to the village. They rode their horses into the silence of the forest and moved away, while Ari was still deep in thought, digesting the power of their recent encounter. Ari rides horseback and gets lost in thoughts after the meeting. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind sweeps through the area and tears out a letter she had already decided to discard from her belongings. The paper flies toward the forest and disappears among the trees, and Ari still does not notice the loss, unaware that the document, in which her heart was felt, albeit clumsily, now remains behind. Sentiments remain in the thickets near Sheena Ren. Sheena Ren contemplates his newly acquired Abolitithe demon sword of banditry, which allows him to steal things. Deciding that this is the best moment for an experiment, he gazes at a bird flying through the trees and activates the skill to check what exactly he can take. Shinaren examines a feather just obtained with the new skill and confirms the demon sword of banditry works as it should. But when he looks at the loot, something strange appears in Ith freezes. The bird was carrying a letter, and Shinaren cannot understand where this unexpected item came from. Shinaren looks intently at the sheet of paper in his Hondan, puzzled, does not look away. While reading, he comes to understand. It is a love letter. Shocked, he freezes, not believing in such a bizarre turn of events, while somewhere nearby Ari and Luca do not even suspect that the letter was intercepted, and the hand of fate continues to weave their paths together in unpredictable ways. Shinkaran stands alone in the forest and carefully studies the mysterious letter he obtained. He notes the high quality of the parchment and reads mentions of someone's swordsmanship skill, so he begins to guess who is trying to invite him to Colossal. While pondering, he suspects that the letter might have been written by Ari, but he still does not understand how it ended up in his hands. When Sheena Ren stands in the forest clutching the mysterious letter, the ground begins to tremble under the weight of approaching horses. He shifts his gaze to the source of the noise and sees a squad of armored knights charging straight at him. Glancing at their appearance, Sheena Ren immediately realizes they are not from the Waishem group, so their sudden appearance alarms him. Sheena Ren closely watches as the armored knights approach. His gaze is fixed on the emblem on their banner, and he immediately recognizes this is not the emblem of Colossal. This certainty only sharpens his anxiety because he cannot decide to which domain these mysterious knights belong and why they have appeared here. Nearby their flag waves, and the emblem on it clearly has no relation to Colossal, so Sheena suddenly realizes. These are strangers whose purpose is still unknown. Tension in the forest grows until the armored knight speaks first to Sheena, then immediately to Ren. He asks if he is a subject of the village under the rule of the Ashton family. Ren cautiously confirms his status but simultaneously responds with a question: who is the knight himself? The knight waves it off, says they carry an official message approved by Viscount Givens and orders to be led to the Ashton family estate. Sheena Ren shudders upon hearing the mention of Viscount Givens. At that moment, a memory surfaces. To the northeast, there is a domain belonging to nobility unrelated to the Ashton family. And when he sees that the rank of these knights is higher than Baron, there is no doubt simply ignoring them is impossible. He agrees to lead the armored knight to the Ashton estate, but one thing weighs on him. They appeared too untimely, especially considering that Licia has just left. Sheena Ren leads the squad of knights to the Ashton family home. As soon as they enter, the air thickens with tension. The armored knight approaches Dane, who lies in bed, while Noah and Seal stand nearby anxiously watching the unexpected guests. The armored knight suddenly knocks Sheena Ren off track. He says that Viscount Givens has a specific message for Vren. He wishes to recruit him into his service. Vren tries to understand how such a surprise could appear so suddenly, until another knight steps forward and intercepts the dispute, saying that their lord has already invited Vren. So the sudden competition for his services leaves Vren completely confused. The clash intensifies as the knights argue about jurisdiction. Those representing the Colossal family press their authority, reminding that the village is under their rule, and that any attempt to recruit Sheena Ren must first go through them. Sheena Ren catches the mood of the heated exchange and suddenly realizes Vren's increasingly loud reputation has turned him into a figure in a political tug-of-war between noble factions. The knights from Viscount Givens' faction, realizing that within the village they cannot overthrow the clan's power, retreat. Remaining calm, the chief knight accepts the situation and says he will improve and return another time. As they ride away from the Ashton estate, Sheena Ren and Seal watch them with their eyes. The pressure from the recruitment dispute finally eases. Dane sits on the bed flipping through documents, simultaneously talking about the knights' attempt to join their village to Viscount Givens' holdings. He notices that quarrels between noble factions have already reached the doorstep. The knight from the Colossal family agrees with Dane, saying he is ashamed. Their peaceful life has been shattered by these political waves, and KL listens with a heavy heart. Dane lays out the complex political situation for Seal and explains. The Liamal Empire is split into 3 competing factions. He singles out the Imperial faction. They deeply honor the state's founder, the Lion King, and firmly believe that the Imperial family is the only legitimate authority that should lead the country. Dane continues the lecture on the Empire's political system and shifts attention to the Heroes faction. It is governed by 7 great noble houses families that produced heroes who defeated the Demon King. He emphasizes that Viscount Givens belongs to this faction. These houses seek to limit the Imperial faction's power, foster a more democratic society, and close the wealth gap. Dane concludes the overview of Liamal Empire's political map and introduces the neutral faction. He explains that it includes, among others, Baron Colossal, pacifists who try to stay out of the continuous quarrels and maintain a correct attitude toward both the Imperial and heroic factions. While the conversation continues, Shinerin and Seal doubt how easily the village could be swallowed up and driven into the domain of another noble. He acknowledges their misunderstanding and implies that a deeper, calculated strategy is at work here. Dane says that the main factions are already actively trying to bring the Colossal family under their influence. He adds, the Baron's reputation and the presence of the Saintess of White Ari make their lands a highly desirable trump card in the ongoing struggle for political power. Sheena Ren feels anxiety growing. As soon as he realizes that the Ashton family's connection with the Colossal family may have already drawn them into a dangerous web of conspiracies, there is no doubt left. Although he tried to stay away from the Empire's court intrigues, he recognizes the seriousness of the situation and turns to his father Dane, emphasizing the need for maximum caution against Viscount Givens. Sheena Ren reviews a document and shows that in it the knight directly states the intention to lay the foundation of the village under the pretext of strengthening its military power. She asks if they plan to use the recent incident with the Alpha Wolf as justification. Dane agrees and clarifies. It was an extraordinary deviation, and the Ashton family has always maintained sufficient military strength, so the knight's plan is just a well-thought-out pretext. Vren carefully analyzes the term abnormality. The monster incident just shifted everything and suddenly recalls Wisami's warning. Feudal lords will be punished if they cannot dispatch enough forces to suppress monster threats within their domains. Realizing the consequences, he asks Dane if the same logic can be applied against the Colossal family, and she solemnly agrees, emphasizing. Ultimately, the feudal lord is responsible for territory protection, and therefore they become vulnerable to such political maneuvers. Sheena hints at the sinister undertone of the nighttime actions. Viscount Givens is playing a scheme to disgrace Baron Colossal by riding the wave of recent monster panic. Dane and Noah react with shock and anxiety, and their words resonate with doubt whether the consequences of such a calculated maneuver could be as intentional as they seem. Sheena Wren continues the analysis and throws a new edge. Viscount Givens may have set a trap pretending to protect Baron Colossal from the consequences of the monster incident, then forcibly driving him to the heroes. When Seal and Dane listen carefully, Wren admits his own anxiety this is not a spontaneous move, but a calculated long-term plan capable of leading to the worst scenario for everyone involved. Sheena Wren sharpens the theory to the limit. The dangerous incident with Wolven was not an accident, but a deliberate action organized by Viscount Givens. CL, listening attentively, asks if Wren really believes that Viscount himself would dare go so far as to unleash a monster on them. Dane, noticeably frightened by the dark consequences of his son's suspicion, reluctantly agrees, saying such a plan would be extremely. In any case, Sheena Wren admits. His bold theory about Viscount Givens is not supported by any solid evidence, but he is still stubbornly convinced that it explains what is happening right now. Noah and Dane react with visible anxiety, understanding what a massive scandal could erupt if such an accusation is voiced. Their conversation is interrupted by the appearance of Envios. He praises that Baron Colossal had already harbored similar suspicions about the true intentions of the Viscount. Seal speaks cautiously. His conclusions about the conspiracy are only assumptions, so one must be prepared for any unexpected turns. Vyaz acknowledges the seriousness of the situation and promises to inform Baron Colossal to ensure the security of the territory. Nearby, Noah gently asks Dane not to overwork himself, and Dane reflects on how hard it is to maintain their current state. Sheena Wren plunges into thoughts and one realization gnaws at him. Circumstances are changing, and perhaps he will have to stand against the very heroes he once considered allies. He admits that the path is unknown because the old story of the 7 heroes no longer promises him safety. Time drags slowly. Wren keeps his usual rhythm, combining study with physical labor and keeping a watchful eye on how fate repeatedly shakes the shores. The seasons flow from autumn into winter, and a cold, piercing chill bursts into the village. Sheena Wren stands alongside the knights after a successful hunting expedition. She helped the villagers gather enough supplies to survive the harsh winter months that are already approaching. Yet the knights express admiration for CL's talent and declare, in the imperial capital, great success awaits him. CL modestly declines, saying his duty as the heir of the Ashton family keeps him in the village. But as the knights press again, one of them sharply intervenes and stops the conversation, saying they are bothering him. Soon CL returns home, where his father Dane meets him. Ari quietly sits in the room and reads a book intently. When approached, she looks up and calmly explains, if they are looking for Noah, he can be found with Grandmother Rig. Sheena Wren enters the room and immediately catches a sharp, loud exclamation from Ari. He was startled by the sudden silence. Sheena Wren freezes in confusion, and Ari immediately lashes out at him with words that he should not raise his voice and that it hurts her ears. The daughters are suddenly thrown off by the appearance of Ares. Sheena Wren asks why she is here, and Ares firmly replies, there is only one reason. Since he will not come to Colossal, she decided to come to him. Sheena Wren is left speechless and remains silently impressed as the chapter ends. Ari presents Sheena Wren with a unique magical tool and explains that it is a showerhead powered by a crystal ball. It can create water. Ari hopes this gift will save him the trouble of going to the river or well every day for water for household needs, and Sheena Wren is impressed by her magical ingenuity. Sheena worries about the price of the magical tool, and Wren expresses the same concerns. Ari reassures him it was an old thing already repaired. She adds that the gift is a gesture of apology for the trouble caused by that incident with Viscount Givens. Ari openly speaks about political limitations. Despite being the saint of the whites, she has no influence to argue with higher-ranking nobles or navigate the tangled factional politics. So Sheena and Wren just listen silently. Ari explains to Sheena Wren that despite the reverence the saint received throughout history, she never attained the legendary status of the 7 heroes or the Lion King. Sheena Wren acknowledges this difference, his gaze becoming focused and switching topics. Ari asks him to take her to her father's room now that he has returned home, the request momentarily throwing Sheena Wren off balance. Then Ari stands by the bed where Dane is resting. Focusing her gaze, she places her hands on him and directs magical energy to calm his condition. When the healing magic begins to fade, Dane whispers words of gratitude to Ari and addresses her, Lady Licia. Zeal, who is observing this, is moved by the manifestation of sacred magic and asks Ari if she healed his father during her past visits. Ari calmly confirms, and Zeal responds with restrained politeness and surprise, as he was unaware of her previous assistance. During a snowy training match, Ari rushes forward a quick attack on Sheena Wren. He blocks the strikes and carefully watches her technique until Sheena Ren realizes Ari has been training all along, so her movements have become much sharper than before. During sparring, Ari suddenly slipped on the snowy floor. Reacting quickly, Sheena Ren rushes to support Hermanages to catch her before she hits the ground. In a calm voice, he asks if she is okay. Ari, surprised, looks at him momentarily stunned by such closeness. While the training continues, Ari hardly breathes from excitement. CL's incredible endurance makes her wonder how he manages to stay on his feet and not get tired. CL remains composed and replies that there is no simple answer to her question. Despite the harshness of their practice, Ari smiles, admitting that the moments when she fights with him bring her the greatest joy. After productive training sessions, Ari and Cell share the last moment before her departure. Ari declares she will not give up and eagerly suggests a quick fight again. Several days pass in joint clashes and now it is time for her departure. Ari says goodbye to Cell for now as she prepares to leave. Seal watches as Ari walks away and his face becomes thoughtful until he finally realizes she really intends to return, and that scares him. A too close connection could prove dangerous given his circumstances. Meanwhile, as the harsh winter yields to the warm spring, Seal notes, since he was reborn into this world, his 11th spring has already passed. And with the change of season, a new event begins to unfold unpredictable. Seal notices his father Dane has fully restored his health, but a moment of peace is shattered by a spectacle near the house. A group of knights. Seal instantly recognizes them, knights serving Viscount Givens, and their unexpected return shocks her. Sir Ashton arrives at the home of Dane and Seal, greeting them with an invitation to join the Viscount's service. Referring to how highly the Viscount values Dane's abilities, he speaks while Dane listens, and meanwhile Seal watches intently. Suspicion grows, and from the very evening visit he gives her chills. Tension erupts as Ashton solemnly reveals he has brought good news specifically for Seal, and in the end both father and son remain on alert, wary of the Viscount's true intentions. Sir Ashton continues his proposal, announces that the Viscount intends to support CL's admission to the special class of the prestigious Imperial Cadet Academy. The suddenness and scale of this statement unsettle both CL and his father. Danathy cannot gather their thoughts, trying to grasp the consequences of such an incredible opportunity. Calmly, Sir Ashton informs Seal and his father Danevand it is clear how the news shakes the ground from under both of them. He elaborates on the colossal prestige of the special class of the Imperial Cadet Academy, emphasizing, only heirs of great nobles, heroes, and those raised in the capital itself are admitted there. Dan tries to gather his thoughts on such a weighty proposal, while Sir Ashton persistently presses further. By his position as Viscount, as assistant to the Minister of Justice, there will be no difficulties in pushing Seal's admission through a letter of recommendation. And he adds the main point, this must be considered. Let Seal reveal his talents precisely in the capital. Flashed with excitement over the prestigious offer, Seal looks intently at Sir Ashton and insists he has no intention of leaving his village. His answer throws Sir Ashton off balance. He does not hide his surprise at why Seal refuses the opportunity, promising a noble title after graduation. But Seal does not budge, only politely but firmly replies, no, thank you. Seal stubbornly sticks to his decision to refuse. He knows, Imperial Cadet Academy is not just a school but a key location from the Legend of the Seven Heroes where the main characters gather. So entering there for CL means taking a step directly into the main storyline of the game, and he fiercely wants to avoid this. CL again confirms his position. He will stay away from the academy so that his future does not converge with the tragic timeline he remembers so well. Well, CL does not back down politely but firmly tells Raw Ashton that he is satisfied with his life in the village. Ashton looks shocked. He asks confusedly why they refuse the chance to elevate CL to nobility. Danny immediately intervenes, apologizes to the knight but still sides with his son, emphasizing that CL's own desires truly matter in this decision. Dane holds his position and explains simply, the pride of his family, which has long served that colossal house, does not allow him to accept Viscount's offer. He suggests making an official refusal so that Sir Ashton can take it back. But Sir Ashton's face darkens, rejects even the need for a written response, and says they will deliver the message to the Viscount personally. This hangs a heavy, cutting tension in the air. Sir Ashton shows his disappointment at the refusal and, without delay, rides away. A few days later, the knights serving as Visconti's envoys are seen leaving the village. This ends the tense meeting. The atmosphere changes as a group of armored knights enters the village, bringing Ari with them. Unlike previous visits, the circumstances are different. CL stands aside, holding a wooden vessel and watching as Knight Vyaz dismounts, carrying the unconscious or exhausted Ari in his arms. This is her third visit, and CL is ready to face any new situation this arrival may bring. In the village of Ari, Vidno is in bed. She is clearly very ill due to sickness. CL approaches the knights and asks what happened. He explains, Ari fell ill 3 days ago while they were traveling to another village. He says the ailment is strange. It affects only children with incredibly strong magical power. The night reveals the oppressive reality of what is happening. The illness strikes without warning. It does not spread to others but becomes a deadly threat if the patient does not cope with the high fever. Ari lies unconscious, thin and fragile like the night himself. He emphasizes at least 2 to 3 weeks of strict rest are needed. Seal, stunned by the severity of the condition, listens carefully as the night reassures him to follow the path of treatment and focus on. 3 days have passed since the nighttime warning, and Eris's condition has finally stabilized. Seal enters her room. The night still announces his presence. When he steps over the threshold, he sees Eris is lying in bed, and he anxiously notices that her cheeks are still burning from the fever that has not yet subsided. Eri raises her eyes to CL, tears welling up, her face fills with sorrow. Quietly whispering, she apologizes to CL, and CL, sitting on a chair by the bed, looks at her stunned, confused, unprepared for such a sudden emotional outburst. Eri is still upset and tearfully explains how deeply sorry she is. She just arrived in the village, felt unwell, and now feels guilty that Seal has to take care of her. Seal immediately interrupts, trying to calm her down, insists that she is not to blame and asks her to lift her head. He explains that their journey was intended as a deliberate attempt to prove their determination to Viscount Givens, so they plan to visit several villages at once. Eri wipes away tears and, swallowing her anxiety, admits to CL. Even with her limited influence, she hoped to prove that Colossal holds together precisely because of her presence. She clenches her fist in helplessness and bitterly laments that she can do nothing. CL listens silently and Eri sinks into despair. Unable to bear her own feeling of helplessness, Eri continues to cry and tells CL that she feels like a worthless burden. She has achieved nothing and has never even been able to overcome him once. She admits, as it is, it seems to her that she only disgraces the name of her late mother. CL, looking at her, mixes concern with surprise and asks what happened to her mother. Eri reveals more of the past and says, her mother, Noah, was tearfully happy as soon as she learned that she was chosen as Saintess of White. She shares a painful memory of her mother's last days. Even when she was already dying of illness, she believed that Eri would still accomplish great things. But Eri admits, she still unbearably misses her mother. She never heard her voice, only sees her in the portraits left behind. She explains, Ari touches the sleeve of the garment that once belonged to her mother and says that wearing it, she felt as if her mother supports and encourages her during every battle. KL listens with a grim expression, realizing how deeply this clothing means to her. Trapped in her own thoughts about what she perceives as failures, Ari admits, her desperate desire to meet everyone's expectations ultimately left nothing behind. Ari quietly sits on the bed, sadness and resignation on her face. Looking at Zeal, she declares that this will be the last time she ever comes here. From now on she will stay away because she has already felt all her efforts were in vain. Air looks at Seal with a gloomy face and announces why he decided to refuse Viscount Givens' invitation to join the Imperial Cadet Academy. She admits, she can no longer afford to behave like a spoiled child, especially when she sees how much effort Seal and his father have put in to prove their loyalty to Colossal. Seal listens silently, stunned by her sudden realization and maturity. Eri continues an honest conversation with Zeal and admits that she has already spoken about the situation with Weiss. She sincerely apologizes for placing such a burden on Zeal's family and thanks him from the bottom of her heart for the kindness he has shown her. While Zeal listens to her words, he is touched and thinks, she truly has a pure heart. CL stands in the room. His face darkens as he contemplates his hidden nature and suddenly realizes he is the one who truly holds the secrets. He watches Ari, asking himself if this is really the end of their current dynamic, and the air hangs heavy with Saintess's resolve. Ari and Seal remain in the room. The air thickens with the weight of determination that Ari has just grasped. Seal silently stares at one point, thoughtful, while contemplating the decrees of Svyatachka. Then the camera shifts to a wide, peaceful landscape, a moment of silence before the story moves on. Harry says she needs to write to her father and asks Seal if she can borrow some incur supply ran out on the way. Seal kindly offers his own and calls her to his desk. When Harry is surprised, Seal explains they are actually in his private room, was cleaning the guest room while she had just arrived. Ari feels guilty for all the trouble she caused, but CL gently brushes off her worries. After that, he takes the opportunity to ask if she can bring a magical fire-starting tool a spare next time she comes. Ari remains a bit confused by his request. CL says that she asked for a lighting tool just in case Ari visits Damat again despite her earlier statement that this visit would be the last. Ari gets embarrassed and goes on the defensive, repeating that she intends to stop coming and not cause him any extra trouble. She also notes that CL avoids her and their usual sparring session, so CL is left speechless while trying to respond. CL gestures with his hand and, explaining to Ari, says that her harsh demands for sparring simply confused him, so in the future, if she warns in advance, it will be easier. He suggests sparring with her while they remain within the village limits. Ari looks stunned by his sudden change of attitude, and CL meanwhile prepares to leave and states that he does not want her condition to worsen. CL gently says goodbye, hinting that they should have a proper talk as soon as Ari feels better. As soon as he leaves the room and leaves Ari alone, he covers his face in disappointment and mutters, "Why did he even say that?" After Seal leaves, R stays in the room and sinks into thought. Curiosity gnaws at her. Did Seal sincerely mean it when she asked to visit again? She sits quietly and suddenly notices the headache receding. Relief washes over her as she replays their conversation in her mind. Approaching Seal's desk, she feels a slight unsteadiness but does not give up, decides to use the stationery he offered. She opens the drawer and sees a small box. Maybe it contains the ink she needs. Opening the box, she finds ink and paper, then immediately begins to write a letter to her father, maintaining physical stability. Ari focusedly writes a letter pouring feelings of admiration and passion onto the paper with words. Suddenly, Luca appears in her field of vision. He quickly scans the text and dryly remarks that it looks like a love letter. The unexpected comment throws Ari off balance. She freezes, stunned and embarrassed. Ari is completely confused and feels shame to the point of trembling, clutching the sheet as she panics. Wondering how Luca managed to find the letter she was sure she had hidden, and horror grips her as she realizes he definitely read what she wrote. Ari sits on the floor, clutching the letter and desperately denying any romance in it. She tells herself she just went too far. She feels nothing for this, personally admires his strength and character. Nearby, Seal stands not far off, looking down with a soft, restrained smile, while Ari suffers, trying to understand how it all happened and why she ended up in such a humiliating situation. Aries sits alone, still stunned by the misunderstanding over her letter. She mutters under her breath why she still clings to the paper as if it were something precious. After a brief pause, she puts the letter back in the box, and her face softens slightly. She quietly asks if Sayal really wanted her to keep her distance. Harry lies in bed. His cheeks still burn from embarrassment, and curiosity and anxiety do not let go. She raises her gaze to CL and directly asks what came to his mind after he read the letter she wrote. The next day, the village is bustling with work. Weiss and his squad arrive to help with hunting and carpentry, fulfilling the young lady's request. Weiss thanks them for the hospitality they have already received. While preparations are underway, Ren and Noah coordinate their plans. Noah decides to visit Grandma Rig for medicine, and Ren is assigned to help others with house repairs. Weiss orders the knights to move to the shelter near the suspension bridge and get the necessary materials to repair the house. Inside, Iri watches the commotion from the window. While the team waits for her to recover and the return trip to Colossal to go smoothly, the narrative drops a hint. Their plans are about to be disrupted by an unexpected turn of events. The quiet atmosphere suddenly cracks at the seams. Rain begins to fall, quickly gaining momentum, and a thick mist covers it, making everything even gloomier. Seeing the weather worsen right before their eyes, Vren and the knights stop working. They decide it's better to take a short break until it clears up. Vren and the knights sit under the trees and wait out the rain. Suddenly, Vren catches the smell of something burning. He asks the knight if he smells it too, but the knight replies that it's hard to tell because of the scent of wet vegetation. Vren insists stubbornly. It smells just like a field after a controlled burn. The thought frightens him. He jumps up and runs away because he fears the fire is coming from where his home is. The burning smell is a real warning of disaster. Vren's house is already turning into a giant hell. Thick smoke and flames are tearing the building from the inside. Panic overwhelms everyone, and Vren in the field rushes into the fire to save those trapped inside. In the night silence, the sight of the burning house pierced him in shock and fear. In despair, he rushed to Inferno but stopped as soon as he saw what was happening there. Knights who were helping with repairs lay motionless on the field, struck dead. Sheena Vren looks at the fallen knight, trembling until it finally dawns on him. The man's neck has been bitten off. Suspicion covers him as if some monster did it, but reason strikes again. Ari is still stuck in Inferno. Overwhelmed with panic and urgent need, Vren grabs his weapon and rushes forward to the burning building, vainly trying to get inside before it's too late. Sheena Vren stands amid smoke and flames, and his heart sinks as soon as he realizes it. The knights left to guard the house were brutally killed. Choking on thick smoke, he climbs the stairs and wonders if the enemy was waiting for this exact moment to strike. Suddenly, he notices a tall figure hiding in the fire, and his fears are confirmed. They have been lured into a well-planned, deadly ambush. In the smoke-filled room, everything is falling into an abyss. A suspicious figure in a hood stands motionless, and nearby a terrifying Rumi looming over Ari as she lies defenseless on the bed. Their appearance says one thing: the attack on the house was a calculated strike. Ren's eyes widen as he recognizes the creature standing amid the flames. He is pierced by cold revulsion. He is dealing with a mana eater, a terrible drank monster that poses a deadly threat to everyone inside. Despite the danger of the spreading fire, Ren rushes forward with his sword drawn, his gaze fixed on Ari. He shouts at her with all his might, begging her to reach his side before the flames consume the room. Choking on smoke, Ren grabs a weapon and lunges at the aliens, shouting for them to stay away from Ari. Sora ignores the threat, turns to Ren with a chilling recognition and calls him Len Ashton. A giant monster loomed over the unconscious Ari, ready to strike, but Ren had already fallen to his niche, was overwhelmed by a sudden, devastating effect. His vision began to distort and scatter. He could no longer gather himself, stand up, or fight back, thus remaining defenseless against the approaching danger. Ren's eyes widen sharply as he catches the scent of the substance affecting him. Sora, the very same Sora, stands amid swirling vapors holding a small, delicate censer. In a cold tone, Sora says, "The fragrance is so strong it can plunge even a dragon into a deep sleep for several days," and with this confirms, Ren's inability to move is the result of this very deliberate trap. The paralyzing effect of the censer on Ren proves unbearable, cannot resist. His vision dims, strength completely fades, and panic grows with the realization. Consciousness slips away. Nearby, Ari lies motionless, trapped in a strip of fire that continues to consume the room. A strong, fragrant trail suppresses the sensation. Vren's vision dims and fades to black as he settles on the ground. Nearby, the carriage wheel clinks and clinks, jolting over the uneven ground, a sign that it was left behind when he was completely defenseless. All right, Sheena. Vren comes to his senses in a dim, cramped room. His hands and feet weighed down under heavy iron chains. He is confused and panicked. He looks around, calls out, and sees Ari lies unconscious on the ground nearby, also bound. The realization of their hopelessness overwhelms him immediately, and in despair he tries to understand what surrounds them. In the dark, straw-stuffed prison, Ren frantically calls Ari, calls himself Len Ashton, and asks if she is intact and if she is okay. From how Ari barely breathes, he exhales with relief for a moment. But as soon as Seal appears, his attention is pulled elsewhere. Seal calmly notes how strange it is that Ren managed to wake up so early. Sora, hidden under a hood, drives the carriage steadily through the forest and tells Seal that 4 days of sleep are enough. He warns, Seal must behave obediently and not engage in any reckless plans, and Seal, stunned that 4 days have already passed, hysterically asks how far they have been taken from home. The carriage moves steadily along a steep path, and the scale of the mountain landscape presses them to the ground. The journey drives them deeper into the wild wilderness, and the village remains far behind until they finally enter unknown lands. In the carriage, Ren is deeply worried and asks herself, why were they kidnapped? She looks closely at Sora and realizes he is a skilled beast hunter. Moreover, Ren sees a threat from 2 drank monsters under his command, so she concludes that with such a powerful opponent she cannot act recklessly. In the dark, cramped wagon, CL grows increasingly nervous while Ari struggles to breathe. Her condition noticeably worsens, and CL understands, if they stay here in these chains much longer, her life will be in real danger. He will not let her die in this place, so he steals his last hesitations and finds the resolve to escape. Harry lies motionless on the straw, and her condition steadily worsens with every mile of the journey. Watching over her, Yell is filled with desperate determination. He will not let her give up. Silently, he swears that he will definitely save her, no matter what it takes to defy their fate. In deep thoughts, Seal recalls a dream that remains a heavy echo within him. It all revolved around Len Ashton, a memory that weighs on him while he remains trapped and, overwhelmed by despair, tries to change their fate. The fate narrative flows into a quiet, sad memory of the past. Seal again feels the helplessness that gripped his chest when he lacked the courage to save his father Dane, who died fighting Chief Wolven. And after his father's death, the tragedy only worsened. Their village was suddenly attacked, and it burned in flames, taking many lives. CL screams in agony, holding his dying mother, Noah, close. He apologizes for failing to keep his promise to protect her. Sitting in despair over her loss, he recalls the moment when Ari arrived at the place with knights and eventually intervened, saving the village from ongoing disaster. When Seal looks back on the day his village was saved, he remembers how Ari appeared amid the chaos. Her gentle nature and radiant presence as she reached out to Noah forever imprinted on his memory, and in his eyes she became a true saintess. Ciel looks at Ari. She is still bound and unconscious, her breathing ragged and heavy. Grasping the bitter reality, he wonders if these events reflect Len Ashton's past, just like in the legend of the 7 heroes. As the carriage rushes through the forest, Seal remains lost in thought, trying to understand what was in his recent dream. He is gnawed by the question. Did the events he saw, especially the interaction between Ari and his mother Noelways, have to happen exactly that way? Gazing at their old dynamic, he notices they do not seem like enemies, so the memories begin to keep him tense as he continues to watch over the unconscious Ari. Deep in thought, Seal tries to reconcile the peaceful connection he witnessed in a dream with the bloody reality of the legend. He wonders why Len Ashton would take someone's life and searches for a hidden motive in this tragedy. Suddenly, the carriage jerks to a stop. Seal immediately returns to the present, notices movement, and does not understand why they have stopped. The carriage ride abruptly stops and the captives are left alone with their kidnapper. Sora throws a small bag of food and a water skin to the ground, ordering Seal to share them with Ari. When Seal begs to have their hands freed from the shackles, Sora coldly dismisses him. Let him deal with it himself, and they remain trapped helpless. Sora looms over the prisoners. His face hidden by a hood, he coldly informs Seal that there are already enough supplies, so he will not spoil them further. He explains, a special magical instrument guarantees that any noise they make inside will be heard only by him, thus silencing their attempts to call for help. At the end, Sora gives one more strict order. Seal must stop all performances and go to sleep. CL is shackled in chains, grinding her teeth in anger and trying to look after Eri. Despite her terrible condition and Sora's cold indifference, CL raises a water skin to Eri's lips and gently encourages her to swallow. Ari could not finish drinking the water, and with each minute her condition worsened. Seeing this, Seal realized she was on the edge. There was no other way out, so he decided to make a move that very night to tear them away from Sora's control. The night is quiet. Above the forest landscape hangs a bright full moon. Samo, imprisoned in captivity, watches intently, his face tense and resolute as he prepares to strike in the darkness. Determined to save Ari, CL acts under the cover of night. He manifests a demon's sword made of metal and, using its power, forcibly breaks the heavy chains that held him in captivity. CL freezes from the incredible sharpness of the demonic metal, sword effortlessly snapping their chains with one click. Now that his hands are free, he pierces and lifts the back of the carriage with the blade, opening it. While Sora sits outside and notices nothing, CL swiftly flies to help Ari and prepares their escape. The escape suddenly goes awry when a piercing screech cuts through the air and flying bat-like creatures swoop down from the sky right onto them. Seal, who is in the midst of his breakthrough, looks stunned. He is holding the unconscious Ari tightly, his eyes wide with anxiety as the creatures rapidly converge to intercept them. The escape turns into a nightmare. A winged monster falls like a stone with deadly intent. CL acts instinctively, herself and shields Ari, taking the hit. They tumble to the side of the car, trapped and defenseless, while the monster circles again, preparing for the next attack. The cart is torn to pieces by the explosion, wood and debris fly in all directions. Sora, frozen in surprise, stands amid the ruins while the monster continues to rage and carry out its aggressive attack. Amid the swirling debris from the broken crew, Seal remains focused on survival. With a wide, powerful swing, he raises his blade, setting up a protective barrier to repel the attack of the winged beast that does not cease its assault, while simultaneously holding Eri behind his shield. Sora stands among the ruins. Moment by moment, his attention is drawn to the seal on the blade he holds. Seeing this, he shouts in shock, "Seal, where did you get such a mighty weapon?" Then, despite Sora's order to ignore the demands, Seal focuses on the immediate threat. He twists the demon's sword from the tree, and it instantly conjures powerful vines that entwine and bind the piercingly roaring winged beast, preventing Eri from suffering further harm. While CL firmly holds Eri, he unleashes the power of the demon sword of the tree. From the blade wildly grow thick magical vines. They instantly wrap around Sora and pin him in place, bewildering him with the appearance of natural magic. Sora struggles in the chains of vines, unable to believe what is happening. Seizing the moment granted by the magically woven vines, CL snatches Eri into his arms and mounts the horse to make a break for it. Behind them, Sora, fighting the natural magic, lets out a desperate scream and does not allow his target to escape. CL is fully focused on the escape. He holds Eri tightly and maneuvers the horse, pushing forward. He activates the demon sword of banditry to help them break free, leaving Sora behind, enraged and bound, who can only stare in shock as his target slips away. Sora, still bound by magical vines, in shock abruptly reaches out his hand when he realizes his staff is gone, demanding an explanation for how everything turned out this way. Meanwhile, CL keeps his eyes on the road, racing at full speed, while Eri clings tightly in his embrace as the horse wildly flees away from the chaos. The escape suddenly turns to fear. Rumi lunges closer to CL. Opening her huge jaws, she drives CL into a desperate defense amid the utter chaos. These are gaping, merciless jaws. CL must act immediately to fend off the beast while simultaneously keeping Eri safe on the horse. CL continues to wildly gallop through the forest with Eri, carving out distance between them and their pursuers, until a huge Rumi looms over them and attacks. Watching their retreat from behind is Sora, clearly thrown off balance, but determined not to let them escape and addressing CL as Len Ashton. When Sora raises his hand, magical energy flares. He stands with arms outstretched and shouts a powerful command into the forest, demanding that the beasts hear him and move to stop CL and Eri. The forest erupts into chaos as Sora's magical summons materialize. A pack of wild beasts, from screeching monkeys to rabid boars and wolves, quickly gathers closer, and CL, despite everything, fiercely urges the horse forward with Eri, desperately trying to break through the swarm of predators that is about to cut off their path. CL presses Ari to himself as a pack of aggressive monsters closes in around them. Scanning everything, CL immediately understands. Sora controls creatures weaker than him. This is the source of his enemy's power. To save Ari, CL draws his demonic metal sword and prepares to strike back at the encroaching crowd. The demon's sword made of metal, which CL snatched and holds ready, tears Chaos to pieces as he urges their horse forward. Forest monsters swarm and swarm around, but Arfi holds tightly to him as they break through the deadly aerial assault fighting to break the encirclement and escape Sora's trap. The horse thunders over the forest floor, kicking up dust as CL and Arfi race forward, trying to outrun the swarm of monsters. The beasts draw closer and closer, screeching in pursuit, but CL stays focused, holding the course through the chaos to keep Arfi safe from the relentless attack. Tension reaches its limit, and CL holds Ari tightly carefully like a shield. They rush at a frantic pace, faces full of concentration and urgency as they desperately try to outrun the relentless threat closing in on them. The forest once again turns into a dangerous corridor of trials. CL and Ari cling to a moment of tension and feverishly urge the horse forward. Suddenly, a winged creature swoops down rapidly and releases a powerful magical flash. Everything around jerks from it. CL screams in pain, shielding Ari as they barely survive the shockwave of the monster's attack. Under the full moonlight, the forest suddenly falls under a tense, eerie silence. A thin wisp of smoke rises from the dark thicket where CL and Ari have just been ambushed. Their fate remains unknown, lost in the wild wilderness. The shot cuts to the distant, sprawling northern city of Klosseland. Here a young man appears. His face twisted with pure shock and disbelief, and horror already audible in his voice as he exclaims, realizing that Lessard Klossel, Lisha's father, has been kidnapped. In Envio's office, he falls to his knees in deep remorse. He declares that his failure is unforgettable and promises to accept any punishment for the dead. He admits, leaving the young lady was a terrible mistake, so as if in despair he will beg Ray give a little more time to save her. Rai listens with a tense, stunned face, clearly overwhelmed by the gravity of what is happening. Ryan leans over the table and calmly tells his subordinate that he does not doubt his loyalty. He left Lyceum only because she ordered it. But as soon as Ryan turns back to Luca, his voice sharply becomes urgent. Ryan slams his palm on the table and demands immediate action. Contact the Imperial capital, inform the noble faction representatives, and the Emperor about the critical situation. Urgent planning. Rayon is interrupted just as Luca bursts into the room. It's clear he is feverish. To report the arrival of unexpected guests from the Imperial capital, Rayon turns and sees three figures in cloaks in his hall. They immediately call him Baron Clausizel. One of the visitors steps forward and declares they have arrived on behalf of the Minister of Justice, and Rayon is left stunned by the sudden, terrifying intrusion. Tension in the hall rises as guests from the Imperial capital reveal their true intentions. One of them raises an official document and coldly tells Rihanna that she is being held accountable for gross negligence in management. Allegedly, she directly caused the recent increase in monster attacks in the neighboring territory of Viscount Givens. It becomes clear, this is a calculated political strike aimed precisely at him. Then the story flows in a calm but eerie tone. Syl rides horseback through the wild expanses, carrying with him the mysterious Sora. In the silence of the forest, CL cautiously approaches Eric's hosted, with a fever evident in every breath. He hands her a bowl of healing herbs and assures her the taste will be bitter but will help reduce the fever. Down, Ari is suffering from a fever, but CL does not move an inch. He watches her closely. He quietly offers a flask and gently asks her to drink some water to feel better. CL wades through the flowing river water, tightly holding the feverish Ari in his arms. He does not loosen his grip, even as the rain lashes, leading the horse beside him while they cross the stream. CL and Ari continue their journey on horseback. Gently swaying in the saddle, Ari notices she is already feeling better and asks where he got the medicinal herbs that helped her recover. CL replies that he obtained them along with other travel supplies by trading monster trophies he collected in the forest. Villagethas was just 3 days ago, right after they passed by. Ari looks at CL with sincere gratitude, thanking him for his care. CL just modestly waves it off, as if to say it's nothing special. Meanwhile, they continue moving through the landscape for a while. Ari shows exactly where they are now and asks CL how he knew they had already reached the outskirts of Viscount Givens' holdings. CL points to the towering Balder Mountains and says they can now use this landmark to chart their path forward. Ari looks up at the peaks, and for a moment her face changes as she realizes how important this place is. Was the final boss battle in the game held right here? CL and Ari discuss how much time is left until Colossal. CL estimates it will take 4 days. When Ari begins to worry about her family's safety, CL reassures her and explains, they were not home then, so they are probably somewhere in hiding and safe now. Through calm and gentle soothing, CL tells Ari not to worry about her family. Then he adds that their current journey is a perfect chance to visit Colossal. He wants to meet the Baron and look around the city a bit before returning. Touched by his kindness and support, Eri quietly thanks him. Them escaping from a sudden downpour, CL leads his horse into the shelter of a nearby cave together with Ari. Inside, CL kneels and skillfully takes out tools to light a small fire, giving warmth to both of them while the rain continues to pour outside. In the cave hideout, CL shows a bird he managed to catch. Eri is impressed and curious if his mysterious sword played a role, to which CL nods that it did but mockingly refuses to reveal its true power, and Eri jokingly calls him greedy. In the cave hideout, Ari picks up a strange broken pendant. She wonders where it came from, so she asks CL if it is a magical tool, and CL confirms the suspicion. He escaped from the beast hunter and managed to snatch this item. Ari examines the mysterious object, associating it with a soundproof magical instrument used on the carriage. She says that if needed, it could become decisive evidence. As the conversation shifts, CL approaches the fire and jokingly notes, "Their food is finally ready, they can eat." CL apologizes for the delay as he hands Ari freshly grilled skewers, modestly saying the seasonings are very simple. And Ari accepts the food and begins to eat, finding comfort in the simple dish while they hide from the rain. Ari takes a bite of the food that CL prepared and, giving him a gentle, sincere smile, says that it is incredibly delicious. His tension melts from her reaction, his face becomes calmer. Tipo replies that he is glad to hear that, and in the shelter of the cave, a quiet moment of unity finally comes between them. The journey continues. CL and Ari ride through the countryside on horseback. For a moment they stop and pick some fruits from the trees, then simply share a quiet moment together. Later, they come across a picturesque stone bridge and continue along the path through the landscape. CL carefully washes her clothes in the clear water of the stream. Nearby, Ari sits patiently wrapped in simple fabric while her outfit dries. CL hangs the wet things on a rope so everything is ready for the next stage of the journey. While they wait for the laundry to dry, CL notices a barely visible spot on Iris's face. Politely asks for permission before reaching out and gently wiping her cheek, a small gesture that immediately causes Iris to tremble noticeably. CL looks at Ari gently, as if hinting, when she feels better, they will finally talk properly. Ari is still embarrassed after their previous meeting and remains silent while CL notes that her face is still passionately red. CL reaches out to Eris's forehead, touches and confirms that the fever has subsided, but his warm care unsettles her. Ari blushes with embarrassment and quickly pulls her hand back, insisting she is perfectly fine and her condition is no cause for concern. Ari looks at KL for a long time with a thoughtful face, then finally decides to voice what was in the letter she sent him, directly asking what exactly came to his mind after reading Ito, understand what thoughts remained with him while they continue to sit silently by the stream. The tension between them reaches its limit. Ari shifts her gaze to Seal, her face serious, and she asks if he is hiding something from her. Seal is confused, can only respond with incomprehensible apologies. Ari does not back down. She clenches the letter and forces him to look directly at the burden of his actions. Harry continues to question Seal about that mysterious thing she found in his room, teasing her. She keeps it in a box as if it were a treasure. Seal is clearly embarrassed and tries to change the subject, asking what exactly he means. Harry becomes increasingly agitated. He demands that she stop pretending to be stupid and name the specific item she is hinting at. And Seal, nervously hesitating, guesses which of his things might have seemed so strange to her. Noah holds a box with magical stones and looks at the young Shinerin, asking why he collects them. Shinerin replies that he just kept them because they looked nice, not because he was deliberately collecting them. Noah says empty magical stones are worth little. Then he thinks and remembers that in childhood his father had the same obsession. Noah smiles and gently warns Shinerin, don't grow up and become just like him. CL stops in the middle of his thoughts, considers the awkward conversation, and suddenly realizes the thing in his room that Ari hinted at is his collection of magical stones. He catches himself wondering if from her perspective this hobby seems strange, while Ari stays nearby and a quiet, focused echo is born in his mind. CL looks ahead, his face thoughtful. His fingers rest near his chin and he realizes, from the first glance, the words of Eris and how they are composed constantly do not leave his mind. Aker stares intently directly at CL, her eyes wide open. In her gaze there is both surprise and curiosity, and the tension between them does not release while she waits for his reaction, fully immersed in this moment. Chesil shifts his gaze to Ari and calmly confirms, she has been sitting in his thoughts all the time and this is the only way to explain his recent thoughts. Ari is noticeably stunned. Her eyes widen in disbelief. She tries to process his unexpected words, falters and worries because of his honesty. Emergency? Ari quickly tries to lower the intensity and assures that his collection is by no means that strange. Sheena Ren scratches him on the nape and shyly admits, keeping things just out of curiosity may seem strange. And when Ari says that you can do anything with them, Ren remains for a long time with the thought, isn't this her true discomfort that these magical stones once came out from inside a monster? Shinrin apologizes but still cannot hold back admits, the item still interests him. Annoyed and even red, Ari sharply pulls him, stop repeating. She hides her face and catches herself unable to cope with her own reaction to his frank truth without any embellishments. Ari hides her face. The tension confuses her. She asks Shinrin simply to call her by name. Shinrin, frozen by the unexpected turn of the conversation, looks at her confused, does not understand what exactly she means. Ari looks at Shina Ren in her gaze, there is both shame and stubbornness. She urges him, drop these formalities and if you are already addressing me, call me by name. Shina Ren stands in shallow water, and surprise is frozen on his face while he processes Ari's unexpected request. Ari sits on a nearby rock, turned away from him, and a heavy silence hangs in the air. Tension and confusion do not release. Ryan arrives at the village and approaches Grandma Rig. She apologizes that the healing herbs have already run out, and Ryan kindly reassures her, there is already enough food to help. CL and his companion in a hood Sora stop their journey to talk to the grandmother. When she asks what their goal is, CL replies that they are traveling without a clear plan. So the woman gladly points them the way to the town of Colossals and adds that she recently heard local news from a traveler who just passed here. The stony impassiveness on Sora's face holds a pause, then he throws out a chilling revelation. Baron Colossal will soon have to face punishment, and this situation will inevitably become turbulent. The word stuns CL and Grandma Rig, they cannot understand where such a cruel fate came from. Grandma Rig continues and recounts even scarier rumors. Supposedly Baron Colossal was behind the attack on the monster at Visconti Givens. While she speaks, the weight of the accusation hangs in the air and presses so much that Seal, who listens with shock and anxiety on her face, falters. During horseback riding, rumors fall heavily on CL. He is paralyzed under the weight of the accusation that Baron Colossal used monsters to attack Viscount Givens, and unable to bear it, breaks out in a cry in denial, refusing to believe that his father could be involved in such a bloody conspiracy. CL remains deeply disturbed. His entire face is full of annoyance as he insists that the rumors about his father simply do not add up, no matter how you look at them. The road cuts through endless wild mountains stretching across the horizon until they part before the gigantic silhouette of Colossal, the northern city. The carriage rolls forward, and the rhythmic creak of wooden wheels and the jingle of turn signals confirm. They are confidently approaching the answer they have been waiting for, where only shadows remain of the barons. The carriage clatters along the cobbled streets of Colossal, and its appearance immediately draws the townspeople into a whirlpool of gazes. Thick whispers and guesses fill the air as locals peer at the coach, unaware of the heavy secrets of the passengers or the conflict already approaching with them. Shina Ren stands among armored figures, her face calm, measured to the millimeter. She immediately looks at the Viscount and bluntly declares, the critical moment has come, and capturing control over this territory will inevitably strengthen the reach of the heroes from the faction. The Viscount holds his gaze sharply and intently ahead. His face remains impassive as he swallows the bold proclamation made by Shinrin. The decision hangs heavily in the air, emphasizing a cautious, calculated temperament. Standing among the territory's flags, Shina Ren shifts her gaze to the Viscount and states that their efforts are needed right now to raise Lyamel from its current state of decline. Shina Ren keeps a stone face as she lays out to the Viscount the next phase of her plan. To restore Lyamel, first the Colossals must be demolished, clearly indicating that the time for decisive action has finally come. At first, the air thickens. Two forces are about to collide. Outside the majestic cathedral building, tension reaches its limit, and the decisive conflict that Shin and Ren and the vice-captain have conspiratorially prepared takes the stage. When the tension in the cathedral reaches its peak, a court official raises a document and announces that the imperial court will consider the submitted arguments according to the great imperial law. The crowd freezes in anticipation until the official confirms. The final verdict will be announced in the morning, thus concluding the hearing for the day. Inside the cathedral, the atmosphere does not relent, the tension holds firm. Shina Ren watches what is happening and with grim certainty understands. The outcome is already determined, and she will almost certainly be sent to the imperial city for punishment within a few days. Vyas stands nearby and offers a slim chance, suggesting to file an appeal so the case can be reviewed in the court of the imperial city, and if the appeal is rejected, to petition for a trial out of goodwill. Shina Ren watches the vice president from afar, noticing his composed, calculated expression. She understands. The vice president has already laid the foundation for his victory, so their current legal attempts seem futile. Shina Ren warns deliberate interference from the opponent should be expected even before the hearings officially begin. Shina Ren is increasingly concerned about the Viscount. He sees how he acts aggressively and pressures people too unusual even for a person of high nobility. So Ren already doubts that this is just another standard interfaction quarrel. Under the cover of night, Sheena Vren keeps watch by a small fire while Ari sleeps peacefully nearby, and thoughts grow heavier because of how the political crisis is unfolding. He realizes, if the course remains the same, Baron Klossel will be unjustly accused and stripped of power. She is haunted by the ghostly possibility of tragedy, and Sheena Vren quietly wonders how he can intervene to protect everyone from a predetermined fate. Under the night sky, Sheena Wren and CL fell silent for a moment, giving themselves a break. Sheena Wren voiced his concerns. The political scene looked dangerous. Lady Elijah warned him that neutral high officials' nobles cannot be trusted. Feeling the burden of his youth and limited influence, he asks what he can really change. CL noticed his unease and tried to lighten the mood. There is no need to be so formal, one can allow a little more simplicity. CL suggests that speaking more simply is better, it's easier to ease the tension that way. Saying he would call Sheena, Ren simply extends his service instead. Realizing that delay is not an option, they decide to head to Klossel as soon as dawn breaks. Neither can sleep because the kidnapping story they must testify about is too heavy. Out while they prepare for the journey, Sheena Wren expresses deep concern. Will others accept their version of events? He insists that they urgently need to find evidence directly linking the kidnapping to what they are already saying. Ari listens attentively and acknowledges how serious everything is. They both understand that time is running out quickly and they must catch the breakthrough very soon. The burden of their mission pressed them to the ground, so Sheena galloped atop Ari through the endless, harsh desert. They passed by the skeletons of an old stone structure, the path winding through narrow mountain passes and open fields until they hurried forward to reach Klossel in time. Sheena, Ren, and Ari ride steadily across open fields. Their figures are small against the vast, expansive landscape as they relentlessly keep their urgent course. Journey, Seal, and Ari continue on horseback, making their way through a dense forest. Seal says they have left the main road but are still close to their destination. Once they cross the hills, they will reach Klossel. Filled with hope, Ari asks if that means they are safe. Seal replies, they need to find protection, the local knights from the House of Klossel. Ari and Seal stop their journey as soon as they come face to face with an armored knight. The sudden appearance of the guard confirms they have reached the outskirts of Klossel, and the pair catches a moment of tense realization. Emerging from the dense forest, Seal and Ari suddenly encounter an armored knight on horseback. He clearly was looking for them, calling out with relief and waving his hand. Their path to safety on the giant's territory has finally reached a turning point. Seal and Ari exchanged a shocked glance. Could this knight be an agent of Viscount Givens? He remained calm and explained that from the very beginning he was searching for them under the direct orders of Baron Klossel, and upon hearing this news, both immediately felt relieved. When the misunderstanding melted away, Seal and Ari found themselves surrounded by armored knights. Baron Klossel's reinforcements had already arrived, so their path was almost cut off, and protection begins exactly the moment they leave the forest. The knight, finally having found this pair, hurried noticeably. Removing his helmet and showing his face, he firmly tells Seal and Ari that they must immediately leave the forest to reach a safe place. Seal and Ari, still recovering from the sudden turn of events, look cautiously while ready to follow their rescuers. Air returns to Seal and asks to be entrusted with a task. Seal trusts her, but he is still troubled by the thought that it might drag them into danger. Yet ultimately he accepts her request, confirming his readiness to face any consequences that may arise from this situation. The knight, interested in the private conversation between Ari and Seal, interrupts them and asks what they are talking about. Ari remains composed. She stops the entire group and directly addresses the knight, making it clear that whether they continue to accompany him and his people depends solely on how he explains what is happening to them now. Ari lifts the visor and directly asks the knight if he recognizes this thing. The knight, sitting astride his horse, calmly denies and replies that he does not know it. He asks what it is. Ari's face changes moment by moment. His eyes suddenly widen and a harsh realization or suspicion appears in them. Ari presses the knight with questions, showing his visible reaction when she says the pendant is a magical device taken from their kidnapper. But despite her observation, the knight does not lose his breath. He dismisses her suspicion and stubbornly demands that she give him the device as proof. Ari unequivocally refuses the knight and does not give him the pendant, noticeably freezes in shock from this. She declares that she will take the magical device to the Merchants Guild herself, because she is convinced that they will be able to trace the item back to the merchant who sold it or to anyone who had it before. Ari does not back down. She firmly believes that any information from the guild will be key to their investigation. Ari stands still, holding the magical medallion high while explaining to the knight. This artifact is too rare to ignore. She points out, unlike ordinary market goods, the device is so unique that the trade guild will undoubtedly trace its origin. Calmly smiling, Eri mentions that she is well acquainted with the guild leader in the capital, thereby trapping the knight, leaving him only to remain shockingly silent. Eri holds the magical pendant at a distance and watches intently while explaining. As soon as they trace its origin, it will become clear whether it was stolen or gifted. She warns Nish, if someone gave her this device, they will have to answer in court. Nish, clearly confused by her determination, can only utter stunned exclamations. Ari looks directly at the knight with a calm, confident smile. She continues the interrogation, hinting that the one who handed the magical device to the kidnappers clearly wanted to discredit them. Ari presses him so hard that he has nowhere left to argue as if the hint at her theory itself becomes proof. Despite Eris's sharp conclusion about possible setup, the knight does not deviate from his course. He remains calm and presses on, saying that for the sake of the significance of the magical pendant, they should all the more immediately entrust him with this device. Ari cold-bloodedly clenches the magical pendant, freezes, and stares into the knight with unwavering intent. His demands for her are nonsense. They have no obligation to give her this thing. Then she bends him with superiority, reminding him that the village where the kidnapping happened is under her jurisdiction. The protest dies down completely until he babbles in shocked stupor. She coldly states that she has no interest in being under anyone's protection if they refuse to listen to reason, so she ends any further conversation ignoring the knight's desperate protests. She needs accompaniment. She turns to Sheena Ren and says it's time to go, abruptly mounts the saddle and rides away, leaving the knight behind. Harry, together with Seal, sends the knight away from his insistent offer of escort. Harry makes it clear, their services are not needed. As they approach the city, Seal emphasizes that he trusts protection only to Seal. The knight, clearly embarrassed, watches them for a long time with anxiety and annoyance as they prepare to leave, leaving him behind. Clearly losing his composure, the knight snatches his sword and shouts at the two, insisting on refusal. He insists that they must allow him to go with them, generously adding fuel to the fire, while Seal remains on horseback and calmly watches his aggressive gestures from afar. Noticing the enemy knight's attack, Seal immediately steps forward to cover Agri and Shinaren, ordering Shinaren to leave everything to his judgment while skillfully parrying the knight's blade with his own and leaving Vaya stunned by the sudden, precise counterattack. Tension reaches its limit when the knight tries to forcibly impose his guard. CL reacts instantly, placing his own weapon under the blade and intercepting the strike with a sharp clash. Confused by CL's defensive skill, the knight croaks in frustration and is pushed back. When the knight tries to break through by force, Eri remains calm and composed. She thanks him for the aggression, explaining that as soon as he attacked them, he accidentally gave her the perfect reason to summon Viscount Givens to the court for his crimes. From her hand bursts a flickering magical light, a sign that now everything is entirely on her side. Eri stands confidently, her hand flashing with magical energy and her gaze cold and triumphant. She smiles sharply and thanks the foolish knight for his attack. She already knows. His mistake has just given her evidence to drag Viscount Givens to court. While the knight continues the frantic chase, Ari connects her holy magic. A vigorous flash bursts out and throws the knight back into shock and pain. He convulsively recoils, barely standing on his feet, just coming to his senses from the blow and realizing, before him is holy magic. Tension rises, the rest of the knights rush forward and shout orders to prevent them from escaping. In response to this threat, Ari reveals a mystical weapon, the demonic sword of wood, which hovers in the needed position. CL stands ready, sword in hand, prepared to hold back the armored riders as vines and magical energy flare around them. The knights are suddenly entangled by magical vines. Every movement is jammed by the power of Ares. They flail in panic, break free from the wooden growth, and one of the knights desperately shouts to his comrades to keep pace despite the obstacle. Another is pressed down tightly, curses his own fate, and realizes he must immediately report this to the Viscount. Eventually, when the knights are temporarily held back by magical bindweeds, CL quickly pulls Ari onto his horse. They gallop away from the scene, trying to put distance between themselves and the pursuer as the knights continue to roar orders frantically. Capture them at any cost. Under the glow of the great moon, the chase intensifies even more. The knights, mounted on horses, wildly rush through the rocky terrain gathered to stop their targets. Command shouts tear through the night. They close in and do not let CL and Ari slip from their grasp. He looks back anxiously. The knights are still rushing after them. They cannot be shaken off. Ari, holding onto the horse, presses close to it and imploringly urges Elle not to stop, hoping with all her might that as soon as they reach the hill, they will find shelter in the nearest human settlements. Above the Sora landscape silently sits on a torn stone boulder, and under the moonlight, threatening winged beasts surround him from the sides. Below, CL notices a figure that foretells trouble. His face tightens as he realizes the danger they face is much greater than that pursuing their knights. Seal freezes in disbelief, looking at Sora. He blocks her way. Calmly and eerily, he states that he was waiting for them here. Seal instantly senses the threat and recognizes Beast Tamer in him. The escape attempt led straight into a trap. High above the rocky outcrop, Sora commands his winged creatures and unleashes a devastating strike. The ground cracks and sinks. Huge boulders fall down, forming a massive barrier wall that stops Seal and Arai right in their path. Their horse wildly jerks back in fear, and dust and debris fill the air. It becomes clear that the escape route is cut off for good. Suddenly stop the horse because a huge wall of debris completely blocks their way to corner them and make them defenseless. When the dust finally settles after the grand rockfall, the true nature of the area emerges. Beneath the plowed earth, strange, grotesque flowers and aggressive small creatures break through the ruins, and from this grows a nightmarish barrier blocking the path of Seal and Eris forward. In the midst of chaos after the stone collapse, Ari returns to Seal and demands a sword. They need protection while they press their backs and prepare for the impending trouble. The knights chasing them suddenly find themselves surrounded by monsters. Panic and screams are useless. The creatures show no mercy. The situation becomes critical. A pack of monsters overwhelms the pursuers. One knight completely disappears into the mass of predatory, clawed beasties. Terrified scream shatters the silence as he is dragged into the writhing tangle. High above this chaos, Sora watches Seal and Ari from his vantage point. His winged beasts stand beside him. He mocks the pair, highlighting their failed synchronization, and sarcastically asks if they are capable of resistance at all. And when Seal and Ari suddenly find themselves tightly surrounded by a hostile swarm of creatures, Sora abandons any hope for a peaceful resolution and prepares to unleash his full power upon them. The situation reaches a limit. Ciel and Ari are surrounded from all sides by a swarm of aggressive insect-like monsters. Above, Sora shows no mercy, declaring that if his attempt to tame them fails, he will have no choice but to put an end to them. Ciel prepared to defend himself with a sword, steeling his will before the downpour of the inevitable clash with the one approaching. Not afraid of Sora's ultimatum, Ari tightly grips the sword. She sharply and precisely cuts through the strange, monstrous mushrooms growing around them, clearing a path for escape while Ciel watches attentively. While they were making their way along the dangerous path on horseback, Ciel couldn't hold back and blurted out that she was impressed by Eris's combat skills, then asked if she had become stronger. Ari proudly stared at the fight and declared that she had indeed trained specifically to defeat him. And the monstrous creatures were still hissing and lunging to attack, but they lacked her determination. Ari and Sil press forward on horseback, ignoring the chaos around them, clearing the way with sharp blows from monsters and hostile plants trying to stop Themen, driving themselves even deeper into the forest. Sil and Ari, without taking their eyes off the road, make their way through the dangerous forest on horseback. Aggressive creatures attack them from all sides. Realizing that escape is futile, Seal sharply concludes the situation is critical and there is only one chance for survival, to defeat the beast hunter Saru. Ari, all in battle, shouts for Ren to prepare for the next move. The escape turns worse when a giant creature bursts from underground right in front of Seal and Ari. The explosive force of its appearance scatters stones, and they have to face the power of the swarm face to face. A giant monster roars. Its machine is about to crush them. Sheena Vren reacts instantly, focuses her power, draws her weapon, and shouts the name of the blade demon sword of metal before striking back and clearing their path. The path lies ahead, and above them looms a colossal beast, its gigantic tusked maw wide open. Sheena Vren raises his demonic metal sword high. Nearby, Ari remains on guard and braces for impact as they confront this unstoppable presence. With confident sweep, Sheena Vren lowers his demonic metal sword onto the monster. The blade cuts through the thick hide, throwing the creature back, and fragments scatter across the entire battlefield from the strike. A colossal monster tears apart with a blow so powerful it cuts. Its gigantic body collapses right into the whirlpool of chaos. Ari, seeing this spectacle, turns and catches the general astonishment, marveling at how much stronger he has become. Meanwhile, from afar, Sora watches everything with a cold and thoughtful gaze. Sora stands at a distance, long hair fluttering, and he calmly surveys the destruction caused by Sheena Ren. It is clear that he is impressed. He talks about the incredible power of the sword strike, which managed to spread a shockwave of wind pressure across the entire battlefield. Sorana's composure cracks as he watches events unfold right before his eyes. His eyes widen in pure shock and he can only whisper to himself one chilling question. Why? From his hidden observation post, Sora watches everything and the anxiety only grows. While Sheena Ren and Ari ride through the dense, mushroom-covered forest, their appearance unsettles him. He cannot understand and does not believe why they ended up here. Tension rises as a mysterious individual with long hair and pointed ears bursts into view. A stern face, and they clearly sense the approach of a powerful, dangerous enemy already looming in the distance. High above the forest, in twisted branches, the long-haired figure of an elf known as Yuaku the Beast stands guard. Like that famous boss from the primal legend of the Seven Heroes, his appearance is a dangerous sign, etched in the smoldering memory of the painful natural magic he controls. From there, from his high place above the dense, teeming forest full of monsters, Yurku watches the path below. Shiena Ren and Ari rushes through the thickets and they have no idea that the formidable beast tamer is watching them closely. Yurku ponders the wonder of this meeting and realizes their paths crossed much earlier than he remembers from the original game's events long before the planned entry to the Imperial Cadet Academy. Shiena Ren secretly watches Yurka from afar, recalling the legends of this game. He knows that Yurka was expelled from his homeland for his ruthless nature and the slaughter of his own family. As the tension rises, Ren remains alert is gnawed by the question of why such a dangerous figure ended up so far ahead of the original timeline. Shiena Ren examines the magical shackles binding Yurka and clearly sees the elf was sealed as punishment for his past atrocities against his own people. She concludes that his staff is the only thing sustaining Yurka's combat capability, his battle performance. Recalling an old story, Vren understands that her former act-breaking Yurka's staff is likely the reason why the mighty beast tamer has not yet unleashed a full-scale magical attack. Shiena Vren assumes that Yuiko works for Viscount Givens. She suspects that Zviravad was lured by the promise to find a way to remove the seal from his hands. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a vast and eerie gathering of monsters if the very mess hints that a great danger is approaching. Against the backdrop of chaos engulfing the crowd of monsters, Iri gasps for air, holding onto the saddle alongside Shinaren. She suddenly turns to him and presses a sharp, insistent question. Does he really believe he can overcome this? Yuoku warns him her next actions depend on his answer. Shinaren is momentarily stunned. He does not understand what she means when she talks about changing tactics. Ren gloomily surveys the battlefield, notes the presence of Chief Wolven and two other drank monsters of equal strength and acknowledges Ari. If these mighty beasts strike them simultaneously, there will be almost no chance of survival. The tension cuts through the air they struggle, trying to breathe deeply and both understand well. Victory is slipping away once again. When the situation becomes truly critical, Ari smiles at Shini Vren. Her radiant presence calms the boy. She reminds him of his true identity, Saintess of White. Then she begins to prepare to unleash her holy power and change the course of the battle against the monsters surrounding them. And just as Ari reveals her true identity, a sudden, wildly powerful burst of radiant energy erupts from Herit, envelops Iren Ren and Shiny Ren. While they, bewildered by the overwhelming force, stand frozen in shock, the dazzling light floods the entire scene. Shiena Vren was caught in complete shock. Her gaze was fixed and her eyes were wide open. The dazzling radiance of Santis Billy washes over her like a wave, as if cutting through the tension of their hopeless situation from within. Lyra watches from afar, intrigued by the sudden surge of magical energy. And in the very heart of the forest, Shiena Vren and Irie find themselves trapped on horseback. A terrible horde of monsters closes in on them from all sides. Shiena Vren looks intently ahead, keeps her back straight, and prepares for the inevitable clash until the situation reaches a critical point. They themselves isolated in the very center of the swarm contained, within a flickering, intricate magical sealing circle that cuts through the dense crowd of beasts. Driven into the very heart of the swarm, Shiena, Ren, and Eri find themselves surrounded by an unrelenting wave of monsters. The air thickens with the presence of the horde, and a magical barrier pulses around them, dooming them to a desperate fight for survival. With a focused gaze, she watches the magical miracle unfold and points out, the source is sacred magic. Meanwhile, in the thick of battle, Shiena, Ren, and Ari struggle to breathe and, holding on convulsively, fend off the advancing monsters. The situation becomes critical when the monster rises into the sky and releases a compressed beam of destructive energy. Shiena, Ren, and Ara, still mounted, find themselves in the trajectory of the enemy's charge. They have only one option: to prepare for the blow of the merciless attack. A devastating magical explosion from the monster strikes with full force, instantly engulfing Shinaren and Ari in a swirling hellfire. The horse is caught in the very center, and Shinaren holds his sword ready, bracing for the strike. The searing heat and blinding light are about to consume them both. Pressed by a devastating magical assault, Ari desperately reaches out and directs sacred energy to grow a barrier. Her face contorts in pain as she struggles with all her might to hold back the immense force of the attack, fighting not to be consumed by flames along with Shinaren. When Ari managed to withstand the full force of the magical explosion, Shinaren seized the initiative. He prepared his blade, charged forward on horseback, and plunged ahead to meet the winged monster head-on and turn the tide of the battle. Fierce winged monsters tear through the pain with a prolonged roar as Shiena Vren's counterattack hits without fail. Below, under the merciless crowd of monsters, fiery cracks consume everything. In the heat and destruction, Vren does not look away forward. His determination does not waver, and he vows to bring Ari to safety. In the whirl of raging flames and piercing monster screams, Shin Ren continues to lead the attack on horseback. While he fights with such determination, Eri finds courage within herself and firmly believes that as long as she is nearby, they will snatch victory. Somewhere high above it all, Leia remains a silent witness, watching the clash unfold. Blocking their way, Lyre holds back his gaze and meets their approach cold-bloodedly, declares that he will put an end to this fight right here. The battle churns in a moment of heavy silence. Leia's gaze is sharp and focused. Sheena Vren looks back intently and concentrate Litwo freeze in a silent confrontation about to explode. On the verge of a voltage breakdown, Sheena, Ren, and Ari burst forward on their battle creature. Ren sharply thrusts his sword forward to strike without hesitation as they rush toward the final confrontation. When the tension reaches its limit, Sheena, Ren, and Eri launch a coordinated strike from horseback. Ren drives the blade into the monstrous creature, making it whimper in pain. Lyre watches the attack, frozen in shock, and realizes how fierce their counterattack has become as the battlefield explodes in chaos. With a sharp and precise movement, Shinarin plunges his blade deep into Rumi. The creature makes a last desperate struggle, while dark ichor splatters across the entire battlefield end. This strike brings a harsh turning point to the clash. The clash strikes so fiercely that Sheena, Ren, and Ari are thrown from their saddles. They are hurled into the air amid the chaos of the battlefield, and in despair, a cry rings out through the roar Lady Licia. The impact force proves devastating. It throws Sheena Vren and his rider into the air just as he utters a painful muffled groan. Below is total destruction, and Lair stands silently. His long hair billows as he looks at the result with a cold, detached gaze. The air was filled with broken stones and dust after the harsh impact. The Lyre remains calm. His gaze is fixed on the ruin, and fragments of the rock fall around him like rain. The battlefield is shrouded in a thick cloud of dust and smoke rising under the glow of the full moon. Below, the aftermath of the clash is evident. Flames flicker among the debris and remnants of the fight, and with this, the bloody confrontation ends. Among the debris and the horses' roar, Shinaren sharply pulls Ari to himself, shielding her from the impact's consequences. He breathes heavily, and anxiety is heard in his voice as he calls her and asks if she is uninjured while the battle dust begins to settle. Looking back at what happened, he increasingly realizes with growing anxiety that the burden of sacred magic was too heavy for Air, especially considering that she was already exhausted due to illness. Lear stands amid the flickering flames, clutching his side, and blood spreads across his cloak. Syl watches how everything unfolds, his eyes widening in disbelief as soon as he sees Lear's state of pain. Yer looks down at his hand, fingers crawling in blood. Dark, feigned confidence spreads as a smile across his face, and he quietly chuckles as if neither the devastation nor his own wounded flesh touched him. The sky seems to thicken with ominousness. Lear bursts into loud, reckless laughter. His face is pure madness. That laughter rolls through the chaos of the burning landscape as if he savors the destruction around. He glances down at the huge puddle of blood spreading near his feet and hesitates for a moment. Did it really come from his own body? Before his eyes is a long wait until he finally breaks the seal imposed on him. But even despite the burning desire to kill as many people as possible, he suddenly realizes he cannot take a single life. Sheena Ren keeps her focus on protecting Arish, is barely holding onto him, reality slipping through her hands. Meanwhile, broken and defeated, Lear clenches his own face in agony, staring at what has happened and thinks, has the end already come that he can no longer endure any more? Even when strength retreats, Lyra's consciousness remains captive to his deadly obsession. He stares into the void, and his thoughts pull toward twisted pleasure how he watches the last moments of his victims, a chilling reminder of the darkness that still remains within him. Sheenarin stares fully downward, holding a gaze of defiance, covering the unconscious Ari while the villain demands to find out what he is trying to achieve with his twisted words. Nearby, a radiant figure looms in the shadow with a grim dark expression, ignoring the scuffle to elaborate further on his perverse philosophy that watching death means pleasure far surpassing any physical intimacy. Lyre stands amid the ruins, his gaze fixed on the room appearing right before him. Nearby, the Mana Eater growls threateningly, preparing for a clash, while Lyre looks at it with cold, detached recognition. Lyre's face is twisted into a maniacal smile as he intently watches his own hand. The Magic Eater rises before him, and he commands it to devour his limb, ready to stake everything left on this desperate final step. With a bizarre, mad obsession, Lyre orders the Mana Eater to eat his entire hand. As the creature looms, Lyre accepts the dark impulses. He hopes that sacrificing his limb will finally break the seal that restrained him and allow his madness to fully break free. The Mana Eater lunges forward. Its jaws snap shut, severing Lyre's hand, slicing the air with splashes of blood. Sheenarin freezes in place, eyes wide and terrified, unable to look away. Against the backdrop of the carnage, Liar throws his head back and laughs so hard his laughter rolls across the battlefield, embracing the pain and the tearing of his own seal. As the Mana Eater tears and devours his body, Liar screams in agony and twisted pleasure, insisting that this pain is enough to drive him to despair. He looks with a mad expression, urging the beast to swallow his hand completely while the creature continues its bloody feast. Liar struggles in the darkness, bound by dark magical chains, his face contorted with furious, insane frustration. But when he realizes that the seal restraining his power has not broken despite losing his hand, he lets out a desperate scream from his chest. Then with a grim smile he stares into the void and declares, "This is the end," and he has no regrets. Suddenly the atmosphere turns brutal. Liar is struck by a sudden, unbearable blow. Blood bursts from his body, spraying the air, while the heavy chains of the seal burn him tightly, not releasing him even in his final moments. Liar groans through the pain as the Mana Eater delivers a devastating strike. The impact throws him from side to side. His body shudders under the incredible pressure of the attack, yet the chains of the seal still hold him firmly captive. Dark, twisted, winding vines relentlessly squeeze the bottle containing Liar's precious parcel infusion, shattering it lengthwise and crosswise. Watching his last salvation vanish, Liar sinks even deeper into a manic breakdown. He releases a hoarse, eerie laugh that cuts through the pain and mocks himself, mocking the futility of the infusion while continuing to suffer under the all-powerful weight of the seal. The Mana Eater unleashes a terrifying roar, a dark presence looming over the battlefield. Seal acts preemptively, carrying Ari away from the nearest threat. He growls with effort, stiffens as he releases his grip, and prepares to raise his sword to become a shield for the saint against the relentless fury of the monster. Leo is still trapped. The dark, suffocating branches of the Mana Eater have entangled him. Despite his dire condition, his eyes burn with a mad, focused passion. He gasps for air, his voice trembling with poisonous rage as he vows to kill both Seal and Ari before his last breath. While Ari is safely behind, CL focuses all attention on the colossal Mana Eater. The beast towers ahead, wings spread, already preparing to strike. CL grips the blade tightly and takes a stance, bracing for the inevitable clash with the relentless power of this creature. The Mana Eater rushes forward with terrible speed, a dark figure lashes across the entire battlefield. Kyle, trapped in the attack trajectory, inhales sharply, his eyes widening as he realizes the full force of the blow flying straight at him. The magic devourer strikes the ground with a thunderous colossal force as such pressure topples everything. CL catches the shockwave. He barely manages to jump away from the destruction trajectory as the earth cracks under the creature's pressure. The strike of the magic devourer hits devastatingly. CL is thrown back as if pushed with hellish speed. Caught by the inertia of the attack, CL screams in pain. He is torn into the air, and it seems that one more moment then his defense will no longer be stopped from being swept away. The Mana Eater delivers a devastating blow. Its gigantic figure fills almost the entire battlefield, and CL is thrown backward, spiraling from the force of the impact itself. Tiny fragments and debris scatter across the ground, leaving fierce traces of the creature's merciless attack. CL hits the ground heavily and still feels the effects of the previous blow too well. A painful groan breaks out. He clutches himself and, breaking through the pain, tries to regain consciousness among the debris. Nearby, the Manhwa remains on alert. A dark figure looms and continues the fight, dominating the entire field. Shell spins in the air, tearing from pain. The strike of that Manofighter hits him horribly. Convulsively trying to understand what happened, he notices. Lur stands nearby watching the battle unfold and quietly notes to himself the current power of this creature far exceeds what he previously knew about it. CL? After hitting, he falls onto the dusted ground. His body shudders from the impact. He forces himself to his feet and his eyes widen sharply as it dawns on him. He stares intently at the monster Mana Eater and makes a terrible conclusion. Now it is no longer just a rank threat but something much more dangerous and powerful than he could have imagined. The maniac cannibal tears out a shrill roar from himself that rolls across the battlefield like an echo. His huge wings spread wide open. Resilient, though covered in bruises, he does not give up. He tightly grips the sword and freezes, ready for the next deadly strike. The magic devourer tears forward with terrifying speed. Its huge jaws snap and close just inches from CL. Driven into defense, CL barely manages to dodge, holding his breath, and lets out a muffled groan through the pain. Fully understands. One mistake and this will be his last move. The unstoppable Manhwa breaks CL. He flies with a crash and slams into the ground. Against the backdrop of the wounded and blood-choking Eli, Ari stands and watches, with a painful mask on her face. Her voice trembles as she calls his name, and she already fears the worst for him in this hopeless situation. The Mana Devourer triumphantly stands over the fallen CL and the trembling with fear Ari. From the branches near the dead wood, Lear watches the unfolding massacre coldly and detachedly. muttering to himself that this is what true murder is all about. CL lies defeated on the ground and Eri nearby convulsively gasps for air. From the shadows Lear Wachesh is torn by dark, twisted pleasure. He chokes and wheezes because he sees what he believes will be his final ecstasy. But in reality, Eri begins to gather all her energy. Her finger flashes with sharp, focused light as she prepares a desperate attempt to survive. Ari and Seal remain on the ground exhausted and wounded after the battle. In a moment of vulnerability, Ari reaches out, takes his palm, and quietly whispers words of gratitude. Seal barely comprehends. A faint sound escapes, and in this brief, tender touch between them, magical energy still lingers. It has not yet dissipated. In the silence filled with emotions, Ari confesses her own selfishness and recalls how Seal constantly covered for her. Seal's gaze is full of anxiety. He calls her Lady Licia and, pleading in despair, says let her leave the battlefield, even if both still hold a dangerous balance. Lying on the battlefield, Ari looks down at Seal softly and sadly. Despite the hopelessness, she gives him one last gentle smile, asks him to stay safe, and insists that he must live, calling him Len. Iris's gaze sharpens as the dreadful truth finally reaches consciousness. Maneater, his gigantic dark claw, crashes onto the battlefield, tossing dust and debris around the two fallen. Iris and Seal lie motionless, trapped in the shadow of inevitable doom. Despite the colossal danger and Iris's desperate wish for him to survive, Seal does not allow himself to give up. With a determined look, he rejects the thought of abandoning her. He will stand by her until the very end. With unwavering determination, Seal stands firmly between the monster Mana Eater and fallen Eri, gripping her sword to meet the creature's lethal claws in a desperate attempt to protect Ari, fully aware of the deadly threat looming over them. With the same steadfastness, CL swings the sword with a wide, powerful stroke. The force of the blow strikes those descending. The Manoid's clawed hand extinguishes their deadly attack, shielding Ari from the creature's destructive onslaught. Clenching her teeth from intense tension, Seal holds her position. Her sword presses against the beast's power, flooding everything around. She does not give up, pushing her last strength into the fight, so Ari is protected from the onslaught of this creature. When the muscles of CL tense to the absolute limit, he desperately strains through the KLYCH towards strength, shouting from the effort, putting everything he has left into restraining the powerful clawed paw. He holds his position, an unshakable shield between the Mana Eater and the fallen Eri, and the exhausting scream spreads across the battlefield as he fights to keep her safe. The Money Devourer rights above them. His gigantic figure casts the shadow of death, but CL does not give up. Clenching his sword, he holds on to the last, taking on the destructive power of the creature and resolutely protects Ari from the blow that brings destruction. Mana Eater breaks the silence with a deafening roar. Its massive clawed paw crashes down with hurricane force. This blow is too much for CL. The sword flies out of his grip, and he is left defenseless against the relentless onslaught of the beast. The immense power of Mana Eater turns out to be too much for CL. With a suffocating groan of pain, he is thrown into the sky, and the weapon, spinning, disappears into the distance. Defenseless and wounded, CL falls headfirst to the ground and remains exposed while the monster looms over him. The blow knocked Seal and Ari to the ground. They gasp for air convulsively, utterly exhausted. Their defense was shattered, and while they try to recover, a menacing Mana Eater rises again nearby above them. Its hoarse growl says only one thing: the brutal attack is not over yet. When Mana Eater looms over them, Ari desperately reaches for the magical bracelet on her wrist. As soon as she activates the artifact, it flashes sharply, and dazzlingly, and CLY freezes in astonishment and mute shock from the sudden surge of power. CL freezes in shock as the magical energy from Ares' bracelet suddenly takes physical form. A new demonic sword materializes before them. And while the Mana Eater still hovers above it, CL can only wonder what exactly is happening and why this power has emerged at such a critical moment. From CL and Ari, lying on the ground unprotected, the Mana Devourer rushes forward with terrible speed. Its huge claw descends, a dark shadow covers them as the monster prepares to end this fight once and for all. When the Mana Devourer presses closer, CL does not give up. He raises his hand high, in his ice-stern determination, and he shouts that he will do whatever it takes to protect Ari, who is still vulnerable, pressed to the ground nearby. Driven by a desperate need to save Ari, CL tightly grips the radiant demon's sword. With a wild scream, he declares he will do everything to overcome the threat, and his stubbornness burns as brightly as the light of the weapon in his hand. With the demon's sword in hand, CL looks straight into the face of the Mana Devourer. Burning concentration and cold determination line his face, is ready to strike back at the monster that has driven them to the very edge. With a desperate lunge forward, CL swings the demon's sword and releases a blinding wave of energy that strikes directly at the Mana Devourer. The giant creature doesn't react in time. It is struck by sudden devastating power. Under the blow, it twitches and trembles as if being torn apart from within. Mana Eater screams when it is covered by the blinding light from the strike of the demon's sword. Its body begins to disintegrate under the pressure of energy, forcing the creature to wildly recoil. CL suddenly reveals her new power, and she is scorched by defeat. The body of Mana Eater continues to dissolve into particles of light. The monstrous figure cannot withstand the devastating power of the demonic sword. With the beast's final piercing scream, the blinding energy consumes everything and defeat becomes obvious. The bright glare of the demonic sword devours the creature that consumed mana, completely erasing it, leaving nothing behind. Lior, seeing the total destruction of the monster, freezes with wide, trembling eyes and tries to comprehend how such a thing could have happened at all. The battlefield is flooded with the last frenzied flash of light. The Manid is utterly destroyed. The power of the demon's sword presses so hard that nothing remains except a dim glow that dissolves, marking the end of its existence. After the destruction of Mana Eater, a colossal beam of pure energy bursts into the sky. The blinding brightness floods the entire area, demonstrating the incredible power of Demon's Sword and the finality of the beast's defeat. After the battle, chaos still holds. The overwhelming power flows incessantly. The hand, on which a complex glowing bracelet flickers, is still stretched forward. It continuously directs the energy stream, tearing the air and engulfing the surrounding mountains in fire. An intense energy discharge continues to burst from Eden's hand, hidden by a mysterious bracelet. As the dazzling glow fades, Ari lies motionless on the ground, trying to regain consciousness. The immense power displayed shocks the witnesses. They cannot believe their eyes and try to understand where such devastating might comes from. Frozen in the aftermath of Mana Eater's destruction, Seal and the unconscious Ari helplessly drift in a dazzling, trembling vortex of pure, raw energy. The stronger the power around, the more Seal is stunned. He convulsively tries to comprehend what this power really is. After the deadly clash, the chaos subsides, and a calm landscape appears before the eyes. Grand Castle rises above the horizon. The mood changes from the tension of the recent clash to the silence that lingers in the air for a long time. The morning begins with Ari waking Sheena Ren and calling her for a conversation to share the news about Baron Classel's move to the imperial capital. While they talk, they analyze the situation and conclude, the court verdict was just a show. They suspect that the Viscount, who once helped the Minister of Justice, is pulling the strings behind the scenes and controlling everything to bring the events together. The streets hum with the rhythmic clatter of hooves. A group of knights leads a carriage carrying the Baron. Classel and Sheena Ren stand aside and watch from afar. His face is stern. He counts the steps of the guard and the carriage's trajectory, sensing this transmission is almost certainly a calculated move by the Viscount's executor. The procession moves through the city smoothly and without disruptions. Ahead rides the Viscount, composed as if carved from stone. Ashina Ren sits beside him and glides her gaze over the streets, as if choosing the moment, then throws out a phrase. The time for their plan is very close, he says. As soon as their transition to the capital is complete, they can rely on the royalist faction. They will finish the rest of the operation there. The conversation shifts toward the mysterious Len Ashton. The knight cannot hold back and bombards the Viscount with questions. Why does a man of his position cling so much to a simple provincial knight, especially when compared to Elijah Clausel? The vice-governor, adopting the look of an expert, sharply retorts, you see only the tip. The true essence of the boy has not yet been shown to the audience. The Viscount continues to explain calmly but tensely, as if replaying the threads of the past in his head. Then he admits, his interest in Len Ashton is pure calculation. To control Len and the Ashton family. His goal is the rise of the Givens lineage within the ranks of the hero faction. While the journey continues, the Viscount remains a mystery. He tells the knight that he will understand everything later, but for now the truth is only for his ears. The conversation shifts to the forest incident. The Viscount reflects on the strange light he saw last night and suggests it might be the power of the Saintess and that something very important could have happened in Yurku. As the procession enters the city, the High Lord maintains a cold, authoritative posture. He orders the knight sent to investigate the forest incident to catch the culprits and deliver them successfully. He warns, do not bring shame upon their house again. The High Lord sharply emphasizes how difficult their political position is. They barely hold the advantage over the royalists, and defeat is not an option. The Cossack knight, pressed by the pressure, immediately gives the order. The Viscount with an armored escort group approaches the huge city gates. The mission is proceeding according to plan. As soon as they enter, the shot switches to a distant open space. A lone rider gallops across endless sunny plains, shifting the perspective. The confident posture of the vice-captain collapses as soon as he sees the lone rider approaching from beyond the horizon. The mysterious man, bathed in sunlight, seems to turn off everything else, and the vice-captain freezes in place, shocked and suddenly aware. The mystical figure racing through the fields turns out to be Ari. Her sudden appearance, the dazzling glow around her, stuns the Viscount. He freezes while she looks ahead with a calm, focused face. Tension rises, the Deputy Duke and his armed guard close in around the travelers on the open road. The Deputy Duke himself looks clearly stunned, shouting the name Lycie. Despite the knight's order not to move, the girl stands firm, assuring her companions that she is fine and promising to talk about it later. The others finally feel relief she is safe. Ari and Seal press against each other, sharing a brief, warm touch. Honoring her decision to respect the hard efforts, Ari shifts the scene into a tense confrontation, and the Viscount is forced to face the wayfarers who calmly name him Viscount Givens. Harry does not take his eyes off the Viscount. Coldly, unwaveringly, he states that she has nothing to offer, no manners to a person committing a crime. The Viscount is confused by her defiance and tries to regain control, reminding of his title and demanding to be spoken to with proper respect. Viscount Givens stretches a creepy predatory smile across his face, examining his opposition. He mocks the previous statement and coldly cuts off, saying the girl is mistaken, the real culprit is her father. Tevis Count holds a steady gaze on Ari, cold, calculated, without any excess. He notices, despite her attempt to remain calm, she is clearly exhausted. Inside, he concludes her body is probably at its limit. She has just enough strength to keep herself conscious. And since she is still a child, he understands the journey here must have been an incredible struggle for her. Iris stands her ground against the Viscount, clutching a mysterious magical device in her hands. Calmly she says, "Look at the thing," and asks if he can still maintain his arrogant mask, because very soon his connection with the elf he hired will be revealed thanks to this evidence. The Viscount snorts in response to Iris's accusation mockingly, boldly emphasizing that he thought real trouble was about to happen. Iris sharply retorts, breaking under the tension, and lays out, "The elf he hired attacked the village of Lena." The Viscount does not change expression, calmly removes his glasses and feigns ignorance, asking for what reason he would commit such an act. In fact, the Viscount mocks Ari. Holding the magical instrument, he sarcastically asks if she really considers this proof of his crimes. Ari remains steadfast, says the truth will come out once the case is investigated, and adds one of his knights also attacked them in the nearby forest. The Viscount does not lose pace and equally calmly notes, the attacker could have been a werewolf, again casting doubt on her words. Ari points to the knight who threatened her and Lena, insisting she clearly remembers his face. The accused knight immediately denies glancing at the Viscount. He states that he only gave orders from outside the forest, as instructed. The Viscount maintains a cold, manipulative innocence, questioning the knight as if he has no idea what happened. The Viscount adjusts his glasses, feigning innocence, and tells Ari that someone else probably misled her. Unfazed, Ari insists they should return to his city to properly investigate and prove the truth of her accusations. But the Viscount only flashes a wide, predatory grin and brusquely cuts off her proposal, saying no such talks are needed. The knight, loyal to House Colossal, steps forward to challenge this disdainful manner of Viscount, insisting that Eris's statement must undergo proper investigation. Unwavering and ominously radiating an aura, Viscount Givens flatly rejects the proposal. Cold-bloodedly, he tells them that if they are so eager to accuse him, let them open a formal tribunal in Imperial Capitoltis, effectively silencing the knight, leaving him noticeably bewildered by the nobleman's audacity. The tension in the air thickens as CL intently fixes on the Viscount and again, without pause, demands that he show his hand. The Viscount, thrown off by the sudden and aggressive demand, remains in place and looks back, noticeably embarrassed, confused, trying to understand exactly whom CL is addressing. CL meets Visconti's eyes, face cold, impassive. He announces a grim news: the knight belongs to Visconti himself, so the noble path is blocked. The air grows even thicker as CL makes it clear. The games are over and he is ready to knock out the truth. The clash presses on Seal. He comprehends the weight of the mission and all the connections he managed to forge. Suddenly, exhaustion or some mysterious force overwhelms him and he stumbles. Nearby, Ari watches the alarm and calls out his name, Len, just as he completely loses his balance. Ari steps forward with unwavering determination and demands the knight show the back of his palm. She points out, the wound she and Len inflicted during their previous encounter should still be visible, and this corners the knight. Taken aback by her precise information, the knight jerks sharply, revealing desperate panic. Pressure mounts when the knight is cornered. It convulsively tries to pass off the bloody wound on the hand as an ordinary industrial injury. It chokes on words, glances at the Viscount, seeking rescue. But the nobleman remains unmoved, coldly orders to show the hand to others to end this once and for all. Viscount Givens, with a twisted face, casts a murderous look at the knight and sharply orders him to stop pulling and show his hand. Cold-bloodedly threatens to cut off his limb with his own hands if he does not obey, and the subordinate immediately falls into a state of pure horror. Under the fierce pressure of Viscount Givens' ultimatum, the knight finally removes the metal gauntlet. The armor clatters to the ground, and the wound on his hand is revealed to all. The Viscount silently watches the injury, indifferent to everything, then coldly remarks that the knight probably did not have quality potion to deal with such a mark. Ari carefully examines the knight's bare arm. With her finger, she points to distinct sword marks and white burns left by holy magic. She explains to those present that wounds caused by holy magic are specialty always leave a temporary scar, regardless of the quality of the healing potion, thus effectively confirming the knight's involvement in the incident. Viscount Givens does not respond with a word to this revelation. He lets out a contemptuous laugh, and turning the situation to his advantage, insists that these very proofs are a reason to convene a new tribunal to clear the name of the knight while the knight itself, in apparent despair, watches everything. Viscount Givens roars at full volume, consumed by fierce rage. His face contorts as he proclaims his absolute authority. He declares that the first trial has already concluded under the Grand Imperial Law and will not allow any changes to the decision regarding the transfer of Baron Clausel. The truth, he says, will only be revealed when they reach the Imperial capital. The atmosphere thickens as Viscount Givens refuses to acknowledge the truth revealed by the knight's hand. A cold, stone expression on his face, he calls the trial a farce and abruptly ends the hearing. Ari and the crowd around freeze in shock, unable to believe their own eyes. Time still flows on. The court annulled the assignment and the decision was made in his favor. Viscount Givens mounts his horse and abruptly rides away, a stern look, without any concession. Beside him, his armored knights tightly keep pace until their departure dissolves into the dust settling afterward. Avery watches the procession with a pained grimace until it disappears. Her instinctive hand reaches forward, she calls to them, "Wait." But the plea drowns in emptiness, the knights and carriages vanish into the distance. The sound of horse hooves fades in the distance as Viscount Givens rushes away, leaving Ari standing alone in the cold wake of his departure. Stunned by the sudden turn of events and her own powerlessness to stop the injustice, Ari sobs and convulsively asks herself what to do next. Viscount Givens begins to clap coldly, with a mocking grimace, and evidently he is wildly pleased with the chaos he has caused. Arian Sor catches his gaze and freezes. He openly spits on justice as he prepares to leave. Viscount Givens continues his cold, mocking performance, showering false compliments on Ari's courage and her dignity. He declares he has seen nothing more beautiful and openly revels in this twisted pleasure. Turning to leave, Ari freezes in confusion and tries to understand who he is. Suddenly, Shinaren appears on horseback and the guards raise a commotion, demanding to know his identity. A composed man with light hair steps forward, gestures politely, and introduces himself as Edgar. He calmly asks her to step back and leave him to what is unfolding, also offering his assistance to the saint. Edgar does not budge an inch, maintaining a composed figure. Addressing Viscount Givens, he swears not to interfere with the miracle but declares his intention to see the current story through to the end. Formally introducing himself and saying he has arrived on behalf of his master, Edgar also explains whom he serves. But as soon as he does, Viscount Givens loses patience, sharply demands to know who his master really is. Edgar maintains a composed and polite manner despite Viscount's agitation. With a barely noticeable mysterious smile, he takes out a carefully crafted dagger from his clothes, softly apologizing for his forgetfulness as if the tension in the air does not concern him at all. Ignoring Viscount's demand to name his lord, Edgar shows the decorative dagger. When the light glides over the blade, a coat of arms carved into the steel appears. Viscount, receiving it, freezes and stares at the emblem in complete shock. His composure crumbles as soon as he recognizes this symbol. Viscount Givens, visibly trembling, tries to discard the emblem, shouting that Edgar is only trying to lead him astray. Edgar does not lose composure, remains balanced, carefully watches the Viscount's panic, and coldly reminds the nobleman. A person of his rank must know forging a noble emblem is punishable by death, and he tightens the psychological pressure even more. Edgar stands straight before Marin Imperial Marin and calmly states that he has the right to intervene in the proceedings. He explains. His master has empowered him to act if he suspects the process is suspicious. Marin visibly falters and shakes from the unexpected challenge. Only a hesitant answer remains, but Edgar presses on, announces that the current verdict is riddled with contradictions, and formally proposes to conduct a new trial in the form of a clausal, leaving Marin stunned. Edgar maintains a composed appearance while explaining further. His lordly master is deeply in debt to House Clausel and separately names a boy named Len Ashton. Meanwhile, Marin shudders with every word, trying to recover from the weight of what was said. Edgar does not lose his composure as he recounts his master's order to help until the very end. But he can no longer endure it. Staggering from what is hidden in this assignment, he breaks down, repeating word for word, not believing what he heard. Anxiety increasingly shows on his face. Marin noticeably shudders, thoughts race, and he tries to understand the motives of this sudden intrusive force. He cannot comprehend why he should even activate his influence and give his power to support House Colossal, leaving him in a state of panic and confusion. Edgar calmly explains, his master was forced to intervene because of what he saw a miracle that Ari and Seal achieved by their own efforts. He then clarifies that there is a personal connection here, because once Len Ashton saved the life of someone very important to his master. Ari and Seal listen silently. Every word of Edgar falls on them with unexpected weight. Edgar stands straight, composed, and with a sharp gaze. He directly addresses the others and reproaches them for their former arrogance. He pointedly asks if they really believed they could surpass him, and something changes in the air under the weight of his true power. Morning light floods the room, and CL stirs, waking from sleep. As soon as he opens his eyes, he sees Ari sleeping nearby. Her presence strikes his thoughts with a quiet, somber realization of her loneliness. Seal wakes up in a luxurious, unfamiliar bedroom and looks around confused, not understanding where he is. He barely manages to grasp the surroundings when Ari suddenly embraces him tightly. Seal freezes completely from surprise. Sealed CL finds himself in a tangled situation. Ari holds him tightly, bursting into tears and calling a name he does not have. When the initial shock subsides, CL comprehends a grim revelation. Since their arrival in Colossal, he had been unconscious for over a month. While Seal recovers from his injury, Edgar persistently asks him to stay at home as soon as the wounds heal completely. Then, as if fearing that silence will erase details, he tells. On the same day, a retrial was held and he was finally successfully declared innocent. Edgar attributes this to Seal's merit, sincerely thanks him, and adds that now everything has turned upside down. Heavy suspicions will fall on Lord Given. The conversation darkens as soon as Edgar reveals. The Viscount committed suicide using hidden poison. Seal is noticeably embarrassed and asks if everything really happened so suddenly. Edgar does not avert his gaze and shares his own versions. Either relatives forced him, or the Viscount chose to end his life himself to avoid being held accountable for what could have been exposed. Edgar continues the report, how the Viscount's mansion caught fire and turned to ashes. Then he shifts the conversation, sincerely thanking CL, saying their success was only possible because CL managed to gain the support of a great noble. CL, clearly confused by the sudden mention of a powerful patron, asks for an explanation. Edgar smiles and names the one who intervened, the leader of the Wolven. But Edgar continues to lay everything out point by point, explaining why the Wolven chief is so important. The internal organs of the creature necessary and rare healing ingredients that are almost impossible to find in perfect condition. Since Seal was able to defeat the beast without damaging the organs, Edgar extracted them and was able to form a strategic alliance with the Marquis. He agreed to help in emergencies in exchange for these precious materials. Edgar summarizes that it was the rare medicine that saved the Marquis's daughter. She had long suffered from an incurable disease. As a token of gratitude, the Marquis sent an invitation to his estate for Seal. Seal carefully examines the paper, staring at the coat of arms depicted on it, and feels a strange, almost painful familiarity. Looking at the invitation, CL's face instantly shifts from confusion to pure shock. The coat of arms on the card triggers a dark memory in his mind from the game Legend of the Seven Heroes, and he realizes with horror. Marquis de Agnate, the very one who invited him, is the final boss. He is broken and held captive by the thought of the terrifying nature of Marquis de Agnate, a powerful aristocrat destined to betray the Empire and conspire with the enemy. He realizes, in the original game itself, the death of Marcus's daughter was the catalyst for this rebellion. By saving her life, Seal is overwhelmed by the chilling thought that he has essentially rewritten the course of history, and now he is haunted by what new dangers this rejected timeline will bring. Several weeks have passed since the attack on the village. Sheena Vren's parents Noah and Den, who managed to survive, finally reunite with their son-in-law upon hearing that he is safe. Despite the tragedy, their estate having burned down, they still manage to find and recover some of their belongings. Seeing Vren, Den smiles warmly and says how much he has grown from the little crybaby he once was. Sheena Vren brushes off the significance of his actions, but inside he is shaken by the memory of that episode. Moments resurface when the bracelet seemed to draw magic from the stone, and from that grew a powerful magical sword. Now, as he examines the bracelet, which has become empty, Sheena Vren tries to understand what that weapon really was, and why the artifact reacted so wildly the moment he touched Ari. Standing on the balcony, Ari says with relief that Sheena Vren's parents are safe, while she herself sinks into thoughts about the mysterious bracelet and the magical sword. Vren looks at her intently, and Ari notices and asks what happened. Vren quickly apologizes, but curiosity gets the better of him. He asks Ari if there is a magical stone in her body. Caught off guard by Shanaran's direct question, Ari recoils from the genuine shock and demands, how did he learn such a secret? Sensing her anxiety, Shanaran immediately tries to ease the tension, apologizes, and says he was just teasing her. Yet his flippant explanation still makes Ari doubt. Did he not extract the truth from her father? Ari responds to Sheena Vren's accurate guess by confirming the truth. She has a magical stone, a trait available only to the most powerful saints. She places a finger to her lips, ordering Vren to keep this sensitive information secret, and explains that such knowledge is known only to her family and the high priests of the temple. Feeling the gravity of the matter, Vren solemnly promises to keep her secret. Yet, Sheena Vren is deeply concerned and wonders if the appearance of the magical sword is connected to the catastrophe foretold in the legend of the Seven Heroes. While he contemplates the true nature and purpose of this power, Eri watches him, senses his uncertainty, and already begins to doubt that his intentions are as simple as they seem. Standing on the balcony, Shinaren looks at the city of Closel and sinks into deep reflection. He asks himself, is what is happening the result of inevitable circumstances? Turning his thoughts to the past, he realizes that although he was firmly determined to stay away from Eri and the tragic future he remembered from the game, he still ended up near her in Closel. Now he will wonder if his attempts to break fate only brought him closer to her. Sheena Vren deeply analyzes the consequences of his intervention. He recalls how the victory over Chief Wolven rewrote the past and notes, those like his father whose lives were destined to end and even those like Yurku have already played their roles differently in this story. As he looks from the balcony, he is gnawed by broader political implications whether changes regarding the daughter of the Ignat family will lead to Marquis Ignat betraying the Empire, ultimately shaking the world he knows. One day Sheena Ren is left deeply shaken by the burden of his own intervention, and he suddenly realizes, every decision he makes sends ripples through the world in ways he cannot yet foresee. As he sinks into his own thoughts, Eri notices his detachment and reaches out to ask why he is spaced out, bringing him back at just this moment. R carefully extends his hands and gently cups Sheena Ren's face, looking at him with sincere warmth. She breaks the silence with a touching confession saying he is her hero and belongs to no one else, so Ren freezes for a moment, stunned by her emotional revelation. Eri looks at Sheena Ren with a soft, understanding smile and playfully calls him a trickster for suddenly behaving so well after their bloody first meeting. Sheena Ren listens, and his expression softens, while the spacious city of Colossal remains calm under these words. The narrative shifts from the quiet balcony in Colossal to the majestic buildings of the Imperial Military Academy. The camera glides over panoramic endless mountain expanses and sprawling urban development, until it stops at the monumental architecture of the academy, finally emphasizing the entrance to the director's office. The public is abuzz with rumors. Newspapers recount strange flashes of light appearing across the land and ask whether it is the work of a hero or the wrath of the god Elfin. Reports separately highlight a beam of light in the Colossal territory debating whether it is a miracle performed by a saint. In the silence of the Imperial Military Academy's library, Director Clanoha Highland lets out a weary sigh, burdened by these mysterious events. The scene moves to the enigmatic Ari. She calmly, as if detached from the whole world, looks at the newspaper lying before her and thoughtfully considers how she wishes someone would suddenly appear and break the monotony of her existence, the narrative deliberately hinting at a forthcoming meeting. The scene casts a dark premonition of the future in the Imperial City. As the story develops, it descends into chaos. A nobleman dies under unclear circumstances, and a mad royal guard suddenly directs his blade against the third prince. Amid the turmoil, frightened townspeople try to piece together what happened. Some tremble before a possible foreign invasion, others see it as divine punishment. But the truth about these tragedies turns out to be much more complex. The mysterious incidents troubling the Imperial City were the work of Marquis Ignat. He burned with revenge. His motivation, a daughter with a heart condition, Lee bedridden, who needs rare medicine that can only be made from the internal organs of the alpha wolf. In desperation, he searched wherever he could but failed to obtain the ingredients instead. The imperial family cruelly concealed them, and this laid the groundwork for his tragic transformation. Although the emperor's decision to hide materials for emergency reserves was technically justified, the cost was terrible. Marquis Ignat's daughter died. Filled with grief and bitterness, Marquis Ignat began nursing a dangerous grudge against the emperor. And as the course of time changes, the tragedy that once defined his path seems about to be rewritten. In a quiet garden, Edgar serves tea to Seal. Seal swallows the drink and asks what kind of nature that young man truly has. Edgar answers without any doubt. His conclusion is infallible. Len Ashton has a value far beyond mere gold, and Edgar is confident their lord would fully approve. Seal sits calmly in the garden and quietly drinks tea while pondering the story he just heard. He admits, this story weighs heavily. The words about the circumstances surrounding the Marquis helped soothe his own still unextinguished angry thoughts about his majesty. Edgar tries to explain why the emperor refused to provide the materials and emphasizes it was for the sake of the imperial family. But Kel sharply interrupts him, acknowledging the logic is clear, but she finds it hard to accept on an emotional level. Another moment and a new figure appears in their tense garden conversation, calling father and immediately drawing attention. The tense atmosphere of the garden is broken by the sudden arrival of a young girl and her maid. They approach Edgar with radiant smiles, clearly happy to see him, and as he turns, they exclaim to him with excitement. The scene switches to Fiona. She states that she wants to visit the class territory to personally thank Len Ashton. Edgar gently reminds her to maintain a more official tone befitting her status, and Fiona jokingly replies that her manner of speaking is influenced by her mother. Meanwhile, Seal notes that he also wants to go, but they will have to respect Baron Clossel's request Jade, as it is a fragile balance between their different noble factions. Fiona suggests sending a letter to Len Ashton to express gratitude since a direct visit is currently limited. Seal agrees that this is a sensible idea and kindly advises her to be patient and adhere to Baron Clossel's request. To wait. Fiona considers his words and ultimately chooses a cautious approach. The scene suddenly shifts to a moment of silence and reflection. Seal in a separate panel, immersed in deep thought, and Fiona in her own panel, looking up with hope in her eyes. Each has a silent, sincere resolution to one day meet Len Ashton in person to convey their thanks and wonder if their true feelings will reach him. The narration briefly steps away from the main story to show how the community immensely values the work. A meme demonstrates the translator's choice to release chapters earlier, even if it means sleeping less. Meanwhile, a collage of sincere reader comments flashes on the screen. They thank and express admiration for the quality work they receive. Night grows in silence and the scene unfolds near a colossal estate. Shin Vren sits at a table intensely focused, the object he just retrieved glowing. He recognizes the rare Sarakia's blue pearl and notes with interest. This item actively absorbs his magical energy. Shin Vren carefully examines the radiant artifact, recalling the intricate details from the game's visual setting booklet. He catches the thought. It is, in fact, an incredibly durable egg rumored to require a colossal amount of magic and a large dragon horn to hatch. While others dismiss it as a mere treasure for sale, Vren understands its true power is different. Inside sleeps a legendary monster capable of challenging the Demon King, masterfully controlling ice and darkness. Shin Vren shudders from his own Lanite research when a knock suddenly sounds at the door. Lisha Klossel, a white saint, enters the room, and her gaze immediately catches the rare artifact he was just working on. She teases him and lightly mocks, fixated again on that mysterious jewel. Shin Vren continued examining the radiant artifact, explaining to Lisha Klossel that he took it from Chief Wolven and considers it safer to keep it himself than to sell it, as inside the dormant lies a powerful entity. While he spoke, his physical condition noticeably improved, and he shared his intention to leave the Klossel territory after the last meeting. Lisha listened attentively, and concern for his future departure was evident until she directly asked how long he planned to stay. Shin Vren caught the gaze of Sheena Vren, which seemed to demand an answer, while Lisha Klossel smiled so slyly as if suggesting he should stay in the Klossel territory for at least 1,000 visits more. Her frivolous response threw him off balance, and the more the conversation about the inevitable departure continued, the more stubbornly the thread of future changes held between them. She and Iran calmly calculated, if they met 1,000 times it would take almost 3 years. And Lisha Klossel said her father would offer him a room to live in. When Ryan tried to talk about work, embarrassed Lisha waved it off and eventually made her extraordinary request, sincerely asking if he could stay a little longer. Seeing Lisha Klossel's persistence, Shin Vren finally gives in. He agrees to her request and stays in the Klossel territory for some more time, acknowledging that he will be taken under care. As soon as Shin Vren settled for a long stay in the Klossel territory, he and Lisha Klossel filled their days with shared activities, continuing routine sword training and occasionally going to town for supplies. Once during such a walk, Lisha insisted on taking her own money to buy Shin Vren clothing despite his resistance and insistence that he would never have to wear it because they are already trying to make the most of every day together. Nearby, and the silence of the colossal territory is cut by the appearance of the Imperial Knights. Sheena Wren, stunned by the news, asks, holding a book in her hands, why they have come. Soren replies, they have arrived to assess the swordsmanship skill of Lyja Colossal and sees this as a wonderful opportunity for training, so he invites Wren to go with him, noting that the knight leading the squad is a well-known figure, famous for the technique mastery of the Holy Sword. Soren and Shinnerin continue their conversation as they walk through the spacious halls of the estate. Soren unfolds the Holy Sword technique, founded by the hero ruins as a way to realize combat skills at the cost of sacrificing magical power. It requires these moves to become vital for people born without inceit. Shinnerin listens attentively, recalling how he once tried to replicate these movements himself, yet he doubts. Mere imitation of the moves cannot truly activate combat skills. Soren honestly admits to Seal he is not destined to withstand the Holy Sword technique. So he chooses another, the Imperial Fencing Mastery, which he calls the Sword of Defense, and kindly promises to teach Seal this style someday, and Seal sincerely accepts the offer. While the conversation continues, they recall Eris's impressive skills in the Holy Sword technique and her high rank as a sword saint. Soren explains the hierarchy of fencers. The rank of Sword Saint stands just below the highest title of Sword King, a rare position held by only 5 people worldwide. While they continued talking, Soren asked Shinnurin if he considered himself someone who learns other sword styles, specifically mentioning Gyukengi. He explained that this requires incredible natural talent, so it is truly a rare mastery. Shinnurin recalled from his own experience in the game. Gyukengi is a formidable technique used by imperial enemies, founded by King Lev and the ancestor of Liamel. He sighed thoughtfully back, then players raged because this technique was impossible to learn. And yet he admitted, he understands the theory, but mastering such skills is a completely different matter. When Shina Ren contemplates the formidable power of the Gyukenji technique, he is tormented by memories of past game battles. Encountering such enemies meant instant defeat and irreversible penalties to attributes. Although he remains alert and does not take his eyes off the deadly threat, his thoughts are pulled into the present. Likia Closel, she excitedly calls him, urging him to join their training. Shinorin tries not to attract attention, politely tells the knight that he should only be an observer. But the well-informed knight only notes Ren's potential has already been recognized by both the Saintess and Visama. Ignoring Ren's modest objections, he insists he really wants to see his combat abilities in action. Despite Shina Ren's hesitation, a knight named Avan steps forward with a calm smile. He draws his sword and extends it to Ren, offering a light sparring session to first test his rumored skill. The training begins as Avan and Shina Ren cross blades. The swords clash with a sharp metallic ring, a signal that the test has started. As they exchange blows, the spectators watch intently, and before them unfolds the first encounter between the mysterious knight and the protagonist. When the blades meet closely, Avan carefully watches Shina Ren's movements and without raising his voice advises him to stop copying others' techniques and fight genuinely as he himself does. Ren freezes for a moment, reflects on his actions, and suddenly realizes. Unknowingly, he had been adopting moves from the Holy Sword since the days he played. Following Avan's instructions, Shina Ren discards the rigid, imitated movements of the saintly niece from the game Sword Nix. He adopts a new, more personal stance and is ready to show his own potential right in the heat of sparring. After deciding to abandon the rigid game mechanical techniques, Shina rushed forward with a series of lunges with a new, personal fighting style. Avan met her strike head-on. Their swords collided with such force that the air around trembled, marking the beginning of a more authentic and intense exchange. The sparring reached a new level of tension. Avan closely watched Shina Ren's movements, seriously noting that he never thought the duel would go this far, while Shina Ren continued to press forward with his new, unique fighting style. The sparring reached a critical point. Avan launched a quick attack, but Shina Ren effortlessly blocked it. Avan trembled inside. He couldn't understand how his opponent managed to withstand his strike. He finally realizes, by relying on game mechanics, Shina Ren has become a much more unpredictable and dangerous fighter. Avan looks directly at Shina Ren, his face calm and composed. He says, despite the impressive demonstration, the harsh techniques of the Holy Sword simply don't suit him, so Ren needs to find a path that better matches his own unique abilities. Avan continues his professional assessment. He acknowledges that Shina Ren has raw power, but notes his father's training instilled habits that don't align with the Holy Sword techniques. He insists that Ren's tough, aggressive nature is his true strength, and attempts to suppress it in order to master these techniques will only hinder his development as a swordsman. Shina Ren listens attentively and simply replies. He understands the knight's point of view. Since the Holy Sword techniques don't fit, it is proposed that Shina Ren instead receive instruction on basic sword usage, and Shina Ren agrees. While they continue their conversation, Marquis Ignat and Ari lie in wait nearby. The Marquis doubts Avan's prudence regarding whether Shina Ren can master these techniques, no matter how wild he is. Avan continues analyzing his recent spar, noting that Shina Ren has a natural talent for a different fencing style. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Seal and Eri discuss Lisha Sama's mood. Seal observes her characteristic habit. As soon as she becomes gloomy, she immediately twirls her hair. Ciel and Eri continue their conversation. Ciel confirms that his previous observation about Lissy Osama's bad mood was accurate. Eri struggles to accept the hint that Shina Ren lacks talent, but Ciel calmly insists. Avan's direct assessment is a practical way to save them from wasting time on unsuitable training. Ciel calmly tells Ari not to worry about Sama Lissia, but to focus on her own improvement. Ari, deep in thought, suddenly realizes, from Avan's perspective, she and Shina Ren share similar combat habits. After this, she reveals to Ciel that she is stubbornly and painfully studying Shina Ren's sword tactics and techniques to defeat him, and Ciel is momentarily stunned into silence. Next, Ari sits down and silently sinks into reflection, digesting the realization. She has similar combat habits as Shina Ren. She was told they can be corrected, but inside rises a stubborn resistance. She perceives the remarks as dismissive of her own goals. and she refuses to accept the idea that her path might be wrong. Eric hints to her that maybe she shouldn't be so fixated on the holy sword techniques, there are other styles that might suit her better. Seal is confident. Eventually she will master them anyway. Changing the subject, Eric asks how she would feel if she were ordered to discard the mastery her father once taught her and forced to reconsider the personal value of her own training. Seal tries to draw a line between their circumstances, saying her humble origin is just a shadow compared to who she is alongside Ares, who has the status of a saint. She reminds him he is only a knight's son, yet stubbornly rejects the idea that their fates are tied to roles. Her father encouraged her to freely pursue her own desires, so now Ares strives to forge the future as a tribute to the memory of their late mother. Ares continues voicing her doubts about how to fight old habits. She asks directly, wouldn't it be more productive for her growth to start from scratch, choosing a different sword technique? As she speaks, she listens carefully and finally concludes, Lysia-sama is a living person with her own will, not just a character from a game. Ares and CL exchange final words about personal growth and the paths they intend to take next. Their gazes briefly rise to the night sky, and in their hearts a thought about the future ahead is born. Thus they conclude the current chapter, with a sense of anticipation and shared determination. Alone under the boundless moonlit sky, the story pauses to look back at the path ahead. The scene shifts to a quiet moment. Ari and Nari catch their breath, and their tired but determined faces reveal the physical and emotional cost of their training. Somewhere in the air still lingers the instruction to keep moving forward on their own feet, an echo of the central theme of self-determination. The chapter ends with a full stop at this stage of their development. Nari stumbles during training and almost falls, but Yuna instantly catches her. Out of breath, Nari apologizes for losing strength but insists anyway she will continue. She is driven by pressure, the feeling that she is behind her peers. Yuna gently asks her to rest and emphasizes that they need to finish for today. Lying in bed, Nari complains about her physical weakness. Long immobility has left her unable to walk on her own. Despite Yuna's obvious concern, Nari begs not to stop, promising to stop before she really gets injured. She is driven by a desperate desire to become better. Nari leans on Yuna, her heart filled with a deep desire to stand on her own feet and express gratitude to the one who freed her. Lying in bed, she recalls the agonizing days of her past. Trapped in a body eaten away by pain, she shifts her gaze, and in it reflects how Cheyenne changed her life, while he stands at a distance looking beyond the horizon. Pushing herself beyond physical limits, Nari catches her breath as Yuna watches her. Marquis Ignat appears. He was watching her training from his own office and gives her well-deserved praise for her efforts. Nari is still out of breath but remains modest about her current progress and shyly admits that her father is here. Marquis Ignat approaches his daughter, Fiona, holding an envelope. He says he received a letter addressed to her from the Imperial Military Academy. Fiona is instantly surprised and blurts out whether these are the long-awaited results from the previous exam she took last month. Fiona excitedly opens the letter. It contains her acceptance to the Imperial Military Academy. Unable to hide her smile, she excitedly tells her father, Marquis Ignat, who responds with a calm smile. He says he never doubted her success. When Fiona asks where he got such confidence, the air seems to tense, and as they continue their conversation, Yuna watches their interaction closely. While the conversation continues, Marquis Ignat admits he really was not worried. He saw Fiona studying diligently in bed even despite feeling unwell. He jokes a little, saying he only worries about the upcoming final exam. Fiona, confused by his casual confidence, confesses how nervous she was about the previous results. Cheyenne Ren holds Nari's hand and encourages her just a little more and forward while she trains. He warns simply and kindly, if she gets injured now, she won't be able to fulfill her dream to thank Len Ashton, and all efforts will be in vain. Nari, somewhat calmed by his concern, playfully responds, "All right, everything is ready," and then focuses on her goal. Marquis Ignat shifts the conversation to Cheyenne Ren's future plans. He leisurely suggests, Ren can continue serving as a knight or simply remain in Colossal until the time comes when he takes on the role of head of the family. Marquis Ignat gently pushes Cheyenne and Rin to open up about their thoughts. At first, Rin hesitates but eventually admits to inner turmoil. He deeply desires to reunite with his family, but panic has gripped him. He fears he will only bring them more trouble. Because of this, he begins to consider whether to return to his village at all. Marquis Knott continues a serious conversation with Shane of Ren, saying that Viscount Given has developed a troubling, obsessive fixation on him. He adds, Roy had already consulted with him about this and expressed strong concern, saying that although Vren is capable of handling monsters, he easily becomes a target. Powerful nobles will corner and hook him. To guarantee his safety, the Marquis explains that Roy advised Vren to become a knight in the Clausel estate. Vren listens attentively, and it is clear that this impresses him. His father has always planned protection. Marquis Ignat calmly advises Sheena Vren not to rush and to stay in Clausel while his native village is being rebuilt. Touched by his concern, Vren confesses a modest desire to someday become strong enough to handle his own problems, but doubts that this is even possible for a knight's son. Marquis Ignat brushes off his insecurity and says, Vren needs to become a force that even the most powerful nobles cannot handle, and they will not be able to challenge him. Marquis Ignat rejects the idea of a political marriage as the only path to power. Turning the conversation towards a much more formidable goal, he points to the legendary Swordsman King as the highest symbol of strength that overcomes the influence of even the highest nobility, leaving Shinran to ponder this difficult but powerful ambition. Sheena Ren shudders in surprise and asks Marquis Ignat, does he really mean the legendary swordsman ruler? The Marquis confirms and explains, the top 5 strongest fencers in the world exist outside the authority of any state. He adds, some of them live in the imperial capital, but only by their own will with no ties to political power. Sheena Ren realizes the oppressive reality of the Sword Kings. Even if you max out levels and gain the opponent's favor, victory in the game depends only on luck. Switching to the present, Marquis Ignat encourages him, let him move forward and seek support from Weiss along with Lisha. The Marquis assures that he will cover his living expenses once he embarks on this path of self-improvement. Sheena Vren insists, he cannot just sit idly by while staying in Colossal. He asks Marquis Ignat if there is any work he could help with. The Marquis considers the request and clarifies whether Vren would agree to take on a role similar to his former duties in the village. The conversation drags on and Vren suddenly realizes with fear that the Marquis is exactly proposing this. He then takes on the dangerous job of taming monsters. Marquis Ignat confirms, the matter is not just about fights. Careful monitoring of the local monster population is needed to prevent dangerous overgrowth. He explains to Sheena Vren that her task is to check the condition of nearby monsters, submit periodic reports, and act as soon as the region's safety requires it to tame them. Heeding the Marquis's advice, Sheena Vren sneaks through the noisy city streets. A thought spins in his head, to join the request at the Adventurers Guild to stay employed and gain experience. Eventually, he stops in front of the building and squints, wondering if this is finally the very place. Sheena Vren enters the bustling Adventurers Guild, and his appearance immediately catches the attention of the people inside. Among the visitors, Zeal and Vren also notice him. One comments on his appearance, and the other warns not to look too openly. Sheena Vren approaches the guild counter to officially register as a traveler. The receptionist hesitates noticeably, asks if she has already consulted with Baron Classel, but Vren calmly confirms the permission has already been obtained. While he pays the registration fee and fills out forms, his speed and restrained tone leave the receptionist puzzled. It seems he is much more experienced than the usual first-time registrant. Sheena Vren confidently interrupts the receptionist's explanation. He has already studied the guild rules and conditions for promotion from books. She shows that she understands the intricacies of administrative routine no worse, including the restrictions on reissuing guild cards. When registration is complete, Vren moves to the guild's bulletin board and carefully reads the messages about monster activity in the surrounding area. Sheena Ren examines the quest board and notices. In this vast territory, there are almost no strong monsters, even drained threats occur rarely. Just as he manages to process this, 2 approach him, Lyre and Reen. They loom over him and mocking call him Hero Dono, teasing him with a question about whether he worries about the lack of difficult quests. Lyra and Ren stand before Sheena Ren. Their faces are full of mockery. Ren raises his voice and confirms that they are indeed mocking him, and Lyra adds a cutting phrase sarcastically praising how Ren behaved in his interaction with Viscount. Ryan and Lyre continue their superior instructions and order Sheena Ren to stop scrolling through certain requests. Lyre explains that steel-beaked gargoyle that drinks terror is a drank monster which is usually left alone because it does not harm people unless provoked. Once provoked, its response becomes incredibly formidable. Sheena Ren nods, accepting the warning, and immediately clearly understands the danger they are talking about. Sheena Ren weighs the tactical advantage of hunting the gargoyle. Due to its special nature, valuable materials can be obtained for a new magical sword. But he remains cautious and decides, before undertaking any combat plans, it is wiser to first seek advice from Lizard Sama. Sheena Ren stops and examines his status window, tracking how his abilities are growing. A recent clash with Uoklu raised the art of summoning his magical sword to level 3. At this threshold, he confidently confirms now able to summon 2 magical swords simultaneously, which noticeably adds strength. However, Sheena Ren does not take his surrounding vigilant gaze off him until he notices a creature jumping through the grass. He recognizes the beast as Mitsumi, a low-level Frank monster, and records its behavior, preparing for a possible encounter. Applying new combat capabilities in practice, Sheena Ren manifests an iron magical sword and strikes Mitsumi. He immediately counters the attack and summons a wooden magical sword, demonstrating that he can now control multiple weapons together, and he truly manages to successfully neutralize the Frank monster. Shinaren notices Mitsumi tightly bound with vines and impressively evaluates the enhanced spell the art of summoning a sword. He says the technique is incredibly convenient and simultaneously prepares to finish the hunt. After successfully testing his abilities, Shina Ren pauses and carefully studies the status screen. He sees that his iron magic sword has leveled up but still wants to understand the progress of the wooden magic sword, whether it has hit a limit or if certain conditions are needed for further growth. Meanwhile, while eating, he reflects future plans need to be carefully trimmed and power continue to be built up. Shina Ren approaches the reception, firmly holding Mitsumi, whom she captured earlier, to her chest. The receptionist looks at her with a hint of uncertainty and clarifies whether it is really acceptable for the guild to buy everything he brought. Shina Ren stands before the guild receiver and presents two huge earthworms he managed to hunt. He immediately explains, the magical stones have already been removed, so now he asks her to evaluate the remaining materials. Shina Ren walks through the lively city streets and, surprised while reviewing her earnings, counts 600,000 jin. The comparison with the typical hourly wage of an ordinary commoner is striking. In just one single day he made a considerable profit. So Ren decides he needs a new wallet. Soon he enters a clothing store where the owner immediately recognizes him as Len-sama. While looking at the items, Ren recalls that he had been here before together with Lia-sama. A month later, everything suddenly changes. Kagel reveals plans to move out. Ari literally freezes in place and bombards him with questions why he is even planning to leave. Kagel tries to explain that he just feels he relies too much on her, but Ari dismisses all his doubts and orders him to continue living in his current room. CL holds a box and with a firm tone explains to Ari. As a member of the Ashton family serving Lycia-sama, he consulted with Lizard-sama and took responsibility for managing the old estate. He tells Ari, although he hardly believes it himself, that he is going to move there so as not to remain indefinitely in the guest room. Ari is clearly angry and complains that she did not know Zeal was going to go to the village. Zeal apologizes and explains that he wanted to warn her later. At that moment, Yuna enters the room carrying a delivery for Zeal. Ari notices the package and curiously asks if he bought something with the same sign from the store. CL calmly confirms his recent purchase as he opens the box. With a barely audible click, the lid lifts, revealing neatly folded clothes inside. He pushes the box toward Ari, politely asking her to look at what he bought. CL carefully unfolds the fabric from the box he just opened. Harry watches him intently with wide, curious eyes, and her expression softens from surprise to anticipation. When CL hands her the clothes, Harry shyly asks if they are meant for her, clearly touched by his gesture. CL smiles gently as he hands the dress to Ari and confirms her guess. He explains that he bought this clothing on the very day he earned his first money, so Ari immediately sees it. She is moved and surprised. Harry holds the fabric of the dress. It is clear that the gesture touched her and whispers that it is so cute. CL looks at her with a gentle smile but still modestly holds back about his choice. He offers to find her another one if she really does not like it. Dilyanka is noticeably touched by CL's gesture. She presses the dress to herself and hugs it, shyly and happily smiling, and declares that she has no intention of giving it back. CL looks at Ari softly and smiles uncertainly, silently wondering if the gift was received just as it should be. Then he apologizes and asks if one gift is not enough for her to forgive him. Ari feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him and sincerely says that he is behaving unfairly. She stands in an elegant hall. Ari tries to explain her tangled emotions to CL. She assures him that it is not just about the gift, everything is happening too fast and she does not have time to process it. She sighs quietly. Her mood has not improved on its own, so the tension between them still hangs in the air. As Shina Ren slowly falls asleep, his mind transports him into a series of dreams. There he relives a key scene from the game The Legend of the Seven Heroes. In this vision, he watches as Lyja Closel is pursued by someone, and behind her relentlessly follows a famous figure known as the most renowned wizard in the world, Krenoa Highland. While Shiana Vren continues to dream about the events of The Legend of the Seven Heroes, the scene abruptly changes to grim news. The image shows Lyja Closel lying powerless, and the caption confirms that she was also killed by the hand of Len Ashton. Shina Ren jolts, wakes up deeply embarrassed. The vivid nightmare of events shown by the game still shakes his nerves. He pours himself a drink to calm down a bit, but another thought gnaws at him: the terrible power of Krenoa Highland and the mystery of her defeat. Realizing how dangerous the path ahead is, he decides to abandon his plans, to leave the imperial capital and the Imperial Military Academy to avoid the tragic future he saw. At first, the morning sun floods the town with light and Seal walks through the market, receiving joyful greetings from the merchants. They call him Mr. Hero. After the walk, the scene switches to the noisy interior of the Adventurers Guild, where adventurers have gathered. CL stands in front of the quest board in the Adventurers Guild, rummaging through the announcements in search of something truly interesting. Suddenly, his stomach growls loudly, and CL briefly wonders if he missed a proper breakfast. Sora immediately picks up the noise. He chuckles and says that the sound was so cute. Still laughing at how exactly CL betrayed hunger, she gestures him to her table. In her hands is a Mugand. She sincerely invites him to join her for breakfast, while CL just looks at this with an expression of genuine surprise. CL stands by the table and looks around a bit awkwardly as he tells the hooded woman that he has enough money to pay for his own food. However, she does not give in. There is no need to be so reserved, this is her treat. CL nods in response toward the crowd in the guild and suggests sitting together at one table. And while speaking, he notices out of the corner of his eye that although he cannot see her face under the hood, she definitely does not look local. While they eat, Sora notices. CL's behavior already shows a mature manner, so CL easily deflects, dropping a casual phrase about his age. Inside, however, CL becomes even more cautious. He suspects that Sora's voice might have been altered by magic when she approached him. Sora, smiling, admits the sound of his hungry stomach touched her, so the boy's situation seemed cute to her and she started a conversation. Seal and Sora continue dinner, and Sora asks what Seal thinks about their interaction. The atmosphere cuts the silence. Sora calmly admits that she is actually planning how to kidnap Seal, and Seal remains to digest this creepy statement. Sora laughs off her previous words about kidnapping Seal, saying it was just a joke to avoid trouble with the knights. Then she changes the subject and invites Seal to go to the imperial capital, emphasizing how much she enjoyed their conversation, but Seal remains vigilant and immediately refuses, sharply asking if she is even from the capital itself. Sora pays for dinner and says that her long journey was with a magical ship and a business crew to reach the guild. She regrets that their conversation must end and hopes they will meet again someday. CL, keeping a wary look, agrees to this possibility, but his tone remains restrained. When they part ways, Sora leans closer and gives CL a mysterious promise to teach him about that strange power he has. CL freezes in complete shock, eyes wide with disbelief as she turns and leaves the guild, making him wonder how Sora could have known about his secret ability. CL freezes in the middle of the street, and in his head, like hammers, thoughts clash one after another. How could this mysterious woman know about his secret ability to summon the demonic sword? He stands confused, stuck in his thoughts when suddenly Ryan approaches and greets him, asking if he is heading to the eastern forest again. CL sharply turns to find her in a hood but realizes she has already disappeared into the crowd. While CL is still recovering after meeting Sora, Ryan and Lyra approach him with a request. They explain that the guild asked them to watch over several young adventurers entering the forest and invite CL to join. But CL refuses, saying he is currently busy with a specific task assigned to him by the Baron. Ryan and Lyra said goodbye to Seal, promising that in the future they would catch together with him. Seal watched them go, maintaining his composure, but as soon as they left, his thoughts immediately returned to the mysterious woman. He froze in silence, confused and as if in cold, who she was and how she knew about his secret power. Internal reflections of CL are abruptly interrupted by a sudden jerk. A huge predatory creature lunges at him. His attention instantly shifts to survival. CL freezes, prepares his sword, casts aside confusion, and faces the threat face to face. CL continues working and notes that the inspection of the captured beast goes smoothly. He understands, the work he did today will bring a good profit. So thanking Lord Lezard for allowing him to spend his earnings as he pleases, CL plans to send magical tools and money to his family. Then, looking toward the forest, he wonders if his family will truly appreciate the gifts he intends to send them. A peaceful moment of reflection is abruptly interrupted. He freezes in the forest, and anxiety flares in his eyes as suddenly an unexpected voice echoes from the trees. The earth shudders and cracks. A massive fissure tears the ground, raising a dull, devastating roar. CL, caught in the midst of this sudden cataclysm, lets out a desperate, loud scream from his chest and the earth beneath him quakes. The fight in the forest flares up even more fiercely. CL, Ryan, and Lyre face off against the armored monster that suddenly appears out of nowhere. They strike it, but their blades do not pierce the skin, which holds firm as if indifferent, and Ryan panics, realizing the monster is incredibly strong and has been here like thunder. CL and his comrades are forced to hold the defense, trying to find a way to overcome this relentless endurance. The situation is getting out of control. Party members are harshly knocked down and wounded by a grotesque creature. Amid the chaos, Ryan and Lyre, trembling with pain, desperately try to hold on, shouting and calling for help as their defense cracks under continuous blows. Overall, the clash reaches a turning point when the armored monster delivers a devastating blow to Ryan and he, sending up bloody splashes and debris, falls down. Lyre, seeing his comrade fall, cries out plaintively in alarm as the monster looms over the battlefield. Its power presses from all sides and the rest of the squad desperately fights for survival. The battle reaches a critical point when Liar finds himself in a desperate clash with an armored monster. His companion is already incapacitated, so Liar is forced to parry a devastating claw strike, gritting his teeth and barely holding back the incredible force of the attack. Tension reaches its limit as Keel and Liar stand their ground against the giant armored beast, while the battlefield is engulfed in dust and debris. The two companions focus on a desperate strike. They have decided to overcome the creature's invincible defenses. Seal holds his position, his gaze fixed firmly on the armored monster. When the creature looms before him, he recognizes the legendary still-eating gargoyle, and this confirms his suspicions about the source of the deafening roar that shook the forest. Seal and Lior stand amid the ruins of their party and look up at the mantid-like steel-devouring gargoyle Rumi. Seal is lost in guesses. According to the bulletin board, this creature was supposed to be far from colossal. Realizing the full seriousness, Seal firmly turns to Lior, orders to evacuate the others, and stays behind to buy time and hold her back. Time? Lur nods in agreement and shouts that he understood the plan while preparing to evacuate the wounded comrades to safety. When the path is clear, CL rushes forward, his gaze fixed on the room dweller descending, ready to confront the monster and hold it back. CL breaks on Rumi, but his blade fails to inflict even noticeable damage. The creature is covered in armor. When he pulls back his hand, he grimaces. The appearance of the biting steel gargoyle is tougher than he expected. CL creeps through thick lianas, the saber flashes as he strikes Rumi. Garcule, the stone gargoyle that devours steel, roars so loudly it rings. Its armored body becomes a formidable barrier, but CL does not retreat. He keeps his focus and dances around the beast's deadly claws. Seal delivers a precise strike to the steel-handed Gorgon Rumi, and dark blood spills from its jaws. Maintaining a defensive stance, he calmly assesses the threat level. Although the creature belongs to the same rank classification as Chief Wolven, its actual strength in battle is noticeably weaker. Ironcast Gargoyle Rumi lets out a fierce roar and lunges at Seal again, fueled by new fury. Caught off guard by the monster's sudden speed burst, Seal barely manages to deflect the incoming strike. His face tightens as he realizes the creature is far more dangerous than he initially assessed. The battle turns at the worst moment. A huge, completely unexpected force crashes to the ground near him and he freezes, stunned and shaken by the sudden turn. And with anxiety, he realizes there is not just one monster before him. Another gargoyle has joined the fight. The situation sharply worsens when a second steel-eating gargoyle appears next to the first one. Their armored figures and threatening presence scream of a coordinated attack, and CL finds himself in a precarious position as he holds off this pair. Suddenly, just as Seal manages to see the second gargoyle, he does not give up. Sword drawn, he stands his ground. Two stone creatures devouring steel loom over him, ready to charge, making it immediately clear the true power of the battle is only beginning. Under the heat of battle, Seal cries out in pain, parrying the attack, yet his body still aches from the blow. Confusion and anxiety swirl in his mind. According to what he was told, there was supposed to be only one creature here. But now he has to face two steel-jawed gargoyles at once, and the fight for survival grows increasingly hopeless and unpredictable. Trapped in a deadly panzer attack, Kyle, dazed, pushes his reflexes to the limit. Catching a glimpse just in time to duck under the sweeping claw of a steel-eating gargoyle, keeps his eyes fixed on the threat. Then suddenly and desperately lunges forward, driving his blade into the creature's armored skin, trying to tear even a single gap in this merciless fight. CL finds himself pressed by two gargoyles but does not retreat, knows this risks innocent lives. He instantly changes tactics, directing his forces to bind one of the monsters with a thick web of vines, forcing the monsters to respond not only to his strength but also to his tactical countermeasures. Seal skillfully maneuvers in the air. The sword is already ready, and he keeps these two steel-stretching gargoyles tense, forcing them not to leave the battlefield. One of the creatures is bound by his magical Vinesso. Seal declares his intention. He will not allow these dangerous beings to threaten the lives of innocent people. Not retreating, CL tears forward, closing the distance and unleashing a devastating strike on the steel-devouring monster, trying at any cost to turn the tide of the battle. Seal, having momentum on his side, tears through the air. The blade cuts through chaos, and he lands a hard, decisive strike on the armored hide of the steel-eating gargoyle. The gargoyle devouring steel roars madly in pain and fury, releasing a compressed burst of energy towards CL. Not retreating an inch, CL holds his position. Magical equipment pulses, he bares his teeth and is ready to parry or dodge the attack, unwilling to back down from the mortal threat. CL stands still. His gaze is fixed on the magical energy bursting from the equipment. The steel-eating gargoyle breaks free, writhing against the thick glowing vines that firmly bind it, and tears the air with a piercing scream. In the heat of the battle, CL freezes for a moment and with surprise realizes his weapon seems to have turned into a new demonic sword. The gargoyle devouring steel emits a deafening roar of pain. Its gigantic figure is thrown back as the full force of the seal's strike crashes down on it. The beast writhes, resisting the sudden surge of power. The monstrous body trembles from the intensity of the attack. Seal holds a defensive stance, both swords at the ready, and a magical barrier flickers above him. Before him rises a gargoyle devouring steel, its claws scratching the energy field as the clash grows fiercer. In the heat of battle, Seal does not take his eyes off his weapon. It has undergone a striking transformation. He casually states that in his hands is a demon's sword made from shields. CL stands firm amid the wreckage of the broken barrier, his gaze fixed on the steel-flesh gargoyle. Holding the demon's sword shield, he shakes the stand, fully ready to unleash the power of his transformed weapon and turn the tide of battle. The battlefield turned into a scene of destruction, the earth split by a deep, enormous crack. Lur and Shinar stand side by side, staring at the rupture as the dust begins to settle. Lur's face flares with anxiety, while Shinar remains silent, processing the scale of the catastrophe unfolding right before them. The pilot settles in the broken canyon, revealing the aftermath of a fierce clash. CL stands calmly, weapon ready, gaze fixed on the defeated steel-loving gargoyle, shuddered, motionless before him. The dust begins to settle, and CL maintains an upright posture, towering after the fierce clash. Lior and the others freeze in complete shock, unable to believe what they have just seen. Lior, breathless with wide-open eyes, stammers in disbelief and asks if the person before them is really the hero they have been waiting for. The knights freeze in disbelief. Eyes wide open, they look at two steel-jawed gargoyles sprawled right before them. These creatures are already bound, and motionless soldiers are confused, unable to understand how they managed to defeat two of these dangerous beasts. The Kistari surrounded Sheena and Ren and interrogated whether he really defeated the steel-winged gargoyles alone. Ren modestly tries to downplay his role, hinting that he was helped, but the knights insist Thai's feat belongs to him alone. Meanwhile, Lur approaches and shows that he has already contacted the guild, so Ren will receive full reward for successfully completing the task. CL looked at his status screen and pondered the usefulness of demon sword shields. They consume a lot of mana but work impressively. When he reviewed his gained experience, he was even more surprised that ice-eating gargoyles gave so many points that they surpassed his previous, though tough, encounters. And CL concluded, to further improve the skill of demon sword shields, they need to be fed magical stones from the same species of monsters. CL clenches his fist. He feels the weight of his recent progress, and a focused expression slides across his face as he comprehends his new power. But a voice interrupts his thoughts, Len, and he refocuses on the townspeople around him. When CL stands in the square, Licia Colossal and her followers immediately notice his wounds. Surprised by his appearance, Licia asks where he got such injuries, while CL shifts his attention to her. Licia Colossal carefully examines the wounds on Seal and sees with relief that they are shallow. While she treats him, Seal looks at her calmly, thoughtfully. He breaks the silence by asking why she is not angry and, confessing, adds that he had already expected her wrath for his actions. Licia Colossal quietly praises Seal. She says his courage saved many and asks him to be proud of what he has done. But Seal remains reserved. He says he thought about it only of his own free will. Lai admits at first she wanted to be angry because he faced such dangerous opponents, but in the end she restrained herself. She gives credit to the fact that the investigation was what her father asked him to do. Licia Colossal, while the conversation continues, looks directly at CL and gives him a gentle, concerned smile. Calmly admits, she understands why he took the risk, but she still could not help worrying about his safety. It is deeply visible how much she cares about him. While they walk through the estate, Licia Colossal invites Seal to join her for dinner at the main residence. Seal, feeling guilty that she worried because of him, asks if he can make it up somehow. He recalls that he was going to visit several villages just like during the last trip, but Licia gently dismisses his reproaches and insists he should no longer worry about that incident. Aubrey barely glanced at Seal and asked if he would go with her. Seal, acknowledging her status as a saintess, calmly agreed, and so they started a new chapter of their journey. The camera shows the castle from afar, and a sense of threat creeps in the air. Inside, Vyaz hands a sealed document to Xian of Ren, explaining that it is a report from the knights guarding the villages around the Baldur Mountains. After reviewing the content, Xian of Ren notes, this winter will be extremely cold. After that, the conversation boils down to the main point: urgently stockpiling firewood and magical tools to secure the region. Shiana Ren asked Edgar to voice his opinion regarding the recent incident with the gargoyle that ate steel. Edgar explained that, according to the Travelers Guild, these creatures were likely starving and forced to migrate in search of food. Shiana Ren noted, mineral prices recently fell, so they concluded reckless excavations in the monster's territory arranged by adventurers are the root cause of the problem. Shiana Ren reflects on how difficult it is to prove his position, while Soren shares his observations about Vren's training. Soren admits, At first he was stunned by Vren's lack of ability in the holy sword technique, but after seeing his dedication and rapid progress he decides most likely Vren has the talent to master the strong sword technique. Several days have passed since the successful subjugation of the steel-tongued gargoyles. Now Xian of Vren rides horseback together with Licia Colossal, and they set out on a campaign to visit various villages across the territory. While the expedition continues, the squad stops to rest. Shinran finds time for the horse that once belonged to Yurka, and to his own surprise, the animal seems to have accepted him as its new master. Sala Colossal watches closely, and together they ponder the horse's temperament, assuming that the old owner might have treated it harshly. While they continue to rest, Sheena Vren asks Licia Colossal if the horse is still young. Licia nods and explains, like a Weiss horse, it carries monster blood and will grow significantly larger over time. She says that such horses stay in their prime for a long time and live extraordinarily long, and Vren smiles. It turns out they will travel together for a very long time. Sikna Colossal urges Sheena Wren to give the horse a proper name. While they talk, Yuna approaches them and notes that she is happy. Wren has decided to stay with Colossal for now. Yuna says her mistress was pleased with this news and advises Wren to consider going to the party. Yuna tells Sheena Wren the party she mentioned is exactly for Licia Colossal's birthday. When he realizes that the date is very soon in summer, he begins to guess what gift to bring her. He thanks Yuna for the reminder and decides, as soon as they return to Klopp, he will immediately prepare a sincere, thoughtful gift for her. The expedition continues. Licia Colossal and her companions reach a rural village. The local leader steps forward to greet them and sincerely thanks them for the visit, while the residents gather to meet the squad. In her dwelling, Licia Colossal shows Sheena Vren a map. Here is their current location and the route drawn for the next day. Discussing the geography of the Balder Mountains, Vren involuntarily pauses on the distances, how close they are to the goal, and reflects on possible danger, concluding, everything will be under control as long as Marquis Ignat does not intervene. Sheena Vren thinks about the dark history of the Balder Mountains, and her voice pulls along a memory. In the original game, The Legend of the Seven Heroes, Marquis Ignat used this land to pressure the Liamal Empire. Using the red dragon demon stone, Asphalt, the Marquis turned what was once a low-risk mountain ridge into a deadly dangerous zone. Sheena immerses the elves deeper into the lore of the Baldur Mountains, retelling the legend of an ancient dragon. As Val explains, for hundreds of years this mighty creature made the mountains its home. It had a unique ability to understand human speech and a fierce, proud character that forced it to continuously seek worthy opponents. Sheena Wren adds, once proud red dragon Asphal lost his mind under the influence of the demon kings, so eventually he was killed by the seven heroes. His remains fell into the volcano crater and over time completely melted, forming the Baldur Mountains. Since then the volcano has fallen ill and frozen forever, changing the landscape. Sheenaran continues the historical explanation. The demonic stone Asval is still intact deep inside the volcano. He recounts how Marquis Ignat stumbled upon it and used the residual power of the Demon King, and it was then that the monsters of the Baldur Mountains unleashed incredible, unnatural power. The shot sharply cuts to a close-up of Marquis Ignat, his face full of burning, bitter rage. The narrative cuts to the dark reflection of Marquis Ignat, who laments the betrayal of his homeland and the tragic death of Fiona. Meanwhile, the scene changes settings. Sheena Vren and his squad are making their way through the landscape toward the Baldur Mountains. The Marquis knows the timeline has shifted, but Red Mid still cannot get rid of the anxiety, staring into the treacherous mountain ridge. The village head approaches Sir Ways and asks for advice due to a troubling environmental problem. He says that the water level in the river near the village has stubbornly dropped in recent days, and when he went upstream, he saw fallen trees block the riverbed. He adds that they tried to clear the blockage, but the debris was too heavy for people. Probably this happened because of the strong winds and heavy rains that recently hit the area. Seal approaches the village leader, followed by Sir Wysis, and offers to deal with the fallen trees blocking the river himself. He thinks aloud. After their arrival, the knights will have work anyway, so he wants to take the extra burden. Despite the leader's concern about whether he can handle it alone, Seal remains confident the problem will be resolved. When the village elder assures everyone that this young man is none other than the legendary Len Ashton, the villagers freeze in shock. They are truly standing next to a hero from rumors. CL, clearly embarrassed by the sudden attention, tries to remain modest, while Ari and others watch closely as the elder apologizes for his previous distrust. CL reaches the riverbank. He examines the debris left by the recent storm and decides to tackle the problem for the sake of the village. He prepares to clear the blockage with his own hands without unnecessary words. Seal approaches the huge fallen trees blocking the river. He doesn't confront them head-on. Instead, he chooses to bypass from above and exerts all his strength to lift the heavy wood. Eventually, the blockage gives way and the water flow is restored. After demonstrating pure strength, CL uproots a huge boulder from the riverbed and throws it away, clearing what had troubled the village. The sudden movement raises such a splash that CL immediately becomes soaked from head to toe. Near the now free water, he wipes his face with his sleeve and involuntarily thinks he could have handled it more carefully to avoid such a shower. Just as CL finishes clearing the river, he is stopped by the sudden appearance of the mysterious Sora. The figure stands calmly and questions his methods, hinting that nature's magic would have handled the task much more easily. CL sharply turns around in shock and sees. Standing before him is Sora. Sora replies boldly and playfully, pokes a finger and teases. CL was supposed to be in Colossal, not wasting time cleaning the river. Sora quietly giggles, raises magic, and thoroughly dries CL's soaked clothes, squinting to warn that he might catch a cold. CL is momentarily embarrassed but retorts that he had unavoidable reasons to be there and that he definitely wasn't just fooling around. CL freezes in shock. The wet clothes instantly dry from the magic burst. Sora, hovering nearby, laughs and confidently claims that she used a spell meant for laundry. While she proudly admires her own power, CL dryly cuts in, such magic is clearly not meant for this. CL calculates the consequences. He has magic that can clean clothes and in the first game, this did not exist in the Legend of the Seven Heroes. He asks Sora why she is at the river, and she mysteriously replies that she came for work. CL looks closely at her eccentric outfit and realizes Sora perfectly knows how her mystery appears to others. Suddenly, CL's attention is drawn to a fallen log and hears rustling. Peering over the edge, CL notices a herd of wild boars in the thicket. They hiss and growl. CL freezes cautiously, recognizing the little piglets they snort and are ready to attack him. Sora watches the aggressive boars and suggests that the recent disaster forced them to abandon their usual feeding grounds. While the beasts prepare to attack, CL instinctively steps in front of Sordron. When Sora asks why he did that, CL calmly replies that he is ready to fight and she only nods as the boars charge forward with a loud scream. Meanwhile, Sora holds her breath, struck by CL's protective behavior and cannot understand why he is so steadfast. CL, not taking his eyes off the charging boars, answers calmly and businesslike. He is truly trying to protect Hera's if this is obvious to everyone. Meanwhile, the wild boars continue to rage, pressing the pair closer together. Focusing, CL draws a sword and takes a position between the spiral borers and Sora. Sora stays behind just watching as CL takes the initiative in the clash and does not let them break through. The forest explodes into chaos as wild boars rush forward with furious rage. CL stands firm before Sora, weapon ready prepared to intercept the beasts charging from all sides literally up close. CL springs into action and with a quick, decisive move cuts down an attacking boar. When the threat is neutralized, Sora looks at him calmly and attentively. In this gaze it is clearly read. His act revealed his secret. She says that he is truly the hero everyone whispers about in rumors. After the clash, Sora tries to pique CL's interest, offers to explain her motives if he goes with her to the capital. But CL does not change his expression and categorically refuses, stating that he will never go there. Then Sora, drawing out the pause, leaves it to his gaze and makes it clear how deeply disappointed she is by this refusal. Zora looks at CL and says she needs to leave. She admits, although she has grown tired of her duties, she really enjoyed spending time with him. At the end, she says goodbye and adds that she must immediately set off to the Baldur Mountains, promising that they will meet again. Sora moves off and Keel, confused, reaches out and calls her to wait, not yet having said what he wants. But before he finishes the phrase, a bright burst of magical energy flares and Sora disappears from sight. Keel remains standing in stunned silence before the cascading waterfall. CL stands in the forest, still recovering from Sora's sudden disappearance. She even took the trees he was supposed to clear. When he shifts his gaze to the distant mountains, a deep suspicion grips him. Sora's true nature does not fit in his mind. Who is she really? And how does she have such diverse magical abilities, he guesses. Maybe she uses some tool to disguise her voice because he cannot recognize it. From this encounter, anxiety spins endlessly within him. While CL continues to wonder about the strange girl who just vanished, the narrative shifts to a mysterious figure standing in a radiant ethereal space. Her identity remains hidden, but she appears to be a determined figure in the unfolding events because the story directly says, fate itself has already set in motion. After the recent expedition, the manor buzzes with activity again. While the staff prepares for the young lady's upcoming birthday, Sheena Ren comes to help Yuna, and the workers coordinate laying out various supplies in the old building. Life in the manor remains bustling. Preparations for the young lady's birthday continue. Sheena Ren takes an active part, easily dragging a large barrel behind her, while Yuna and other Yunas help organize and arrange the arriving supplies. Lisa Closel busily rummages through the supplies stored in the manor building. Her eyes flash with excitement as she pulls out a dark rectangular case and exclaims that she finally found it. Suddenly, Seal passes by nearby, notices her and calls her name, asking confusedly what she is doing here. Lisha Closel suddenly asks Seal if he has seen anything, but does not let him open his mouth, quickly dismisses the topic, saying she remembered an urgent matter. She abruptly disappears, leaving Seal alone. Watching her leave, Seal realizes he still needs to decide what to give Lisha Closel for her birthday. Ciel wanders the noisy streets, lost in thoughts about what to give Lisha Closel for her birthday. He recalls having already given her clothes and dismisses the idea of a ring. He fears it would be too significant and create an awkward situation. But just as he sinks back into his thoughts, his attention is suddenly caught by a white hawk soaring above Themend in Ciel's mind. A sudden idea flashes. Ciel reflects on the properties of the platinum pen, a rare material from the white hawk, shimmering silver and captivating many. But very quickly he concludes, such a thing is hardly easy to find anywhere. So walking through the bustling city, he wonders what to do next. Ciel approaches the warrior bestiary, who immediately notices the embarrassment in his expression and offers help. Ciel explains he is looking for a platinum feather, and the warrior shakes his head. Such a thing cannot be obtained without considerable luck. Ciel sips his drink while listening to the harsh truth of his quest. He is told, the coveted platinum feather is just a tail feather from a white hawk, and obtaining it is incredibly difficult. And the magic that gives it that unique silvery shine disappears instantly as soon as the bird is defeated or when the hawk uses its power to escape, and then only ordinary feathers remain. Riku clarifies, feathers grow back over years, so the only viable way is to find those that fell naturally. He advises CL to contact a trading company in the imperial capital as a more reliable alternative, but CL notes there is less than a month until Lyja Closel's birthday and this route is too slow. Then CL decides to start searching for white hawks alone, though acknowledging the task is extremely difficult. Riku mentions a specific place where, as is known, flocks of white hawks fly and says they flew through the eastern forest just before noon. He offers to show CL the exact location on the map and, unable to contain themselves, CL exclaims in amazement and thanks for the help in the search. CL returns to the mansion and ascends the luxurious stairs until Lyja Closel awaits him. When they meet, Lyja gladly welcomes him back, but as soon as she notices how exhausted he looks, her face immediately changes. Anxiety flashes in her eyes and she asks if he is all right. CL notices Lysia Closel looks exhausted and asks if her fatigue was caused by training in holy magic. Lysia brushes it off with a nervous smile, saying she just overexerted her magical power. Nothing serious, then suddenly turns and walks away, leaving CL on the stairs puzzled by her sudden evasiveness. The next day CL enters the eastern forest. Relying on the acquired information, he carefully studies the area searching for a flock of white hawks to obtain a platinum feather. CL searches for a convenient position high in the branches of a tree in the eastern forest. Skillfully clearing several branches with a sword, he builds a temporary shelter scraddock to hide until the appearance of white hawks. In his hideout behind the branches of a tall tree, CL sprays the scent-rating perfume-masking human presence from the white hawks. He recalls Rickus's advice that red berries are the bird's favorite treat and realizes he has found the perfect vantage point. He does not wait for the rare feather to fall on its own and devises a bold plan to take the white hawk's consciousness while it is still strong, hoping to obtain exactly the feather he lacks. CL quietly sits in a hidden position, closely watching everything, contemplating his plan. He clearly understands there is no need to defeat the birds, it is enough to make them lose consciousness and achieve the goal quickly. While he calculates the moments, a flock of white hawks is already beginning to gather in the sky above his head. Hidden in the tree branches, CL carefully watches the surroundings. Suddenly, white hawks appear. They are drawn to the red berries. Narrowing his gaze as they approach, CL quietly whispers, finally, they have reached the right place, and he is ready to take advantage of the opportunity to catch them without causing harm. As the white hawks descend to feast on the berries, CL remains hidden among the branches, and his thoughts drift to his past days of play. He recalls how incredibly difficult it was to catch even one such creature even when hundreds pass before him. With mounting pressure, CL admits he has nowhere to run. He knows catching the bird is only the first step, next he must successfully process the prey. Sekal carefully watches as the white hawks descend to feast on the red berries. He realizes he should have tried this approach earlier. Still, he stays alert, immediately calculating in his mind that he will have to find another way to secure his target if this plan fails. Hidden among the branches, Seal keeps his gaze fixed on the flock of white hawks. He watches their movements with painful concentration, waiting for the perfect moment to rush and grab one without causing it any harm. Concealed in the greenery, Seal does not take his eyes off the flock of white hawks. While the birds peck at the red berries, feathers fall through the air, and this is exactly the time when he moves forward and tries to catch one of them. Several weeks have passed. Sheena Ren stands in a formal suit and lets out a quiet sigh. He never imagined there would be a reason to wear these clothes, but the time has finally come. and they must come in handy. In the luxuriously decorated banquet hall, Sir Weiss stands next to CL both in formal attire. Sir Weiss says that the suit fits CL perfectly and adds that his manner carries a dignity similar to a hero ruin. CL modestly thanks him and replies that Sir Weiss looks completely different than in his usual clothes. But their conversation is cut short by the crowd. Everyone turns their gaze to the entrance and announces, "The young lady is arriving." The heavy doors of the banquet hall suddenly swing open. The eyes in the room involuntarily turn to the entrance. CL, standing amid the crowd of guests, calmly and attentively watches there, waiting to see who will enter. The atmosphere in the banquet hall changes instantly as the young lady makes a grand entrance, gracefully walking across the checkered floor. The guests, enchanted by her appearance, begin to applaud. The hall fills with a steady, harmonious sound of clapping. The banquet hall freezes at the radiant presence of Ari, her appearance truly worthy of a saint. Against the backdrop of splendor, Seal turns to Sheena Ren, who is in his formal suit, and utters a sincere compliment, saying that this outfit suits him perfectly. The chapter ends with this refined touch, marking a brief pause in the unfolding events. The atmosphere in the grand hall is lively and festive. Guests mingle, converse, laughter, and chatter roll through the hall, while everyone raises their champagne glasses together, making a joint toast and celebrating the success of the gathering. Luca outlines the standard procedure of the gift-giving ceremony at the banquet. The butler, the knight's representative, and then the head of the family will take turns presenting their gifts. Seal listens attentively and quickly concludes that his turn will mean he will give his gift even before everyone else does. Luca explains to Seal that his ceremony with gifts will follow the performances of the servants and knights. Seal is noticeably confused. He asks if he is serious. While Luca watches his unusual behavior, he catches himself thinking that he never expected to see Seal acting like an ordinary young man, so he remains excited and unsettled. During the banquet ceremony, everything unfolds in turn. When Sir Weiss approaches Ari to present the knightly contribution, he hands over a set of training equipment and says it is from a shop in the imperial capital that supported him while he served in the royal guard. Ari, clearly happy with the practical and truly valuable gift, sincerely thanks the knight. CL stands among the guests and is noticeably nervous because finally his time to present his gift has come. Taking a steady step forward, he approaches Lysia Colossal and hands her the wrapped present, congratulating her on her birthday. Lysia Colossal shines with gratitude as she thanks her father for the gift. Nearby, Seal is confused by the sudden change in protocol during the ceremony itself. He turns to Luca and asks if Lord Lessard doubted his ability to present the gift. Luca calmly explains, "It seems this was a deliberate trick by Lessard knows exactly what Seal desires." CL stands among the banquet guests, pondering the unexpected shift in the ceremony protocol. He cannot understand why he was pushed to the end of the line, but eventually he sighs. The order no longer matters and prepares to move on. Stepping over the threshold of the banquet hall, CL steps forward and sincerely congratulates Lysia Colossal on her birthday, extending hands to present a wrapped gift, hoping she will appreciate the gesture. Lysia Colossal tightly presses the gift that CL gave her to her chest, and a soft, warm smile lights up her face. She looks at the gift with sincere affection. It is clear that his attention touched her. Lysia Colossal gently holds the gift, smiles warmly at Seal, and says she would be happy with anything as long as it's from him. She quietly giggles and repeats that his gesture already pleases her. Seal, looking modest, thanks her for her kindness and humbly notes that she has already been showered with gifts from many others during the entire event. The banquet hall is still full of guests watching the scene unfold. Lysia Colossal stands in her dress, elegantly holding the gift she just received, and Seal opposite. For a moment they both find themselves at the very center of attention. Lysia Colossal at the center of the banquet opens her eyes wide in genuine surprise while holding a gift from Seal. Around her, it seems to brighten. The reaction to the present is instantly felt by everyone. The gift from CL unfolds in details, a beautiful object in the shape of a feather that catches the light. Lysia Colossal freezes and gazes intently at it, her eyes wide open, filled with wonder and excitement, clearly deeply moved by the meaning of this gift. In the banquet hall, the solemn celebration shifts to astonishment as it becomes clear what exactly CL has gifted. The guests around, including the village leader and Sheena Ren, freeze in disbelief. And when everyone present casts their eyes on the platinum feather, they seem to turn to stone. The course of the evening abruptly changes. Lysia Colossal looks at the gift in her hands with a radiant, tearful smile. She is completely overwhelmed by this gesture and admits that she can hardly cope with this happiness. She warmly smiles at Lysia Colossal, as if breathing a sigh of relief at her reaction, and jokingly hints that she should have brought another gift so she wouldn't die of happiness. Lysia Colossal immediately flinches and decisively cuts off. She will never give this gift back. Meanwhile, the string ensemble picks up the banquet music and keeps the rhythm. The banquet atmosphere shifts towards culinary dishes. Eunuchs present a whole selection of exquisite treats, but the guests have not yet recovered from the revelation about the platinum feather. Seal and others continue to press Shinrin, not hiding their complete astonishment. How he managed to get such an incredibly rare and legendary item, since even the entire imperial capital supposedly could not grow one. Sheena Ren keeps a calm face and answers the curious guests. He simply stumbled upon the platinum feather while wandering in the forest. But as the conversation moves on, his inner truth breaks through. In response to obtain the valuable item, he had to go through serious trials and dangerous encounters in the wild wilderness. At the banquet, Alicia Colossal touches CL on the shoulder with her fingers to get his attention. She leans in very close and whispers, asking if he can give her some time as soon as the event ends. CL, suddenly hearing such a proposal, casts a look at her with an expression of sincere surprise. Under the night sky, the castle towers and shines with lights. Elijah Colossal, still holding the gift box, is shown in close-up. She touches the plate and fits hidden behind her ear, and on her face is pure tenderness and happiness from such a valuable thing she was given. Under the night sky, Nari tells CL that spending her birthday with him is like a dream. Standing on the balcony, she extends a gift box and explains that she spent time searching for an item that would perfectly suit him. CL holds the box and tries to understand what it means, doubting that Nari's words about her accuracy are true. Nari watches him impatiently and jokingly urges, "Stop overthinking and open it right away." CL obediently places the box on the small table between them and opens what is inside. Opening the box, CL finds an exquisitely crafted short sword. Recognizing the item, he looks up at Nari and asks if this is meant to replace the sword he previously lent her. Nari shyly nods. Yes, she admits that during the chaos of their previous clashes she lost the original weapon. Seal examines the shining short sword and quickly realizes this is not just a replacement. Nari confirms the guess and explains that the blade is a specialized magical tool made without metal to better conduct her energy. She adds, she put her own magic into the sword. As soon as it strikes, the blade begins to channel her holy power. Nari looks at Seal with a gentle, radiant smile. Her hand rests on her chest as she speaks about the depth of her work. Day by day she infused her own magic into the blade, hoping it would be useful to him in the future. Seal listens attentively and is impressed by the understanding of how much time and care she put into this gift. On his face is surprise and sincere gratitude. Holding the magical sword, CL feels flashes of memories in his mind about how Nari worked tirelessly. Finally, he understood why she had looked so exhausted lately. Her fatigue was a direct result of her devoted dedication to him. Looking at Nari, he held his breath at the quiet sacrifice she made so that he would be protected. CL looks at the blazing blade in her hands and finally realizes the true weight of Nari's devotion. Her magical power, which he has poured into the sword until this day, resonates within it, filling him with deep gratitude. He raises his gaze, and his face softens as he sincerely thanks Nari, acknowledging that he is truly happy to receive such a meaningful gift. CL asks Nara why she chose her own birthday. She falters, blushes, and finally admits she wanted to celebrate his birthday with him, and waiting until the real date in spring was unbearable. She adds that she regrets not being able to do anything for him last time because of the situation with Yuaku. CL listens attentively, not taking his eyes off her. Likewise, Nari looks at Seal softly and sincerely, acknowledging that she just felt she had to give him this gift today. Seeing her shy manner, Seal lets out a quiet, gentle laugh. Nari blushes a little and jokingly demands an explanation for his laughter, to which Seal responds with a warm smile. CL warmly smiles at Nari and says that they both really did everything they could today. A quiet, peaceful silence spreads somewhere, and Nari looks at the city under the night sky. It is clear that his words deeply moved her. Nari stands on the balcony, her face soft, cheeks barely flushed from the warmth, as she gazes into the night landscape. Nearby, Seal with a quiet smile notes that they look remarkably alike. This discovery adds a quiet sense of closeness to their shared evening. When the quiet night falls over the city, Nari and Seal are still holding onto the balcony, and their bond grows stronger. With barely noticeable glances, they exchange mutual desire to support each other further, and as if once again vow to be together in the future. The conversation between Nari and CL sharply shifts to an emotional plane. When CL asks about their future, Nari responds with a trembling, tear-filled yes. Now visible is the burden of their shared bond weighing her down. CL, surprised and simultaneously concerned by this display of feelings, gently asks why she is crying. CL looks at Nari with confusion and asks her to repeat what she said. Nari blushes, gets nervous, but explains that the thing is he always mentioned as if he was going home. CL tries to understand her words, and Nari smiles and jokingly states that her true feelings are a secret, so the intimate atmosphere between them remains under the vast night sky. With tears of happiness in her eyes, Nara gives Seal a gentle, understanding smile. She holds her finger near her lips in a playful gesture, hiding her own thoughts, and at the same time calms Seal, who is holding back his promises. The scene abruptly cuts to a stunning close-up of Ari, a hood pulled over her head, and she shows a confident, almost defiant peace sign. Her face bears fearless amusement, leaving one to wonder who she really is at the end of the chapter. Time passed after the celebration of Lyja Clausel's birthday. In the distant city of Obergeim, a mysterious hooded guest approaches the huge gates of Marquis Ignitz's estatean. From this moment, a new development of events begins. While the mysterious guest stands before the gate of Marquis Ignat's residence, the guard on duty Vyaz politely asks if they have an appointment. Sora quietly apologizes and pulls back the hood. Long hair falls freely, revealing the face. The guard noticeably freezes in place as soon as he recognizes the visitor and immediately sincerely apologizes for not recognizing him earlier. Sora keeps her face calm, brushing off his panic in an even tone. She explains that hiding their identity is their conscious decision. Sora moves through the elegant corridors of the residence, each step echoing as she approaches the inner office. Inside, Marquis Ignat sits at the desk awaiting arrival, and as the door opens, the Marquis looks up, reservedly greeting the mysterious guest and noticing his visit with surprise. In an instant, the mysterious guest steps forward and reveals herself as Lady Kranoa, the world-renowned head of the Imperial Military Academy. Her appearance is like a flash. Kranoa Highland, the greatest sorceress in the world, enters so that the breath in the hall falls silent and the attendees freeze in amazement. In the office, Kranoa Highland meets Marquis Ignat and apologizes for the suddenness. The Marquis warmly welcomes her, immediately ordering Edgar to bring tea and sweets. After this, Kranoa says she wants Edgar to participate in their upcoming conversation. The Marquis agrees and instructs his servants to leave the other guests waiting at the table while he and Kranoa prepare to speak alone. In the elegant drawing room of the Marquis's estate, Edgar and Kranoa Highland sit down to drink tea. Edgar politely inquires about the rumors. Supposedly, she left the capital due to urgent matters, so he wants to understand why exactly she came. But Kranoa responds with a mysterious and playful smile. She does not reveal her true intentions, only teases and hints that it is a secret. While Edgar enjoyed cool drinks, he tried to steer the conversation toward the reason Kranoa Highland had appeared so suddenly. But Kranoa brushed off his question with a radiant smile, and like thunder from a clear sky, declared that she was eager to hear everything about Sheena Rent. Edgar remains composed and directly interrogates Kranoa Highland. What are her true motives for seeking information about Len Ashton? She remains mysterious and playful. Her interest is not a whim. Due to a huge debt of gratitude she owes both to the Ashton family and to Clausel. Edgar maintains a calm demeanor as he explains Kranoa Highland. The clan family was key in helping Fiona while she was ill. He emphasizes that this story is the reason he cannot simply dismiss her intentions, and presses her again to explain why she is so stubbornly trying to gather information about Len Ashton. Kranoa Highland brushed off Edgar's suspicions, promising to lay out her motives so clearly that he would stop worrying. As she speaks, memories of the past wash over her, a rare and soothing feeling when a father protects. Edgar meanwhile listens with a restrained expression, still wary of her true intentions regarding Len Ashton. The conversation changes. Kranoa Highland praises Len Ashton, noting that he is not only kind and strong but also intelligent. Meanwhile, Edgar expresses regret that he could not describe Sir Len Lady Fiona's appearance accurately enough, and so Kranoa asks with interest why exactly. Edgar explains the bloody reason why he cannot describe Lena Ashton. During the events in Clausel, that young man was covered in wounds. Then the camera slides to Grand Mansion, Kranoa Highland walking down the corridor, until suddenly she is caught up by the voice of someone approaching. Fiona Ignerts beams with a smile while speaking with Kranoa Highland. Kranoa notes that quite some time has passed and says, now Fiona can move independently, acknowledging how difficult her rehabilitation was. Fiona responds with a radiant smile, explains that this journey actually made her happy because she felt she was getting stronger every day, so all the efforts were not in vain. Fiona Ignart smiles warmly, assuring Kranoa Highland that she is fine. When Kranoa asks why she came, Fiona explains it is precisely to check her health. Fiona is glad to talk with her father and Kranoa, so she asks if she can have an examination just like during the last visit. Kranoa agrees and Fiona nods happily. First, Kranoa Highland begins a magical examination of Fiona Ignart. As the magic flows, Fiona closes her eyes and feels the resonance of energy, while Kranoa carefully watches how the body reacts. After completing the magical examination, Kranoa Highland warmly smiles at Fiona Ignart and reports, health has stabilized, so there is no longer a need to rely on Edson. She emphasizes that Fiona's body is developing as it should and the condition is unlikely to revert. But Kranoa sets a firm condition. Fiona must never remove the necklace previously given to her. Fiona nods in response and sincerely thanks for the care. After inspecting Cronoha Highland, the conversation shifts to the form of the Imperial Military Academy. She asks Fiona Ignart if she has already tried it on. Fiona explains that a few minor adjustments were made to the outfit, but admits it might still be a bit early. However, with the final exams approaching, they agree to start preparing early. Cronoha Highland continues to advise Fiona Ignart to prepare early for the academy and emphasizes that the results will be announced at a troublesome time for nobles. She warmly praises Fiona and says she looks simply wonderful in uniform. Yet despite this, Fiona admits that she still finds it hard to imagine herself as a student, and Cronoha jokingly asks why she feels that way. Fiona Ignart confesses to Cronoha Highland that her hesitation began because she was kept in a room most of the year. She says, she managed to get to the capital, but as soon as she saw other students, doubt overwhelmed her again as if the city was too noisy and everything too much for her to fit in and make friends. It is worth Cronoha Galen seeing Fiona. The anxiety about whether she will manage to get into the academy flares up instantly. The director meets her with a warm, reassuring smile and says, everything will be fine. She adds confidently that she knows for sure Fiona is a good person. Fiona looks at her, and the anxiety retreats from the gentle words. Cronoha gently leads Fiona Ignart to stand before the mirror, encouraging her to imagine herself as a student. She paints a vivid picture of joyful academic life, friends, laughter, and an endless flood of fun. Fiona still holds on to the rules and asks if there will be any problems if she adds a hook on the back. Cronoha easily assures her there are no such restrictions. Standing behind Fiona Ignart, Cronoha Galen points at the mirror. There Fiona is seen in academic uniform. She speaks warmly and soothingly, encouraging Fiona to feel how much she likes her own life, to let go of fears, and promises there is nothing left to fear. Attention shifts to the details of the academic uniform. Step by step, Fiona Ignart's legs move forward confidently. The skirt sways as she walks. Thighs is how her journey begins, as she embraces a future that once frightened her. Above her head rises the grand architecture of the Imperial Military Academy, and students in uniforms march along the stone path. This lively spectacle embodies the future that Fiona Ignart was prompted to imagine. From this moment, her journey as a student begins among her peers. The campus buzzes with the bright energy of student life. Nari and Seal walk side by side, their silhouettes shimmering against the morning sunbright, full of hope. Thus begins their new journey at the Imperial Military Academy. Fiona flashes on the spot. Eyes wide open, she is overwhelmed by complete surprise. Her face instantly reddens, she presses her palms to her cheeks and lets out an embarrassed scream. It can't be. Fiona Ignart is completely embarrassed. Her eyes are wide open with shame as she runs through thoughts about meeting a person she has never seen before. The weight of her own imagination presses so hard that she feels painfully ashamed. Outside the academy, under the cover of darkness, Cronoha Highland and CL talk about the urgent need to postpone the upcoming exam. Cronoha explains, the initial site is no longer suitable, so she personally inspects the Balder Mountains and other places as possible alternatives. CL listens attentively, asking why she needs these explorations. Cronoha Highland continues to talk about the dangers of the Balder Mountains, emphasizing, steep cliffs and fierce cold make them unsuitable for exam locations. Seal listens and draws a painful conclusion. The request for a recommendation letter should have been submitted earlier to spare Fiona Ignart stress before the exams. Cronoha reassures with a look all his priorities were quite reasonable. He focused on treating Fiona's illness throughout the spring. CL doubts the wisdom of Cronoha Highland and shares sensitive information regarding exam locations. But Cronoha brushes off his concerns. Those locations, she says, have already been discarded and now they are just near the academy gate. Cronoha says that at the end of the year she will leave Lyamel and adds that she is satisfied. She managed to take care of Fiona Ignart before her departure. CL, impressed, asks where she plans to go next. Cronoha Highland shares plans to go to the Holy Land for a whole year, and this revelation surprises Seal. She explains, the project involves rebuilding part of the Silver Saint Palace, the central hub for all temples in the world. While they discuss how to organize the mission and what international involvement is needed to manage the seals and barriers on the holy relics, Cronoha clarifies, the school board of directors will take power in her absence. On the way, Seal suggests Cronoha Highland use the time outside the academy to finally focus on herself, noting that it will be funny to watch the board of directors deal with their internal conflicts while she is away. Cronoha agrees with his opinion, but suddenly stops and checks her pocket watch. She realizes time is running out, so she won't make it to board the magical ship and is forced to abruptly end the conversation. Cronoha Highland said goodbye to Seal, and saying she supports her before the upcoming final exams, asked to pass her inspiration to Fiona Ignart. Seal responded with a polite, restrained smile, wished her a safe journey, and assured as soon as her year-long mission in the Holy Land is over, she will always be warmly welcomed back in Lyamel. Under the glow of the full moon, the magical ship carrying Kronoha Highland rises into the night sky, leaving Liamul far behind. As the vessel disappears into the clouds, the narrative seems to freeze and the intertwined feelings of the characters linger for a long time as the story prepares for the next chapter. The morning sun rises over a quiet town dusted with snow, spreading calm light over the landscapes. Inside the building, Ari appears with a gentle smile, greets the letter's recipient, and notes their arrival. Sheena Ren stands in the tavern holding a letter she received at her estate and asks the maid what request sent him to perform the task. She explains, according to Sir Kai, his mission is to escort a group of merchants. Ren doubts who Kai is, but a voice interrupts and clarifies, the one they are talking about is indeed here. The conversation continues. The mysterious Kai finally appears along with his partner Mattis. Kai greets Sheena and Ren and throws out a familiar phrase about his growth, confirming that he is the one who requested the escort mission. Ren acknowledges the acquaintance and the group begins to settle for the meeting. Kai politely apologizes for not having properly introduced himself earlier. Kai touches the map spread out on the table and shows the mission background to Sheena Ren. He says the order came from a well-known trading company honored by the nobility. It has government recognition and adds that the company has already sent a messenger to arrange everything necessary. Sheena Vren confirms that she understood the mission and immediately catches the connection between the trading company and the nobles from the Harrow faction. Kai hears Vren's hesitation and still insists. The task will be entrusted to him because the whole journey will take about a month, and now Vren only has to weigh how much such long-term dedication and the stake matter. Kai unfolds the map and shows the planned route, emphasizing the treacherous path through the Baldur Mountains. When he notices that Ren will hesitate because of the month-long commitment to the cause, he offers a compromise. Ren should join only on his own path. The road is still manageable at first, says Kai, but the dangerous terrain and how the monster population grows in the mountains make Ren's combat talent necessary for our safety. Sheenaran considers the proposal and his thoughts rush wildly, touching on knowledge about the Baldur Mountains. Deadly steel-eating gargoyles live there. He even has a hidden map. This place risks biting off the head, but it can also bring good profit. And still, despite the danger, the temptation of the valuables hidden inside pulls him. He faces a choice: accept the escort request or refuse. Sheena Vren questions the passage through the Baldur Mountains. Heavy snowfalls are expected this year. Kai does not dismiss the danger but explains firmly, the merchants will have to take the risk. They have a critical deadline to deliver materials for monsters to a famous blacksmith. If they miss this chance, they will have to wait years for the next opportunity, which could shake their status as government-sanctioned merchants. When Kai leans forward, and squeezing every word, emphasizes that the traders pay twice the standard rate and also give a bonus for safe return, he presses Sheena and Ren with a look and asks if he still hesitates despite such an attractive trophy. Ren is silent. His face reveals nothing as he runs through the path ahead, in his mind dangerous and inevitable. Sheena Ren calmly explains he has other obligations, so he cannot afford a whole month without breaks, and ultimately refuses to accompany. Kai, who just discussed details with Maidas, only smiles. He already knew that Ren would not agree. The conversation sharply changes tone. Kai complains that there are no reliable companions for his future journey, especially Maidas. CL wonders why Kai is not going with his usual company, and he replies he has already taken a separate assignment. But even after this failure, he does not give up, confident that in the next 2 weeks he will find someone else for the mission. In a noisy tavern, Kai tries to lighten the mood. He offers to buy drinks for Sheena Ren and Mattis. He insists that this is the least he can do since they accompanied him to the guild. Ren remains reserved, apologizes for the inconvenience but refuses the beer and reminds Kai he is still just a child, better to take juice. And at the same time, far from the imperial capital, a huge magical ship descends over a snowy, lonely dock. The air thickens with tension, and a group of young Ellen gathers on the spot. All have arrived to take the strict final exam for the special class of the Imperial Military Academy. Tension carefully presses on the shoulders, cold tightens, while Nari stands at a remote base. Long hair flutters in the wind. She is focused but still a little nervous, preparing to endure the final test that will determine her future at the Imperial Military Academy. In the dispatcher room, the crew confirms all candidates are on board and all ship systems, including the furnace and other checks, are working at full capacity. Sir Weiss, pleased with the reports, gives the order to weigh anchor and asks to display the destination point on the navigation screen. In the control room, the tension is like a string. The staff checks the details of the final exam. The secretary lowers her voice to a whisper and asks whether the test is legal at all, whether the information is true, because everything indicates that it is supposed to be so. She emphasizes the master of the magical tool, the survivors from the magic ship, and even the director of the Imperial Military Academy all confirmed the plan. And despite the difficulties of the winter season, she insists This very center is needed to truly test the candidates. Inside, the magical ship service reviews the official report and explains to the staff that the exam location was deliberately kept secret so that both the knowledgeable and the commoners would be in equal conditions. Pleased with the council's approval, he dismisses any doubts and orders the crew to perform their duties. Outside, the magical ship's propeller begins to spin, a sign that the journey is starting. The magical ship roars, coming to full power. The engines cut through the heavy snowfall as it lifts off from the base territory. Inside, Nara looks out the window. Her gaze does not leave the vessel as it gains altitude, and this means that the final test of the special class of the Imperial Military Academy has officially begun. When all the final preparations are complete, the magical ship takes off from the snowy object. It cuts through the cold air and rushes to the destination as the candidates begin their journey to the special class exam of the Imperial Military Academy. The magical ship cuts through the clouds, its patterned hull shining as it confidently flies toward its destination. The journey to Baldur Mountains has officially begun. It carries candidates toward their difficult final trial. The magical ship pushes forward and finally overcomes the path, entering the majestic, snow-covered peaks of the Baldur Mountains. As soon as the vessel touches the edge of harsh trials, the candidates find themselves on the threshold of an exam where they will face the real cruelty of future conditions. As the journey to Baldur Mountains begins, the story looks back. Young CL trains relentlessly with Soren movements sharp, focused on the goal. Nari stands aside, her gaze showing the dedication that shaped CL's path. The memory reveals the daily routine from the past of CL. He diligently clears snow from roofs and helps Uni with serving tea. Later, he is seen at the table focused on studying while Eri works nearby, emphasizing how much shared time they have. Yuna enters the training hall and hands over a stack of reports from knights stationed in the villages. Sheena Ren reviews the documents while Ari continues working at the table. He notes, supplies are fine, but heavy snow has caused significant damage to old houses, and important roads are blockaded, so additional reinforcements, more knights for support, are needed. While they review the reports, Seal asks Sheena Ren if he plans to immediately dispatch the knights. Sheena Ren confirms, action must be swift to prevent further suffering for the peasants. And when Seal sees everything smoking and burning, he offers his help, recalling how he repaired houses with his father in his village. China Ren does not hide his determination. He wants to join the mission, citing his previous experience during the expedition. He passes the current task to his companion, and very soon he is officially chosen as part of the expedition team. But as soon as the sun begins to set, the plans suddenly turn around and the circumstances around them change sharply. When the sun sets, the air seems to crackle with tension. Surwey stands in a formal setting, his face serious, his voice like a command as he delivers urgent news. He tells those present that a fiery emergency smoke signal was spotted over the fortress in the Baldur Mountains, which means something has gone wrong in the region. After Shin Vren's report, he immediately asks if there are people in danger. Sir Weiss clarifies, the fortress in the mountain range is a well-known shelter for travelers during crises, and it is used precisely as a signal for help. When the situation escalates, Sir Weiss pauses for a moment before submitting the formal nomination request, adding another layer of urgency to what is already unfolding. Sheena Ren carefully reads the document and notes, the content is the same as in the previous request, but the sender is Mattis. As soon as he comprehends this, it becomes clear how serious everything is. Mattis is stuck in the fortress and needs help. Sheena Ren and Surveys hold a cold assessment of everything happening in the Baldur Mountains. Ren admits, the old fortress is in a miserable state, and the travelers trapped inside will almost certainly freeze to death once their supplies run out. Survey says he regrets it because he was the one who once dissuaded them from this path, and then adds, among those now waiting for rescue, there is one person, his acquaintance. Service explains to Shinerin that the nomination request came from a merchant connected to the hero's faction. He is worried that refusing the mission might look like deliberate revenge for the events that happened in spring, and Shinerin clearly understands how politically sensitive it is. No hint must be allowed that support for those in need is being deliberately withheld. Sheena Ren carefully assesses the situation and decides, the best move is to send her own knights to the fortress. She notes that they are already mobilized to help with snow damage in neighboring villages, so the detour through the Baldur Mountains is quite appropriate. And not just for rescue, this move matters to prevent the Clausel family from being drawn into further unnecessary conflicts. Sir, we are taking a step forward and asking permission to join the rescue team heading to the Baldur Mountains to help your friend Lezard. He dismisses her warning as a minor hitch, but Ren feels conflicted. She remembers, he already owes the Sir such a large sum, and it is bitter for her to realize that once again they have to rely on him for this mission. With a gentle but determined expression, Shin Vren declares his intention to protect the vast territory. The place he now calls home, surrounded by Ari, Yuna, Riku, and the rest of his loyal allies. He stands as a pillar of strength, firm in his resolve to safeguard his people from looming political threats and dangers. Sheena Vren agrees to let Sir West join the rescue team. They head to the mountain fortress relying on the knight's intentions, but he immediately draws a line. He outright forbids Sir West from accepting the politically biased petition nomination. Thus the family giant keeps distance from the Harrow faction's conspiratorial plans. Shinaren strictly confines Suru. His duty is only a rescue mission. He warns that if they agree to the adventurers' full request, they will have to guard them through the treacherous, deadly winter mountain ridge. Sir and Vis listen carefully, and when they realize the full seriousness, Sir sincerely thanks them for their concern for Ren's well-being. After completing preparations, Sheena Vren steps in front of the departing group. She watches as Mattis, Nari, and other members of the rescue team finalize their gear ready to face the harsh winter and reach the Balder Mountains. The atmosphere is tense, but determination does not waver as they prepare to leave the safety of the fortress walls. Seal interrupts the arrival of Lyja Klossel. She calls him by name and moves through the snow until she reaches him. She orders him to extend his handand. He obeys. Meanwhile, she prepares to use some form of magic or ability. Lyja Klossel gently takes Seal's hand, and as soon as their palms touch, a bright, intricate magical pattern flares between them. Seal freezes with delight as warm, strong energy begins to flow directly into his body, overwhelmed by the sensation. He asks if the mysterious power he is receiving is truly sacred magic. When the magical light fades, Alicia Klossel gently smiles and explains. Her gift is meant to protect CL during the dangerous journey. Deeply moved, CL thanks her, saying her support gives him strength to do his best. Alicia lowers her gaze and with a barely noticeable disappointment admits she would like to go with him, but her father did not allow. Ith stated that Sviatastan would be of little use in this particular crisis. KL smiles boldly yet gently at Lizzie Klossel. He assures her he will handle all the mission's difficulties and even take on part of her burden. He raises his sword and says he is well prepared for the dangers ahead. To further reassure her, KL reveals he will wear the amulet she gave him, so she need not worry about his safety. Lyja Klossel looks at CL with a gentle expression and accepts his words in a calm tone. Then her mood changes. She looks at him sincerely and asks him to make a promise before he leaves. Lesia Klossel looks at Seal with a soft but serious gaze and raises a finger, emphasizing her request. She makes him promise he will never push himself too hard and his safety above all must come first. Only after that does she order him to take care of himself. The journey truly begins as soon as the caravan sets off across the vast, snow-covered expanse heading straight towards the majestic Balder Mountains. The road to Balder Mountains stretches endlessly. A caravan makes its way through a dense, snowy forest. Knights march ahead, followed by Riku and other companions, and the entire procession stubbornly pushes forward through the cold wilderness. CL leads the caravana-focused face and a firm gaze as he paves the way along the snowy path. Beside him, maids and the rest of the armored knights hold formation, stubbornly forging an icy line through the winter forest toward their goal. The road to Balder Mountains continues as soon as darkness falls on the land. The caravan sets up camp in the heart of the snowy forests. Seal and Mata sit by the fire, warming themselves and sharing dinner with the knights, while under the flicker of the crescent moon, mysterious three-eyed rabbits stealthily peek out from their burrow. They do not yet know how long this journey will be. The caravan arrives at a snowy village hidden in the mountains. As soon as the stairs touch the ground, CL joins the knights and the entire team to clear the thick snow. Sir S and others work nearby. They take shovels and clear a path so the caravan can pass through the village. The caravan stubbornly pushes forward through the endless snowy expanses. During a stop, CL gently tends to the horse in the stable to ensure it is ready for the road ahead. Soon the group sets off again and approaches an old stone building in the middle of the winter landscape. The caravan stops as soon as the huge snowy expanse of the Balder Mountains emerges before them. CL stands at the edge of the path, gazing at the towering peaks and weighing heavily the crossing that lies ahead. But despite everything, the caravan presses forward, paving the way through the harsh, snow-covered slopes of the Balder Mountains. Pressed by the endless icy desert, they stubbornly continue their measured ascent to the final goal. The march through the Balder Mountains immediately goes awry. A fierce blizzard strikes the group. CL shields his face from the icy wind and notices how the weather has changed lightning fast. It was more or less stable on the lower slopes, but here everything turned around. The village leader admits that the storm is truly severe, and Matthias calls CL and shows him. The mountain path is blocked by snowdrifts, in places so deep that trees are completely buried under the drifts. When the blizzard becomes even fiercer, the group concludes climbing further is too risky. They fear that the magic used to clear the path might trigger a deadly avalanche. The sun is setting. CL suggests stopping and setting up a base. Sheena Ren agrees they need to get to the fort but will safely continue only tomorrow. From his makeshift camp amid the blizzard, CL gazes at the dark, snow-covered peaks. Far away, he notices a barely visible smoke signal one he has seen before. While the whole group watches it, they will wonder what happened to those who sent the signal and will understand with relief. At least some of the survivors are still left. CL weighs the fate of the people behind the smoke signal and immediately notices. Even a small group of experienced travelers can run into truly bad trouble. The companions nod, admitting that they might have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances or the need to care for wounded comrades, while the entire squad cautiously stays by the magical heater at night to avoid freezing in the mountain frost. While they prepare for the next section of the path, advice is given about formation to be ready for any encounters with monsters. Sheena Vren suggests shifting the heavy work to the travelers accompanying Mattias, as they expect to reach the fort in 2 to 3 days. And against this backdrop, some tease each other, jokingly competing for a spot closer to Sheena Vren rather than the elders in their group. The pack presses forward through deep snow in the Baldur Mountains, carefully dragging supplies over the frozen terrain. When the night does not calm as it should and the blizzard does not abate, they set up a temporary camp. Seal and Sir Weiss take turns nearby the tents to secure the entire squad. The journey through the Baldur Mountains becomes a test of endurance. When the path ahead is blocked by deep snow, the group is forced to climb a steep icy wall. CL and others coordinate movements, tightening ropes to haul equipment and support each other while carefully overcoming the dangerous frozen ascent. The night is cold and clear as the squad pushes forward through deep snow in the Baldur Mountains. Under the moonlight, Seal pauses for a moment, looks around, and holds a warm drink, and soon the whole company moves on again. The difficult passage continues. They march in formation through the icy wasteland to reach the fort. The march through the harsh Baldur Mountains forces the group to step-by-step cross a creepy long suspension bridge. They line up and slowly move forward, suspended high above the frozen, misty landscape below. As they walked across Prestariosa Bridge, a companion touched on a legend. Beneath them sleeps a volcano once filled with flowing magma. Shinarain listened and pretended not to understand, but in his soul he had long known the truth. He knew it from his own experience about the legend of the 7 heroes. The dangerous miasma from the canyon and the lava are directly connected with asphalt, and he kept this detail to himself while the group continued on their way. The journey abruptly stops. Mate freezes in place, and his face sharpens as soon as he senses danger. He orders the group to wait. Instincts confirm that a monster is hiding nearby, and Seal and the rest of the travelers instantly go on alert. Shinana's eyes open wide. She freezes in disbelief while he, without looking away, stares at the horizon. In the distance, the fortress is already choking on a dark cloud of flying creatures, and this means an immediate and terrible threat. Realizing everything, he shouts in shock that the fortress is under attack. Sheena fires in a strong pose, raising the sword high, gathering to the edge, and the whole scene catches his determination. He is about to let emotions pass through the blade, showing that the fight will become even tougher. The quiet journey is interrupted by a thunderous disaster. A huge, aggressive horde of monsters descends on the area, and their roars echo through the mountains. Madut stands with the rest, staring in shock at the multitude of creatures rolling over them like a wave, and instantly realizes how dire the situation they have just faced is. The snowy landscape hides horror. A pack of monsters covers the fortress walls and floods them. Shint Ren and Cell watch as the defense cracks under pressure. People are thrown into the air by the sheer force of the attack. Realizing there is no time to delay, they urge their comrades and ask if anyone inside the fortress can be safe under such a merciless assault. As monsters flood everything around, Sheena, Ren, and Ari hold their ground and direct their magic into devastating strikes. With a burst of power, they unleash a storm of energy that clears a path through the crowd, pushes back the beasts, and wins the group precious seconds to regroup. The battle explodes into chaos as Sheena Ren channels magical energy. Making a precise gesture, he releases a powerful shockwave that throws the creatures forward into the air. Cries of pain tear through the snowy expanse as he desperately tries to hold back the relentless assault. The battle explodes into chaos as Riku and others stand against the monstrous horde. They are thrown off balance by a sudden flash of magic. They cannot comprehend who these mysterious allies are. But when time presses, the man with the shield growls for everyone to stay focused on the main goal, to save those trapped inside the fortress. During the chaos of the monster attack, Ari and her companions shudder as a new group suddenly appears. Sheena Ren does not take his eyes off and immediately warns, "Do not lower vigilance." Riku, assessing the situation as truly critical, calls for a temporary truce and proposes cooperation with this group to deal with the overwhelming threat in the fortress. The mysterious warriors freeze in amazement. Shinrance, Cell, and Ari effortlessly hold against the monsters. They cannot fathom how guys their age fight with such skill and how raw magic can matter without combat skills. The fight passes and the group continues to loom over the battlefield, dominating without chance. Because of this, the mystery around them only deepens. The fight remains chaotic. Shinoran holds position against aggressive ape-like monsters. Nearby, Eri channels magic and raises a broad protective attack that pushes back the dragon-like creatures and prevents the relentless horde from breaking through. Nari stands amid the chaos. Her movements are precise and she summons a deadly shower of icy shards. With a light gesture, she directs frost projectiles, turning the air into a blood-dangerous magical storm to hold back the monster horde. Nari gathers power and unleashes a storm of sharp crystallized shards, intertwined with intricate snowflake patterns. The movement is sharp without hesitation, and she releases a magical attack. Deadly projectiles fly straight into the swarm of monsters attacking the fortress. Nari holds position amid the chaos. Her ice magic cuts through the monsters in a continuous swarm, but the fight suddenly breaks. A huge tiger-like creature rushes at her, and leaping with a mad roar declares fury. A tiger-like monster tears forward at Nari, but before it can disrupt her magical hail, Shinrin swoops down from above. Raising his sword, he strikes the creature and Nari is protected, with the fight once again under control. Nari's eyes widen as soon as she sees everything tumbling. In her gaze is all the cruelty of the clash. A moment of relief and realization when Shinrin steps forward and takes on neutralizing the threat that was already approaching. With a sharp, precise movement, Sheena Ren lunged forward at the giant tiger-like beast and her sword cut through the chaos on the battlefield. The timely intervention created a breach, allowing Nari to maintain focus and continue bombarding the approaching horde with powerful ice magic. Nari froze in shock at the sudden appearance of her savior. Sheena Vren holds his sword firmly, pressing it against Rumi, and calms her, explaining that he is from the group that came to save everyone. The battle intensifies. Sheena Ren maneuvers through the swarm of monsters and accurately destroys every threat. Nearby, Nuri keeps focus, directing magical energy so that crystalline ice patterns form and repel the advancing beasts. Endless crystalline shards, carved in the shape of snowflakes, surge forward. They cover the monsters and carve a path through the enemy ranks. In the heat of battle, Shinrin skillfully deflects the monster's attack, quietly acknowledging all the power of Nari's magic. Nearby, Nari watches him, equally shocked by the precision and strength of his fencing as they stand their ground and repel the beasts pressing forward. In the blazing heat of battle, Sheena Ren and Nari stand back to back, fixing their gaze on the approaching monsters. Nari channels ice magic, while Sheena Ren prepares her blade. The duo readies a devastating, synchronized strike to sweep away their opponents. Snowy peaks loom over the fortress as the nearest threat is already neutralized. After everything, Service stops to drink from his flask, standing among the fallen monsters. Sheena Vren and the rest of the rescue group do not relax. They vigilantly watch the quieted battlefield, regrouping near the castle walls. The battle subsides just after the last monsters are slain. Sheena Ren quickly stands amid the ruins and looks at Nari, who is kneeling on the ground. Sensing her anxiety, he gently asks if she is okay, and Nari, overwhelmed by everything, apologizes. Nari kneels in the snow, and during the conversation with Sheena Ren, her face softens. She admits this was her first time facing such a huge swarm of monsters, and now, with the danger past, she feels all her strength draining away. After helping Nari, Sheena Ren notices only one ornament on her neck. Nari thanks him for the help, and Sheena Ren trembles inside from shock upon seeing that she wears an exorcism necklace. Outwardly, he hides his concern, but in his thoughts, through gritted teeth, he is disgusted that she even wears such heavy gear. Why would she choose such burdensome equipment? After the bloody battle, Riku and Sir Weiss approach Sheena Ren and Nari. Riku says with relief that everyone is unharmed, and immediately concern and curiosity grow in his tone. He recalls hearing from other children that Sheena Ren was their leader. Although the skirmish has just ended, Riku insists on an explanation, asks why such young people like them would venture together into such a dangerous place. Together, the tension does not subside. Sir Weiss presses with questions and asks if the young couple belongs to the colossal family. Nari looks with a wary face, and Sheena Ren steps forward and confirms their affiliation, explaining that they act under the orders of the head of the family, are carrying out a rescue mission for those trapped among the adventures. After he is convinced that they really are from the colossal family, Sir Weiss exhales with relief and politely asks to name the two youths. Neri understands. No one has introduced themselves yet, apologizes for this oversight, and prepares to reveal their identities. Before responding to Sir Weiss's request, Neri takes a pause to compose herself. Calmly holding herself, she introduces herself to the group. My name is Fiona. Neri looks directly at Sir Weiss and Riku, revealing her true origin. She explains that she is the only daughter of Ulysses Ingart, the ruler of Ubeheim, thus clearly establishing her status for the travelers she has just rescued. The revelation of the truth about Neri, the daughter of the Lord of Ubeheim, hits the mark exactly. Sheena's gaze instantly becomes shocked, her eyes widen, and her face freezes in disbelief as the reality dawns on her, and the chapter ends on a dramatic cliffhanger. Neri continues her confession, naming herself Fionne, daughter of Lord Ubeheim, Ulysses Ingart. While she speaks, the narrative briefly cuts to a dark, ominous shodas if the meeting itself fades, looming over the entire story. The air seems to press with silence as Nari and Sheena Ren remain in the snowy field. Barely revealing her secret, Nari shifts her gaze to Sheena Ren, who stands upright and composed, and his calmness suddenly cuts through the weight of what has just happened. Mades steps forward to introduce himself and declare himself the leader of the rescue operation for the travelers. He glances at the young couple and asks why they ended up in the harsh Balder Mountains. Meanwhile, Nari remains silent. Her face is gloomy, and the whole group, without averting their eyes, surveys the fortified structure among the snowy peaks. Nari steps forward to Mattis and explains. Supposedly, they are only examinees who have been hiding inside the fort for several days. Mattis, clearly shaken by shock, asks about their status, and Nari begins to tell what their current place really represents. The detached, snow-covered peaks of the Balder Mountains have been designated as the site for the final exam of the Imperial Military Academy. When this realization dawns, Mattis looks surprised. He had considered such a possibility but is still shocked. For him are truly students of the prestigious special class of the Academy. The tension remains, but the atmosphere simultaneously lightens as Mattis and his companions carry the same social etiquette required when addressing Academy students. Mattis, visibly out of his element, admits that he finds it difficult to communicate with nobles, and his companions immediately warn him, "Watch your words." Sheena Ren and other examinees observe this interaction while the travelers confess that they like the elite students from the academy. Adventurers weighed the risks of working with noble examiners. Participation could backfire in any case, despite the promised reward. Mades insisted on keeping a distance, not getting involved in complications. Lair, however, came to a compromise and promised to safely guide them down the mountain. Nari accepted the travelers' offer to help them orient themselves in the mountains without hesitation. While the team prepares to set off, Lair observes the students and asks if they had expected snowy conditions for the final exam, and CL attentively catches every word in response. Nari Lair acknowledges the prestige of the Imperial Military Academy. Only the best are admitted to a special class, so she sincerely praises the students for their recent combat training. But Lair's gaze does not leave their reality. If the crisis had ended quickly, they would have managed, but their week-long crossing of the mountains to buy time for escape exhausted them so much that now the adults physically surpassed them. The conversation again picks up on the alarming surge in the number of monsters. Because of it, the group had to expend too much energy. Lair notices. The creatures seem to be gathering around the fortress, giving the impression that they might be deliberately hunting the students. While the team considers the consequences, CL remains silent, processing the full weight of the situation, and it becomes clear. This final test turned out to be much more dangerous than anything before it. CL stands, immersed in deep thought. His face stern, and he mentally runs through the protocol of the Imperial Military Academy's final exam. According to the usual rules, students are expected to complete a designated course under the watchful eye of an examiner who evaluates them on various qualities: strength, teamwork, and others. But as soon as CL looks into their dangerous reality, it becomes clear. Their circumstances are not at all like unregulated ones, and by all rules, this should not exist. The scene sharply shifts to a bloody, wildly swirling snowfall covering the Balder Mountains. Seal notices. The weather is fiercely harsh, capable of freezing even seasoned travelers who have dealt with wild terrain before. It becomes increasingly difficult for him to believe that the Academy examiners have not yet appeared, and this finally confirms. What is happening does not resemble any standard exam protocol. CL voices concern grows. The current exam conditions look like a death trap orchestrated by someone powerful from the shadows. The suspicion is finally confirmed. What is happening is by no means normal. While they discuss the risks, they note another point. Among those taking the exam are nobles from other countries, and this adds political problems that the adventurers try to avoid, explaining the sharp change in everyone's moods. There, Nari shows the travelers the way, leading them to the room where their comrades are currently hiding. When they approach the heavy doors of the fort, Nari explains, they were able to find shelter here only because others had already occupied this place. Even despite the fort's safety, Nari cannot find peace, feeling that something is still wrong, so that the wounded comrades can rest and recover after the trial, while the heavy, relentless burden of tension in their situation still hangs in the air. The dormitory hums with heavy, strained breathing. Wounded travelers lie on their beds, visibly shaking from pain. On every face, torment and exhaustion, which only emphasize the terrible situation they have found themselves in. Then Riku is shocked by what he sees. His partner Kai is in such a severe condition. He frantically calls to him and forces him to hold on, not to lose consciousness. Nearby, Seal watches and asks Nari how the travelers ended up in such helplessness. Nari replies that they themselves do not understand what happened. Now everyone is too exhausted even to stand or walk. When the travelers from Colossal arrive at the fort, they encounter Nari through a smoke signal that called them here. Nari confirms her involvement and explains. The situation is critical. Meanwhile, Sheena Ren tends to the unconscious travelers and anxiously realizes their condition is caused by an unnatural, dangerous growth of magical power inside them. Shuren carefully examines the injured adventurers and determines their condition as a vessel crack. Incompatible magical power is working inside their bodies like poison. He says this usually happens in children with excessively high magical power, hence the whole group is puzzled, not understanding why adult adventurers are suffering. CL listens intently while Nari confirms. They still understand almost nothing about this mysterious event. Sheena Vren clarifies that this is not a standard vessel rupture. The symptoms are already beginning to stabilize. She assures that they will recover over time. After this, the whole group decides to personally inspect the situation and agree on a plan so that everyone can safely descend from the mountain. While the team prepares to tackle the situation, Nari pauses. Sadness shows on her face, acknowledges how hard it is to call upon the strength of a colossal family again. In the background, CL watches her, feeling the full weight of the circumstances they have just faced. Shinrin says that next they will have to ask for a reward because the current situation is too troublesome. Lair suggests, since they are staying overnight, let them first find a place to sleep. They both agree let the men do the rest of the work, while Seal and the others continue their tasks. Lior and Neri, leaning towards Seal, grins slyly, as if saying let everyone choose a room for themselves and all live together. Seal instantly frees she's cheeks burning with shame, and he awkwardly tries to brush off this strange proposal, insisting that now is definitely not the time for such jokes. He lets out a resigned sigh, completely exhausted by their antics. Lior and Nari giggle at CL's reaction, teasing him and calling him cold. CL, pressed by their playful persistence, lets out a tired sigh, can't handle their antics while the tense situation around them continues. As long as the light joke does not fade away, Shiny Vren awkwardly tries to clarify his position and insists that he is not on standby for others. Neri remains composed and playfully replies. She had observed everything correctly from the very beginning. The conversation between Nara and CL is interrupted as the receptionist approaches them, urgently asking to speak with Nara alone. Understanding the need for silence, CL politely apologizes, addressing Nara as Lady Ignart, and steps away, leaving the two women to talk. Nari warmly smiles at KL, thanking him for the help he gave earlier. KL politely responds, but the thought does not leave her. Did she not mistake him for a traveler because of his current clothes? However, Seal continues to get lost in thought. During their brief exchange, he never introduced himself to Nari. Nearby, Nari looks ahead, unaware of what is spinning in his mind. When the chapter ends, the two stand side by side, a connection remains between them, and the path forward is shrouded in mystery. When the story shifts to chapter 33, the scene begins with a grim view of a stone fortress mercilessly covered by a blizzard. The cold cuts off everything, emphasizing the ongoing hardships and obscuring the road that awaits the group ahead. Inside Stone Hall, a group gathered. Sir Weiss and the other knights watched the test subjects. They discussed how anxiety was growing among the participants. Many were reluctant to accept help. The knights assumed that the test subjects had to overcome these difficulties entirely on their own because they feared that receiving assistance would mean breaking the rules. Inside the castle, Sir Weiss and the knights continue the conversation, pointing out the glaring flaws in the security protocols during the exam. They note that the place should have been completely isolated from any external interference and that the local rulers should have been informed while they are still talking. CL listens intently, and a suspicious reality of what is happening spins in his head. He understands the site was never truly sealed. And he finds it almost unbelievable that the appearance of adventurers was just a coincidence, especially since they arrived even before the exam had started. The conversation intensifies. Seal and the knights ponder who could be behind this interference. Hoping to implicate the royal family, they even consider their involvement but quickly dismiss this idea. The presence of Marquis Ignat's daughter makes such a move completely illogical. So they reduce everything to a simple fact. The political consequences if one challenges Marquis Ignat would be too painful for any noble faction to risk. Meanwhile, the mastermind responsible for the security failure still remains in the shadows and is not fully revealed. Seal weighs the possibility of the director's involvement, considering his recent departure from the country. Meanwhile, the knights argue about the best course of action for the examinees. They advise using force to make those who refuse help descend from the mountain to avoid future complications for their suzerain. They are also concerned about those who have sustained serious injuries, and in the end they conclude, the wisest course is to call for reinforcements. While the group continues to deliberate, Seal asks how the wounded examinees are feeling. He is told that they are being treated with a special skill possessed by Lady Ignat, and this makes him ponder inwardly. What kind of ability could that be? Then the knights shift their attention to Sheena Ren and note how strange it is to see Lady Ignat among them. Sheena Ren immediately agrees. CL reflects on the unexpected turn of events and finally realizes. Lady Ignat sees in him the one who became her savior. He admits to himself that he missed the moment to properly introduce himself, and now she is left with the impression that he is just a traveler. His palm holds a cup, so he weighs the risks and wonders if this is truly the right time to explain to her who he really is. Sir Weiss intervenes in the conversation between Seal and Lady Ignat, reminding them that there is an agreement between them, not to interfere with each other for now. He advises them that it would be wiser to postpone the conversation until they safely leave the mountain. Seal acknowledges the advice and agrees to wait. The panel then switches to a view of a dark, empty stone corridor, emphasizing the silence around. In his room, Seal sits on the edge of the bed, tightly clutching a small magical instrument and trying to figure out how to activate it. While examining the device, the attentive words of Licklossel come to mind. The note inside the bag clearly explained what exactly needs to be done with the instrument to help with its preparation, which is already underway. CL manages to activate the magical instrument. It glows evenly and clearly. CL brings Alicia Clossel's note close to this glow and to his surprise sees hidden text. He carefully examines the paper, not understanding how the message was written without any ink, and prepares to decipher the secret instruction. Under the light of the magical instrument, the hidden message on the note finally appears. It is a caring, gentle letter from Lyja Clossel. She jokingly warns Seal that if he delays his return, she will come to fetch him herself. Reading her words, Seal feels warmth and responds with a quiet, resolute Roger that. The narrative glides over the landscape. First a peaceful view of the castle under the night sky, then a sharp focus on the rocky, snowy mountain peak, where the air is dense, cold, and tense. Lur stands alone on the balcony and looks up into the boundless night sky sprinkled with stars. A cold breeze lightly touches her, and she even feels cooler. Yuna approaches with a worried expression and warns that if she stays outside too long, she might catch a cold. But Lur just smiles and stubbornly says that everything is fine. Standing on the balcony, Yuna gently asks Lur about what is on her mind regarding Sheena Ren. Lur pauses and honestly admits that if she says, "I'm not worried," she would be lying, yet she is calmer than everyone around, keeping her true thoughts collected. Then Gor looks into the distant Sehi's face firm when she tells Uni that she alone knows the true limits of Shinari's power. Uni listens and understands. Her former anxiety was unnecessary. She only replies that she understands everything. Yuna gently asks Lair if she wants some tea before bed. Lair gratefully agrees and they prepare for the night as the scene switches to a quiet bedroom. Yuna looks back and notices a dress in the room, jokingly asks on the go why she is keeping it here so late. Yuri's clearly gets embarrassed, stammers half words and insists that there is no special meaning in it, and while they shift their weight, CL recalls. Yur actually received the dress in the summer as a gift from Sheena Ren. Yuna watches Lur, he sits, shyly clutching the dress gifted by Sheena Ren. Sirs reacts awkwardly and Yuna quietly thinks to herself, probably Lur has felt lonely all this time. Lur suddenly notices Yuna's gaze, is left speechless and blushes from embarrassment. Caught in her own vulnerability, Lur blushes and clutches her dress convulsively, pleading with Yuna to keep her secret. Yuna, feeling the depth of Lur's emotions, only smiles in response and agrees to keep it between them. During the snowstorm, Mades carries the wounded on his back and is stubbornly determined to descend the mountain as soon as the moment to move comes. CL and others watch, and a voice urges Mades, "Do not move from the spot and wait for reinforcements." On the snowy expanse, Metis is already ready to set out with the knights to drive out the reinforcements. He dismisses all worries about his wounded companion Kai. Sheena Ren and Seal acknowledge the necessity of this plan, but the rest are noticeably confused. In his impulsive behavior, there seems to be no confidence that Metis truly understands the risk to his partner's life. Seal tightly fixes her gaze on the group with a stone solemn concentration as Mattis leads them through the harsh, snowy mountain pass. They march forward with supplies, but the path is violently cut off by an explosively strong, sudden blow. A wave shakes the snowy surroundings. The snowy landscape is pierced by the arrival of a massive fierce beast. A muffled roar and it lunges forward at Seal, who stands still. When the creature crashes into the snow with heavy thudding, Seal deftly dodges the blow, and the sword is already ready for the fight. The tension of the battle subsides as soon as the squad secures this huge beast for themselves. The knights exhale with relief and thank for the abundant food supplies. CL stands aside while they begin processing the creature. Soon the scene shifts to a quiet episode of The Showerhead is Running. CL stands in the middle of a soul-refreshing shower trying to wash away the day's fatigue. Suddenly silence shatters. Nari bursts unexpectedly into the room. She clutches the moment of weakness and feels ashamed. Nari lets out a frightened scream and CL is left completely stunned by this sudden appearance. Nari, clearly embarrassed, quickly apologizes for entering Keel's place. Keel, equally confused, tries to calm her down and insists that he is the one who should apologize. Both freeze in awkward silence, repeating words over and over as they try to get past the clumsy moment. The tension does not ease until Nari apologizes for her sharpness and explains she is looking for her rescuing Closel. She asks K-Seal he is from there if he has ever known the person she is searching for. K-Seal, confused, can only respond with a bewildered, huh. Nari further reveals to CL. She admits that she considered turning to the Knights for information about her savior, but their busy schedules prevented her. And when Nari looks at CL, he appears to be about the same age as the man she is looking for. Her curiosity flares even more. Nari sharply lowers her gaze. Is overwhelmed with shame for her outburst. She hastens to ask Seal to forget everything she just said, reminding him that they had agreed not to interfere in each other's affairs. Seal tries to interrupt, assuring her that he doesn't care, but Nari stands her ground and continues apologizing incessantly for breaking their silent agreement. Seal hesitated, unable to force himself to tell Nari the truth about her savior. While Nari looked at him with a confused and impatient expression, Seal reproached himself for not being able to be honest with her and let the moment pass, never revealing his secret. The scene begins with an endless, desolate mountain ridge covered by a fierce blizzard. The weather suddenly breaks and just as sharply gives way to silence in the room where Nari lies under blankets, sleeping soundly. Outside the window, the snow continues to fall, and she slips into a deep, undisturbed sleep. The story shifts to a calm view of a huge city. While Nara walks beside someone, her face remains calm and the scene unfolds further. As the day progresses, Nara walks alongside Seal and notices the scorching heat of the sun. Seal calmly agrees with her words, and the two continue walking together in good weather. While they continue walking, CL shifts his gaze to Nari, gives her a gentle smile, and says that such pleasant weather makes him want to stop somewhere on the way back. Nari suddenly twitches and abruptly wakes up in bed. Her heart is pounding wildly. She touches her chest. She is shaking terribly, and she cannot understand why the face of the traveler she met earlier is so vividly appearing in her thoughts. Heavy snow continues to fall over the castle grounds. Inside the walls, CL and Dane bustle about, dragging heavy containers and jars, while Hari stays nearby. Meanwhile, in the darkness, a mysterious figure with distinct marks on their face stops to take a sip from a bottle as if completely unrelated to their concerns. The atmosphere remains calm while Shinaran and others share a meal. In the same silence, Nara gently checks the condition of Marquis Ignat, who is recovering in bed. As night falls on the snowy castle, a lone guard stands on the wall, covered by falling snow. At the very top of the snowy walls of Suri's castle, CL approaches to start the guard shift. CL acknowledges the order and descends the stairs, returning inside the castle. Walking, he reviews the plans for the night and decides, first find something warm to drink and only then lie down. CL enters the kitchen looking for something warm to drink and freezes on the threshold as soon as she sees Nara. She is already standing there. The unexpected meeting with the Latinites takes their breath away, and during the greeting they momentarily freeze in embarrassment. In the silence of the kitchen, Nara catches herself unable to look away from Silo. As she looks closer, the details come together. With dizzying surprise, she realizes he is the same traveler who appeared to her in a dream, and she is embarrassed and cannot utter a word. CL notices Neri's strange behavior and asks if everything is all right. Neri glances away embarrassedly and quickly denies it, saying nothing important. Then, to ease the tension, she says she was just about to make tea and invites CL to join. CL smiles and gently agrees. Nari started heating water on the stove. The pot begins to barely simmer. CL stands a few steps away and silently watches. The silence in the kitchen only emphasizes the tension between them as they wait for the tea to be ready. CL reaches out to the jar of tea leaves on the shelf and notes with surprise the large selection here. Nari watches as he shares this quiet moment in the kitchen while they prepare a warm drink. So CL reaches out and picks a jar of tea leaves from the shelf. Nari stands nearby. Her gaze does not leave him, soft, slightly embarrassed, while silence continues in the kitchen. CL quickly apologizes for the sudden interest in the tea collection, and Nari immediately interrupts and explains that she herself was just interested in them. When the tension subsides, CL picks up a jar and asks if Nari wants to try this blend, offering to prepare it for both of them, modestly adding that he is not sure if she will like it. The room remains warm and quiet. Nari and CL focus on a simple task: brewing tea. They measure the leaves, pour water through a strainer. The pair settle on the carpet before the crackling fireplace. They sit opposite each other, and the calm ritual of preparing the drink gives them pleasure from each other's company in this cozy corner. After Nari and CL prepared the tea, they take a pause to enjoy the warm sips. Nari takes a sip, and her face lights up with a sincere, joyful smile. She exclaims that the tea is incredibly delicious. CL marvels at how skillfully Nari brewed the tea and asks if she often had to do it herself. Nari smiles and replies, she mastered this skill only recently from her Yuna. Yuna herself mastered it after many years with a frail body. CL thanks her, and Nari remains reserved, feeling that she still has work to do. While the conversation continues, Nari recalls her past health problems and explains to CL. She had to learn how to brew tea because it was a necessary step in preparing her medicine. She quietly confesses vulnerably but honestly that despite all her efforts, it was incredibly difficult for her to make the tea tasty. And at the same time, she was advised to stay active despite her fragile body. CL listens attentively as Nari lays everything out clearly. Due to her past health problems, she had to take medicine in tea form. It turned out to be more effective that way. He acknowledges that it is exhausting. And as the conversation continues, he feels increasingly drawn to openness. Monster materials require special preparation methods when used as medicine. Nari recalls her past. Back then, she did not fully understand the science behind it, but preparing that mixture exactly like tea was the only way to make its bitterness bearable. She quietly laughs and nods to KL because this method noticeably improved her impression. Nari and Seal comfortably settled on the rug. The warmth from the fireplace barely touched them with a soft glow as they continued their tea time. The conversation flowed naturally. Both heroines looked relaxed and attentive to each other, and when sharing memories from the past, their closeness only grew stronger. Next, Nari holds her cup with both hands. A soft, sincere smile spreads across her face as she listens to CL. It feels like during this quiet tea time together she is at peace. Seal looks gently and warmly, fully engaged in the conversation. Below, the fireplace crackles brightly, sending cozy light and seemingly thickening the silence of their intimate moment even more. Nari stands in a quiet stone corridor, and her thoughts repeatedly return to the conversation she just had. A faint smile lingers on her lips as she quietly wonders why talking with CL felt so natural and easy. But the conversation sharply shifts when CL throws a remark about monster materials needing to be processed for medicinal use. Nari's face freezes for a moment, from usual relief to shock. A cold suspicion covers her, and she asks aloud how CL could possibly know the composition of her medicine if she never told him about it. The memory pulls Nari back into darkness again, the fight with the monster and the subsequent transport of its remains. The weight of this fragment breaks off abruptly as the guard Vyaz appears before her, politely reminding her that it is late and time to go to sleep. Nari responds to the guard with uncertain agreement, but inside everything spins with doubts. She cannot shake the feeling that the traveler's knowledge about her medicine is too specific to be accidental. Standing still and stuck in her own conflict, she notices Vyaz reading her embarrassed expression and asking if something is wrong with her. Nari stands in the corridor, a nervous premonition squeezing her chest like cold fingers. She cannot shake the thought that something is very wrong here, so she decides to address the traveler directly, hoping to dispel doubts with a single question. An endless blizzard sweeps the frozen wasteland, showing no signs of relief. In the blinding snow and fierce cold, the group pushes forward, hunched against the wind so much that their bodies ache from the cold as they overcome the treacherous terrain. Breaking through the relentless snowstorm, Avin leads the squad of knights to the fortress gates. With a firm expression, he announces their arrival and clearly confirms reinforcements have arrived to strengthen their positions. There is a bustle at the fortress. Reinforcements settle in place and merchants manage to recover, signaling that the group can already prepare to leave the mountain. Seal watches everything, but her attention is instantly drawn by Sir Weiss, who approaches politely but with an urgent question: where has Medes disappeared to? Seal and the entire company freeze upon hearing about Midas's disappearance. While they discuss the situation, it becomes clear. Midas left a message stating that Kai is still recovering improperly, although he was with them all the way to the foot of the mountain. The company, along with Sheena, Ren, and Lyre, openly questions Do's motives and Ziz's sudden irresponsible decision to leave them behind, even though at first he asked them to join him. The group continues to vent their frustration over Midas's sudden departure, reproaching him for lack of dedication. Seal listens silently, and no reaction can be read from his face. Suddenly, Rika approaches closer, asking to accompany them all the way to the end of the road. He explains that the group owes Seal a debt for saving the children during the incident with the steel-leading gargoyles, so in this chaos at least a bit of support is now on the way. The severe storm finally recedes and the group can prepare to depart. Nari and Sheena stand side by side, watching as the merchants gather just outside the fortress walls. The long-awaited journey down the mountain is about to begin. The group sets off from the fortress. Rika advises the examinees to take little with them and travel light. This makes it easier to endure the harsh, snowy conditions. While everyone lines up, Cell is momentarily distracted by a sudden, inexplicable feeling. His companion asks, Cell brushes it off, but it is clear. Anxiety gnaws at him because a strange, barely warm wind just passed by. The group endures a long trek down the snowy mountain. Sheena Vren tries to stay cheerful and says that very soon they will be able to return home, but exhaustion and harsh conditions relentlessly catch up. Through the snow, the participants exchange worried glances and Nari voices a grim premonition. Their plan might fail. Seal and Nari examined the neglected mountain path and noticed the examinees had been gone longer than expected. When they scanned the horizon, it became clear no examinees anywhere. Later, the group reached a terrifying suspension bridge, the next obstacle on their path. The group stops before a huge, swaying, overhanging bridge. It stretches across a snowy chasm. From the very sight, from the eerie silence, and from the fact that the examinees are nowhere to be seen, Nari and Sheena visibly shudder. Anxiety suddenly freezes on their faces. The group approaches the shaky suspension bridge, and the examiner solemnly commands, "Hold on to the ropes or each other, it is safer that way." But as soon as his words sound as if hinting at their weakness, Sheena, Ren and Nari pull back offended and sharply put him in his place. They will not allow him to look down on them. The impassive one offers a sarcastic apology, as if for such prestigious examinees of a special class, some suspension crossing should not cause any worries. Sheena Vren advances across the bridge with extreme caution. Under his weight, the structure creaks, and the tension of the entire situation is read in his focused, alert expression as he makes his way through the piercing mountain air, chilled by frost. Sheena Vren carefully crosses the unstable suspension bridge, feeling the pressure of the moment. Vyaz watches him closely and warns, falling means serious trouble. Nearby, Lior and Ryan observe the scene and decide, it's time to move on and help the other students cross the dangerous passage. Under the weight of those being tested, the suspension bridge groans pitifully as they slowly make their way across the icy chasm. Sheena Vren stays close to his comrades. All his concentration is focused on one thing, not losing balance. Kail and Nari walk nearby, and their faces show how dangerous it is. Vyaz does not take his eyes off them, watching to ensure everyone manages to stay safe during this risky crossing. The group makes their way through a harsh blizzard. Seal feels somewhat out of place and wonders if it would be more appropriate for Eri to talk with the knight, Sir Weiss, rather than with him. Despite internal hesitation, he still approaches closer, and as soon as Eri asks for help, Seal unhesitatingly sets about assisting. While the group continued to make their way through the icy, snowy wasteland, Seal stopped and looked at Nari, asking if she was really comfortable with him helping her. Nari, a bit embarrassed, reached out her hand and asked the traveler to support her. Nari looks at Seal with a gentle, slightly shy smile and admits that she had actually planned to ask him for help from the very beginning. Impressed by her honesty, Seal can only respond with a quiet, surprised question. Under the weight of the travelers, the dried-up bridge creaks as they cross the snowy pass. Ciel goes first, and Nari firmly holds the edge of his coat, carefully moving alongside so they both safely cross the shaky structure. Manager Seal stops to check on Nari as they make their way through the harsh, snowy landscape. He apologizes for what he said. She seems more scared than he expected. Nari smiles, blushing slightly, and tells him not to worry, she feels safe because he is protecting her. Here, Nari lies in bed and sinks into thoughts, remembering how once it was so easy to lose herself. She replays every day in her mind, just going to sleep and waking up, never once knowing for sure if she would see the next morning at all. Nara's face warms with a soft, gentle smile. She looks back at the fragility of her former life and finds support in the present, confidently declaring that she is no longer pursued by the fears that once defined her existence. After a minute of thought, Seal and Nari set off across the shaky suspension bridge. Just as it becomes calm, the cold mountain air suddenly cuts through a strangely warm, barely warm wave of wind. Seal, confused by this out-of-place warmth amid the heavy snow, stops, and at that very moment the bridge begins to shake, warning of a danger no one expected. Keel and Nari freeze in place. Both are struck by alarm when a strange, swirling vortex of hot air suddenly rises in the middle of the icy desert. They immediately understand. It is neither a ghost nor a trick of the imagination, so they tense up as the atmosphere around the tall bridge begins to distort. On the bridge, the air thickens to the very threat as CL and Nari feel a mighty force rising from below. Realizing the danger is near, CL sharply yells at Nari to run, and they both dash off, darting with all their might through the shaky structure to escape in time. The snowy mountain trail turns into a nightmare as soon as CL and Nari find themselves trapped on a suspension bridge. Suddenly, a colossal swirling vortex of flames emerges, encircling them and cutting off their escape route. Shocked by how lights suddenly appear in the icy cold, Seal and Nari realize before them is a powerful and dangerous magical anomaly. Scorching, unnatural heat instantly replaces the icy mountain air. Seal and Nari freeze in place, eyes wide with disbelief. A colossal spiral vortex of flame blocks their path, turning escape into a deadly trap. The suspension bridge turned into a deadly trap. Seal and Nari were small and defenseless against the huge, raging whirlwinds of flames pouring out from all sides. The bright magical phenomenon completely cut off their path, leaving them isolated in the very heart of Inferno. Seal and Nari are paralyzed by the sheer force of the magical hellfire blaze. The fiery whirlwind whistles and roars before Themond, they finally feel the full weight of their situation, neither forward nor back, with only mountain snow all around. When a deadly threat loomed over the suspension bridge, the heightened sense of danger grew even stronger. The camera widens the angle. A huge snow-covered mountain ridge is visible, being devoured by flames that no one knows where they came from and roar wildly. The mystery of the origin of this magical hell remains a terrifying enigma, casting a shadow of doubt over the safety of the entire area. The suspension bridge once a shaky path for Seal and Nari's suddenly wiped off the face of the earth by a massive blinding explosion of magical fire. Inferno bursts out with unstoppable force, engulfing the structure and leaving no chance to escape until this mysterious disaster reaches a terrifying limit. The suspension bridge turns into an arena of complete chaos. Ahead, a giant fire tornado flares up, unlike anything before. Sensing danger, the team rushes forward. Somyeon shouts for everyone to cross quickly, warning that the flames are nothing like ordinary fire. Panic rises on the shaky bridge as the group realizes the danger is far from ordinary. While others scream in confusion, Nari desperately wonders if this is really part of their final exam, a life-threatening situation. CL, composed and tense, won't let her stop. She screams frantically that they must run continuously or they will die as the disaster unfolds. Staring at the colossal power of the magical fiery vortex, Nari stretches out her hand and shouts an order to freeze this hell. Her desperate attempt to neutralize the threat unfolds against the backdrop of Nari and Sial's struggle for survival during a dangerous crossing on a shaky bridge. Nari's relentless, desperate attempt to freeze the flame works. Her magic flies into the fiery vortex. Hot meets cold, the fiery barrier cracks and shatters into crystalline fragments, briefly clearing the way, and CL along with her find themselves on a shaky bridge, shaking them with all its might. The force of the magical explosion shakes the bridge with tremors, nearly knocking Seal and Nari off their feet. Seal croaks in pain, trying to hold on amid the chaotic debris and the blinding glow of the blast. The bridge is still under heavy assault by a magical fiery vortex. Nari, breaking stride from fierce tremors, shouts in panic as she suddenly realizes how mercilessly the flames surround them. The suspension bridge is devoured by a fierce, swirling vortex of magical fire. In this whirl, Seal and Nari push themselves to the limit. Seal freezes, shocked, and asks what these uncontrollable flames threatening their lives are. Seal and Nari stand as if nailed before a furious magical fiery vortex. The scale of the flame makes their bodies tremble. Seal barely manages to comprehend what he sees and mutters that this phenomenon feels like something beyond their understanding. Seal raises his gaze with a shudder, his eyes widen sharply, and the truth catches up with him. Just as he sees Nari trapped in the very center of the magical fire, a terrible realization hits. This is no accident, it is a calculated strike aimed directly at her. In the very center of the merciless, unnatural flames, Nara can only helplessly utter some strange sound. She is thrown into the air by a magical trap. Seeing that she is in direct danger, Seal ignores the instability of the bridge and rushes forward, determined to pull her out of the raging hell. No, without a second to hesitate, Seal rushes forward right into the heart of the magical storm. He flies through the air, aiming his gaze at Nari, helplessly suspended and spinning in the terrible, destructive whirlwind of flames. Shell rushes sharply to the center of the mad, fiery whirl, his face distorted by sharp anxiety as he calls Nari. Nari, trapped in the heat of the magical vortex, turns to him in shock and desperately reaching out screams for her to grab him. CL plunges headfirst into the tangled magical flame, hand reaching out to Neria. He completely ignores the danger of the chasm, focused only on grabbing her and pulling her out of the path of the destructive magical fires. With a desperate lunge, Seal throws himself into the very heart of the raging magical vortex. He breaks through the blinding heat and flashes of flame, stubbornly overcoming the path to reach Nara before the magical trap completely engulfs her. Finally, plunging into the very heart of the vortex, Seal lifts Nari into his arms. With a jerk, he conjures the sword of demon shields and a protective barrier arises, covering them both and repelling the destructive magical flames. Under the cover of the magical barrier, CL Gaze watches Nari intently. Focused, with a firm, calm expression, he reassures her and vows he will return home completely safely despite the chaos around. Kessel holds a defensive barrier around Nari, cutting her off from the barrage of magical flames. But then a swirling vortex hits his powerful spell and the entire magical storm freezes in place. The scorching, dazzling glow of the magical vortex suddenly chokes on a wave of frosty energy. A dull blow and the fire shatters into countless icy shards, raising a gigantic blinding explosion that instantly clears the battlefield completely. The dependency curse strikes and the contact immediately triggers a catastrophic explosion. A giant cloud of crystalline shards and magical energy bursts forth, instantly extinguishing the raging fire and clearing the battlefield, demonstrating a bare, overwhelming advantage. The force of the explosion throws Sheena Ren and Nari into the air, both instantly become defenseless. As they flip through the sky, a frightened scream escapes Nari, and Sheena Ren desperately tries to maintain course during the chaotic fall, surrounded on all sides by debris from the shattered structure. Their Sheena Ren, Nari, and someone else, all three are flying through the air after the explosion. Reacting sharply, Sheena Ren reaches out and grabs the rope, tense as he endures the sudden jerk, securing himself and pulling Nari toward the rocky side. Sheena Ren and Nari hung on the rope, holding on at the edge right above the abyss. And above, Lur and his companions tensely pull the rope, shouting both support and warnings so that they do not loosen their grip while being pulled to safety. The frost spell explodes with devastating force, splitting the magical fiery chasm and sending a powerful shockwave that clears the nearest area. After all that chaos, the group panics and tugs the ropes to pull everyone to safety. Lior, who is surveying the scene, first feels relief. Most are already saved, but his face quickly changes. Anxiety washes over him in waves. He realizes Sheena Ren and Nari are not among them, and the shock only grows when he sees lava breaking out in the distance, approaching the two left behind. Sheena Ren and Nari hung on the rope, convulsively trying to straighten themselves amid the complete chaos. Below them, the ground opens with a bloody volcanic eruption, and looking at the ruin, they instantly see clearly. Danger is very close. Sheena Ren asks if the Baldur Mountains themselves have erupted. The Baldur Mountains unleash a hurricane eruption and the earth trembles. Thick, billowing clouds of smoke and ash rise upward, and the scene of total destruction advances with such force that it could engulf the bridge and everything around. The giant suspension bridge sways from the shockwaves of the explosion. Its structure groans, while beneath them the earth disappears in the hunger for ever greater disaster. In the whirl of chaos during the eruption, Sheena Ren presses Nari to herself. A magical vine pulls them upward. They hang in the air, exhaustedly gripping the lifeline as they flee from the collapsed bridge. Suspended in the air by a magical vine, Sheena Ren looks at Nari with concern and asks if she is okay. Nari quietly replies that she is. Meanwhile, as they continue to be pulled away from the burning Baldur Mountains, the scene ends with a feeling of uncertainty. What awaits this pair ahead? The eruption of the Baldur Mountains rises to terrifying proportions. Thick smoke waves ascend into the sky, and molten lava cascades down the slopes. Earthquakes shake the very foundation of the land, and near the castle, a grim premonition grows with each wave until the entire area is captive to this catastrophic volcanic event. Standing on the snowy walls of the fortress, CL and Nari freeze in the cold night silence. Nari looks down confused and guilty and apologizes to CL, blaming herself, saying it is her fault that circumstances forced them to retreat back to the fortress. CL reassures Nari, removing the blame from her for their current predicament. Although they have separated from the group, he remains calm and thinks clearly. The path they took, according to his knowledge of the area, should be safe, but staying at the fort is too risky while lava approaches. He decisively decides they need to find a new descent from the mountain, not wait for help. Seal carefully examines the map and traces possible routes with his finger, simultaneously discussing options with Nari. He explains, the most direct route leads toward the former holdings of Viscount Givens, but the descent will take much longer than their planned path to Colossal. Nari listens without looking away, agreeing with the conclusion, and Seal warns, if their main choice suddenly proves impassable, they will have to turn to more difficult and troublesome routes. While they study the map, CL and Nari immerse themselves in the political consequences of their surroundings. Nari explains, after the disappearance of Viscount Given, his territory was placed under the care of the royal family. CL reflects on this and notes that since Duke Ignard belongs to the royal family, the territory should be safe. But Nari is still gripped by anxiety, asks aloud whether the shaking they are now seeing is a result of quarrels among the nobility. CL maintains a cautious gaze, as if a deliberate scheme is hidden in their current trouble. Nari contemplates the influential figures circling nearby, particularly representatives of the heroic faction and high-ranking nobles, and doubts whether they should have gotten involved at all given the risks. Seal narrows his eyes and sinks into thought, weighing whether the mastermind behind all this operates somewhere beyond the noble groups. And when a mysterious emblem appears before him, the doubt sharpens. Maybe those weaving the conspiracy to resurrect the Demon King are to blame. Him, CL understands. Fixating on who exactly is guilty is a luxury they cannot afford. He says that the volcanic eruption provides them with enough light to safely survive the night and orders Nari to leave the fort immediately. Nari agrees without hesitation. They must move while there is still a chance. Quickly gathering their things, she prepares to descend. Nari, clutching the lantern, suddenly freezes. Her face shows pure shock. Her eyes widen, and an unexpected sharp turn overwhelms her so much that it cuts their escape plan short. Noticing how Nara's tone changed, Seal asks if everything is all right. Nari quickly brushes off the worrish, puts on a fake smile, and stubbornly insists there is no problem at all. Although Seal still looks somewhat unconvinced, she only replies, all right, and they both continue preparing to leave the icy fort. Leaving the fort behind, Ciel and Nari make their way through the endless icy mountain ridge. Cold and snow press from all sides, but they stubbornly move forward to reach safety despite any trials. Eventually, they manage to break free from the fort, and Ciel and Nari find a brief respite in the icy mountain frost. They set up a small temporary camp and huddle together to survive the bitter cold while continuing their journey to safety. The journey spares no one. Ciel and Nari carefully navigate icy, snow-covered rocky slopes, forcing themselves not to stop and to keep their course forward despite the harsh conditions and terrifying heights. Morning light cuts through the icy peaks, and a bright reflection spreads across the entire landscape. Nari crawls out of the tent and gazes into the distant horizon covered with clouds, while Ciel prepares to resume the escape. The morning sun floods the snowy camp where Ciel has already started preparing food. Nari heads to him, greets him with a warm smile, apologizes for waking up late, and Ciel only notices her tousled hair and quietly comments on the bedhead. Ciel and Nari sit together in the morning silence, sharing a simple meal. Nari thanks the food, and Ciel catches her eyes and hesitates significantly whether to bring up the topic of the tousled hair again. In the end, he remains silent, does not interfere, letting her enjoy the moment. Even the stray lock swaying in the wind does not change his decision. Nari momentarily delays the food before moving on to preparing it in advance. Ciel tells her not to rush, while he himself begins packing their things and keeps a noticeable distance as they prepare to move further into the mountains. Noticing how CLB is taking down the tent, he caught his own face in a reflection or shadow and immediately saw hair sticking up on his head. And suddenly everything clicked. He has the same tousled hairstyle as Nari. That's why they kept catching each other's glances all morning. Kale realizes in shock. He also has a stray hair sticking out just like Nari. Disbelieving, he touches his own hair while Nari leans over a hand mirror and clearly blushes. She has the same messy problem. This awkward discovery adds a light human warmth to their journey. Leaving the camp behind, Ciel and Nari go deeper into the icy wasteland. The surroundings are merciless. Giant icicles hang overhead, and a dense, swirling snowstorm approaches in the distance. They carefully make their way through a fallen tree, a bridge over a deep chasm, holding onto the path ahead and continuing the difficult crossing. Nari admits guilt. She fell asleep during the watch and felt she had let them down like someone being escorted. CL calmly dismisses her worries and says the area remained quiet with no monster attacks, so they can continue on their way without incidents. Nari approaches Ciel and notices. He was the one keeping watch by the fire last night. She says she wants to share that duty today, but Ciel politely declines, reminding her that his duty is to accompany her. The conversation continues, and Nari adds that many servants used by the Ignat family already have experience working in the imperial castle. Ciel finds this impressive. And Nari watches Ciel with a shy smile as he notes that he might throw out the tea if he doesn't like it. Remembering how servants at home reacted to her brewing, Ciel takes a sip and the taste turns out incredibly bitter, so he freezes silently, trying to comprehend this wildly intense flavor. Next, Ciel tries to be polite. He insists that the tea Nari brewed is tasty, although his face shows a struggle. But Nari is not fooled by his kindness, playfully teases him, and pointedly notes that she noticed his eyebrow twitch at the bitterness. Ciel and Nari sit by the fire discussing their progress, estimating that 2 days remain until the descent is complete. Suddenly, Ciel shifts the conversation to praise Nari's strength. He says he was impressed by her fearlessness when earlier on their path they encountered flames on a suspension bridge. Nari quietly smiles and explains. She stays calm because they had discussed it before. She asks Ciel if he remembers the people from the fortress who suffered symptoms similar to vessel fracture. Ciel nods. Yes, a debilitating disease where the body cannot contain magical power that is essentially incompatible with it. While the conversation revolves around the dangerous disease, Nari looks directly at Ciel with a calm, vulnerable smile. She confesses to him that she herself was once afflicted by the same vessel fracture they just discussed, revealing his past trials. Ciel listens attentively as Nari lays out her past struggle with the vessel fracture. She admits, it was so critical that healers, herbalists, and magical instrument masters all said the same thing: it was impossible. They said nothing like this had ever happened in their history. Ciel catches sight of the necklace on Nari's neck and identifies it as an exorcism necklace, a rare magical tool that suppresses magical power. It comes to mind. In the game The Legend of the Seven Heroes, this item was considered worthless, even though it was rare. and he understands Nari's wears it to keep his condition under control. It effectively mutes magic with the tool and reduces the strain on his own body. While Nari continues to share her past, the scene sharply shifts to a memory, how she was tortured during a crack in the vessel. She is shown lying in bed crushed by internal pain from magic incompatible with her power. Yuna sits nearby, gently caring for her and feeding her to help her recover. Nari dives deeper into memories. Before her eyes emerge things that marked her hard days. Shelves with books she could reach only in rare good moments. Various potions and magical instruments her father collected in a desperate attempt to cure her. And a chair the only comfort that did not have to be pretended to be reachable without someone else's help. Nari looks back at the tiny, isolated world that once defined her existence while she was bedridden. She thinks, if her past self just a year ago could see her present life, it would undoubtedly decide that it is nothing but a dream. Nari explains to Seal that her lonely life broke down when her father and servants began to behave strangely. She says they became cold and avoided eye contact, making her feel as if the doctor had already told them she had little time left to live. Nari continues the story. The father secretly gave her a new type of medicine the day before. He hid it so as not to disappoint her if it didn't work, and it was because of this that the strange, detached behavior of the father and servants was playing out. Everyone silently prayed for recovery. CL, listening carefully, immediately understands the significance of the medicine it was derived from the wolf pack leader. The memory unfolds in silent, heavy frames. A young woman prays, anxiety tightens the features of her face. Meanwhile, Marquis Ignet sits alone at the table, his head bowed in deep thought and worry. Their secret hope hangs in the air, revealing the true, painful struggle for the cold distance they maintained toward Nari. Nari lies motionless in the darkness, and her thoughts drift again to that decisive night. In bed, she is overwhelmed by a wave of uncertainty, those quiet, desperate hours when she waited for the medicine to finally work. And now it brings back the loneliness of that old struggle. Real as Nari continues her story. She talks about the morning that changed everything. After a night of helpless uncertainty, she woke up with a feeling she had long forgotten. Her body did not hurt at all, a sign that the experimental medicine had finally worked. Nari, still losing herself in sharp relief after a long illness, suddenly loses her balance and falls out of bed. Her palm slaps the floor, a bruise on her forehead, swollen cheeks. A complete contrast to the physical torment she endured for so long. After Nara's fall, she ends up on the floor, vulnerable, defenseless. She replays that moment in her mind and feels that she looked truly pathetic. She could only crawl like a carpet. The morning sun pours through the large window and illuminates Nara as she sits on the floor. After years of illness keeping her bedridden, the simple act of sitting and feeling the warmth of the light feels like a new beginning, marking the end of her long and painful struggle. When the burden of her past sufferings finally releases, Nari bursts into tears. For the first time, she feels incredible joy to be truly free, and this opens the beginning of a new chapter in her life. In the silence of the Nara forest, she sits by a small campfire with Seal. Calmly, she tells him, after all she has been through, she no longer feels fear. Lying down on the ground, she reflects on her journey and realizes, the current trials are nothing compared to the dark days of her illness. Nari looks at CL and gives her a soft smile, exchanging a hopeful glance about life after they descend from the mountain. CL listens, recalling the incredible struggle she had to endure to walk normally again. CL looks at Nari gently but firmly promises to lead her safely away from the Balder Mountains and make sure she returns home. Those words move Nari. She remembers how true the rumors were he is truly a good person. Nari quietly smiles and gives him a calm, trusting response. Silence is sharply cut by a sharp crackle as if cobwebs are bursting in the air. The sudden phenomenon makes CL look away and turn back to Nara, whether she feels unwell or something happened. Nara, noticeably surprised, quickly brushes off his concern and states that she is fine. The tension reaches its limit. Nari freezes and looks with complete distrust. The space around her literally crumbles, cracks scatter in the air like shattered glass, leaving her stunned and defenseless before this mysterious threat. The reality around Nara begins to crack into sharp shards, throwing her into complete stupor and disbelief. She is overwhelmed by a wave of helplessness. She cannot comprehend what happened, and in despair, she racks her brain why it is happening to her and why it all happened so suddenly. The air continues to scatter like broken window panes, but Nara is paralyzed by the sudden, incomprehensible destruction of her surrounding space. She is silent, her face frozen with deep confusion and fear, while CL watches, seeing this threatening event unfold before them. CL and Nari barely make their way through the deep snow in the Balder Mountains. As they push forward, Seal notices the snow has noticeably melted away, and Nari agrees for a moment, while they have to break through the blizzard. The journey through the Balder Mountains suddenly takes a terrifying turn. When Seal and Nari notice the snow melting, their path is abruptly blocked by a gigantic whirlwind of energy that tears through the landscape, and they freeze in shocked silence before the unnatural phenomenon. Seal looks outside at the terrifying abyss of magical energy that tore the landscape and realizes the path ahead is impassable due to a severe breach. He exhales, acknowledging that they will no longer move forward into this zone. Seal and Nari stand before a dangerous reality-distorting vortex that steals the sense of direction and realize the path to the territory of former Viscount Givens is stuck. Realizing how serious it is, Nari decides to intervene, steps forward and directs magic to stabilize the area and create a safe passage for their crossing. Nari stretches out her hand and thrusts a mighty burst of magic straight into the heart of the whirlwind vortex. The energy explodes with tremendous acceleration, flashing over the snowy landscape as she forces her way through the magical barrier with all her might. Seal stays nearby and watches as the reaction unfolds wildly, while the barrier desperately resists the attempt. The super-powerful magical vortex tears apart a stream of overly focused force, and a deep, jagged scar opens across the snowy terrain. Seal stands at a distance and observes as her magic crashes live, while the surroundings settle. Her face is a complete shock at the path now revealed before them. The unyielding energy barrier collapses under the weight of Nari's magic and salvation shatters into fragments. Seal silently watches as the once unconquerable vortex breaks into pieces, clearing the way forward. As the snowy landscape is cut by a bloody, glowing volcanic eruption, CL and Nari freeze in place. CL anxiously watches the wave of energy and notes that this is definitely not a natural phenomenon. It repeats that strange incident they had already seen at Hanging Bridge. Nari nods. She senses a separate, powerful presence of mana flowing like light straight from the lava. While the unnatural lava continues to spread, Nari feels as if the phenomenon is deliberately cornering them. Scries silently records the thought. Retreating and finding another path is no longer an option. Therefore, Seal suggests trying the hidden route, and Nari remains to wonder if they can really descend the mountain safely by it. Seal confirms the existence of the hidden route but immediately warns Nari, dangerous monsters crawl there. There is no other way, they must flee from the lava that has absorbed people. Nari resolutely stands her ground. The risk is inevitable. Their determination strengthens and they prepare to face the danger ahead and continue their path down the mountain. Seal and Nari make their way through the harsh, snowy landscape of the Baldur Mountains. Seal stops and reflects on what he knows about the legend of the Seven Heroes. These mountains were never supposed to be so dangerous, and no records mention such disasters during the final exams. He turns to Nari, feeling how heavy their situation is, and concludes, these deviations are clear proof that the future has already been irrevocably changed. CL shifts the conversation to Nari's past deeds and recalls how she helped the sick in the fort. He presses her for information and asks what specific skills she used to save them. Nari, not expecting such a direct question, hesitates before answering. CL contemplates why people need secrecy and recalls advice once given to him in childhood, how dangerous it is to reveal one's true powers. Returning to the present moment, he acknowledges how hard it is for Nari. With confusion and anxiety in her eyes, she apologizes to CL. Her father gave strict orders to keep her abilities secret from everyone. Continuing the conversation, Nari decides to be frank with CL. She reveals that besides ice magic, she has a unique ability to interfere with the mana of others. CL listens in shock, mentally comparing what he hears with what he knows about the legend of the Seven Heroes. And he realizes, this power is an anomaly that was not in the original story. In the harsh conditions of the Baldur Mountains, Seal continues to question Nari, whether she used her unique ability to heal cracks in the traveler's vessel. Nari confirms and adds a grim detail. Her power does not work if applied to her own body, so she cannot patch the cracks in her own vessel. Seal listens attentively and sincerely thanks her for sharing such a guarded secret. CL reflects on the consequences of Nari's unique power and wonders if it might be connected to the threats they have already faced. He recalls the incident at Hanging Bridge, where the fire was aimed specifically at Nari, and this leads him to the conclusion the attacks during the final exam were premeditated. Surveying the academy grounds, he realizes, whoever is behind this cunning conspiracy has great power and authority, making them a truly dangerous strategist. Faye continues to piece together the complex mastermind scheme. He asks himself, what does the enemy really gain by striking Nari specifically? And he comes to the conclusion, Nari's death will trigger a chain reaction. Marquis Ignat will abandon his current path and return to his original hostile persona from Legend of the Seven Heroes. And this shift will inevitably force Marquis to lash out at Lemel, ultimately throwing the region into the chaos that Mastermind desires. CL breaks down the catastrophic events of the original game and reflects. If Marquis Ignat is driven to the edge again, Lima will fall into chaos once more. So in the end, he concludes that the main conspirator Masukashit Kedak, the one who dedicated himself to reviving the Demon Lord, is exactly the group that forced Marquis Ignat to use forbidden power to awaken the Red Dragon. Asphalt. Walking through the snowy landscape with Nari, CL feels the pieces of the conspiracy finally falling into place in his mind. On the snowy mountain, Seal pauses and chews over the very essence of the attacks. If the mastermind's plan had only one goal to eliminate Nari, there would have been plenty of opportunities to do so long ago. Seal senses that something is wrong here and concludes that the recent illness spreading among adventurers and government-sanctioned traders is not a coincidence, but a deliberate part of the mastermind's broader strategy. CL continues to analyze the manipulator master's strategy in his head and shifts his gaze to the fort far ahead. He wonders if the adventurers were just pawns to keep Nari imprisoned, though he doubts the manipulator would ignore the inevitability of a rescue mission. While he eats, Nari notices that he keeps getting distracted and asks if he is all right. CL freezes. CL brushes off Nari's concerns, but his facial expression sharply changes as soon as he realizes the true nature of the trap. He explains that the adventurers were lured into the mountains just like them. And he admits, his previous assumptions were completely wrong. CL looks at Nari sternly and says that she needs to discuss one important thing with him. Huge, jagged peaks of the snowy mountains loom over the landscape, compressing the space with a suffocating atmosphere. CL and Nari continue their exhausting journey. Step by step, they make their way through the icy, deserted land, going deeper into the unknown with every minute. But the harsh rules of the mountain crossing start to affect Nari from the very first step. Seeing how hard it is for her to catch her breath, CL stops to check how she is feeling. Nari gives a tired, apologetic smile and honestly admits she is simply exhausted from the relentless ascent. While CL and Nari were making their way along the deserted, snowy peaks, they were suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Avan. He approached with a familiar tone, saying he finally found them, and pretending to be concerned, joked about where they had disappeared to. CL and Nari froze like statues, silently and warily scrutinizing the newcomer. Among the harsh, snowy peaks, Avan confidently waves his hand as if to say, "Follow him," and declares that he will lead them to a safe place. His sudden appearance throws CL and Nari off balance. They do not understand why he is here at all. In the abandoned, snowy mountains, CL and Nari suddenly come across Avan. He seems to appear right before them. Avan seems quite pleased, cheerfully offers to lead them to a safe place. CL and Nari exchange wary glances, unable to understand why he is here and why at this very moment. Fel steps forward and tells Nari to leave everything to him. Nari obeys, recognizing Avan as a traveler. And yet, sensing that suspicion has not yet faded, Avan tilts his head and asks what is wrong, still maintaining his mask. Avan, holding his face, looks intently at CL and Nari with a sharp gaze. Twitching from their stubborn suspicion, he asks if he really has to explain again why he is here. The tension in the snowy wilderness intensifies even more. Avan stands in the snow. His face changes as he asks if they are angry because his rescue was late and offers a false apology. Sensing danger, CL firmly holds his hand on the sword hilt, ready to draw it at any moment. Holding a defensive stance, CL grips his own weapon and looks just as intently and suspiciously at Avan. He sharply points out the astonishing ease with which Avan has taken over the government-approved traders and asks if his envoy was also part of this scheme. CL does not take his eyes off Avan. His face is cold and sharp as he states that he can be seen through even behind the night mask. He boldly accuses Avan of conspiracy and a trap, to kill him and Lady Ignat in the remote Balder Mountains, to shift the blame onto the heroic faction and cover up the traces. CL mercilessly presses his advantage, laying out how Avan intended to use their deaths to expose a scandal planted by the Viscount and ignite a wide quarrel among different factions. When the cold wind blows in his face, CL asks what truly drives Avan in his desire to throw Lemel into complete chaos so that the knight must confront what his revealed plan stubbornly denies. The weight of CL's accusations hangs in the cold mountain air. Avan has cornered him and presented them. There is no immediate response. His head lowers, and a moment of heavy, tense silence compresses the space. Avan's expression first freezes into a gloomy mask, then shifts into a creepy smile. Mad laughter. No, he looks straight at CL, his eyes wide open and blazing as he admits. CL turned out to be much more observant than he initially expected. Even completely discards his previous image. With a cold, focused gaze, he seizes the sword and declares that the revelation of the force in his plan does not change the original goal. CL maintains composure and notes. Avan's past actions, including the incident with the steel gargoyle griffins, were deliberate tests of combat skill. Avan gives a chilling confirmation. He admits he would not have cared if CL had died during that clash. Then CL presses further and asks why Avan did not attack him from behind while he was fighting, forcing Avan to face the twisted nature of their connection. Aven reveals, waiting for the right moment was a strategic choice. This allowed him to successfully entangle Seal in his conspiracy. He admits that the delay in striking earlier was driven by curiosity about Seal's hidden power and the need to avoid attracting attention near the city. Seal remains calm and notes, despite all the thoughtfulness of Aven's plan, everything did not go exactly as he intended. And Seal keeps a cool head. Step by step she dismantles Aven's failed schemes. She accurately guesses that he planned to kill Lady Ignat and herself on the suspension bridge, but the sudden and mysterious collapse of people in the fortress cancels everything. Aven has to rush and revise the plan on the fly. Ciel maintains a calm demeanor when talking to Aven and makes it clear he has figured out the truth about his movements. He notices Aven did not come alone, which confuses the knight. While Aven remains silent and Ciel, without looking away, dismantles his plans with one precise observation after another. Aven releases a mocking laugh. It is clear that it affected him, but it did not at all confuse him by the fact that Ciel unraveled the truth about his movements. He towers in the snowy expanse, sword at the ready, confirming that his well-thought-out plan is going exactly as he intended. But Ivana laughs in response, dismissing Ciel's sharp intuition and confirming that his plans were indeed derailed. He reveals a chilling detail. He intended to kill all the examinees, but as soon as he saw Nara, he physically couldn't move, so the mission had to take a large detour. Nari noticeably flinched. Was she really the reason Aven's plans fell apart? Meanwhile, Ciel watched the scene unfold and finally pieced together all the strange behavior of Aven. Determined to find out the truth, she challenged him, asking about the nature of his power and preparing to meet him in the snowy landscape. Ciel keeps a burning gaze. He cuts the tension and, revealing the shocking truth, finishes off showing that both Aven and his accomplice bear somewhere on their bodies a terrifying engraving of the Demon King cult, so there is nothing left to deny. The atmosphere becomes denser as soon as Sila's words hit right in the heart. Aven and his partner made us recoil. On their face, shock and sudden realization, and their legend shattered from the revelation about the cult's mark of the Demon King. Neri freezes in shock when Ciel reveals the shocking truth about the Demon King's cult. Standing in the snow, Ciel calmly confirms her suspicion and makes it clear that Aven and Mades are clearly on the enemy's side. Ciel maintains a serious expression while describing the chain disaster caused by the power of the Demon King. He explains to Nara that the instability triggered by Lady Ignat caused the mana from Kai to overflow, wildly scattering onto everyone nearby, and instantly turning into a sudden collapse for the people around. Ciel continues to lay everything out. Mattias probably avoided the worst of mana corrosion thanks to residual magical protection on his gear. But Ciel still finds it hard to believe that Aven and Mattias have enough power to change the environment of the Baldur Mountains on such a scale. And, shifting his gaze to the mysterious event on the suspension bridge, Aven exhales heavily, as if burdened by the pressure of Ciel's relentless scrutiny. When he stares intently for a long time, irritated by the current task, he mutters that keeping their goals alive is quite a hassle. His long-haired companion immediately intervenes and cuts in, "Don't kill," because he already knows about the demand. Ciel turns his gaze to the approaching threats. Kai and Theo tighten the circle and come out directly to their position. Calmly, he asks Lady Ingart to fall back behind him to be safe. Although he has many questions, Ciel clearly understands. The fight is inevitable and prepares to meet them. Ciel does not retreat, feeling the full measure of threat from Kai and Theo. He is sure. The two antagonists are so confident in themselves that they can handle anyone who dares to climb the mountain alone. And when the clash approaches, the ground beneath their feet slips, and this means the beginning of the fight. Ciel remains calm and keeps his gaze on the two formidable opponents. Kai and Theo are making their way through the snow, and their very presence dispels the dangerous, oppressive energy they are about to launch an attack. Kai and Theo stand shoulder to shoulder. A deep shadow hides their faces as they draw their weapons. Enchanted by the gloomy swirling glow, they are ready to launch an attack on Ciel, and this is where the fierce battle on the snowy peaks begins.